Jane, focus. Ethan's harsh voice pierces the haze of my thoughts, drawing my attention back to his face. His grip on my arm is firm, his expression cold. "What's wrong, Jane?" he demands, his voice low and cutting. "Am I not enough for you now?" Still, I don't respond. All I can do is imagine him with Eve, whispering and sharing tender moments, giving her all the affection he once reserved for me. I see them together in my mind's eye, a painful image that twists my heart. It makes me feel sick to my stomach to know my husband was with her mere hours ago. The only small mercy is that I cannot smell her scent on him. Still, I'm sure I'll hear all about it before long. Eve never misses a chance to remind me just how much my husband prefers her company. Ethan doesn't think I know. He hides their relationship well. I'd never have suspected if it weren't for Eve, who loves to torment me with every detail of their time together. How he makes her laugh, how they share secrets when my back is turned. Ethan's muscular frame is tense above me, his handsome features set in a grim line. A part of me still aches for the man he used to be, the one who once told me I was his entire world. Now, I feel like an object, a duty he feels compelled to fulfill. I'm not sure how much longer I can bear it. I have to find a way out. I feel trapped, my horrible imaginings of Ethan and Eve's relationship playing on a loop in my head, and the oppressive weight of his presence beside me. Suddenly he shifts, his movement jarring me from my thoughts. A small, involuntary sound escapes my lips. "Finally a reaction?" he remarks, a humorless smile touching his lips. "That's right, Jane, don't pretend I don't affect you." I bite down on my lip, forcing myself to stay quiet. His gaze hardens, and I know this charade is nearly over. I stare sightlessly up at the ceiling until he finally pulls away with a low sigh. Afterwards, he moves as if to brush a strand of hair from my face, but I flinch and turn my head away. "Don't." His hand stills. "No?" he repeats, his voice dangerously low. "Do you comfort Eve like this when you're done with her too?" I ask, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. I can't believe my own daring. I've wanted to confront him for almost a year, yet Ethan barely registers my remark. He simply shakes his head and pushes away from me, muttering, "Impossible, woman," under his breath. Sitting up and curling my legs into my chest, I take a few deep, fortifying breaths. "This isn't a marriage," I hiss. "This is a prison. We should just end it." When he turns back, I feel a rush of pure triumph. He looks furious, but I relish his anger. The truth is, his indifference hurts more than any rage. He wants to punish me, but he can't have it both ways. He can't treat me with contempt and also expect my devotion. Ethan turns back with a thunderous expression. "Excuse me?" he barks, fighting to remain in control. Now that I've found my courage, I can't lose my momentum. I've been trying to work up the nerve to leave him for a long time. I've known for a while that the person Ethan truly values is Eve. Eve, the she-wolf who saved his mother. Eve, the woman everyone says loves him for who he is, while they claim I only married him for his wealth. Sure, he might have thought he loved me when we were young, but now that everyone around him is convinced I'm a worthless gold-digging omega, he must have decided I'm not worthy of being his Luna after all. With a splitting headache, I staggered over to the dresser, pulled open the second drawer, and rummaged through what was inside until I found a large envelope. I pulled it out and handed it to Ethan. He scanned it and then glared at me in shock and anger. "You're actually leaving me?" "Does that truly surprise you?" I asked, gesturing vaguely between us. "You can't have thought I was happy." Dark clouds roll into his eyes as he flips through the packet, stopping at the financial terms. "Everyone always said you were only with me for money," Ethan hisses. "Was this your plan from the beginning? Did you marry me just so you could rob me blind? Is that why you've been so cold to my mother and Eve?" he accuses. "Because they were getting in your way?" He's calling me cruel? I think with outrage. I'm sure the everyone he's talking about are the same women he's accusing me of snubbing, the ones who have been whispering poison in his ear from the day we wed. He never believed it until Eve's scheme proved I was a selfish, hateful little gold digger. 3 years ago, the accusation would have infuriated me. Now, it feels like nothing compared to the loneliness he's already inflicted. I don't care what he thinks of me anymore. I just want out. "That's right," I bite back. "You should have listened to their warnings." When my words land, Ethan's already livid expression turns absolutely terrifying. Suddenly I realize provoking him might have been a very bad idea. He prowled toward me, looking furious beyond belief. The hair on the back of my neck stands on end, and my inner wolf cowers in fear. Does he hate me so much that he'd hurt me? Looking at my husband now, whose eyes glow as he fights to keep his own wolf in check, I think he just might. Ethan is gulping in livid breaths, his chest rapidly rising and falling as he glares at me with abject fury. His rage is so palpable that undiluted fear rushes through my veins and I find myself paralyzed. If I move, will he attack? However, instead of lunging towards me, Ethan simply slams the document onto the dresser and slashes a pen across it, savagely signing the papers. He throws them towards me, then turns on his heel and storms from the room. A wave of relief floods over me. My heart is still pounding, but it feels stronger than it has in years. I can't help but feel a profound sense of elation. Am I really free? Is it really over? Bending to retrieve the papers, I run my fingers over Ethan's hastily scrawled signature. In less than 5 minutes, I've gone from being a trapped Omega to a liberated woman. My life is finally my own again. I still can't believe it the next morning as I pack my bags. I've been smiling from the moment I woke up. I'm so happy that not even Eve's sour face can ruin my mood. She's standing in my doorway, cradling a cup of coffee. "So, he finally did it," she sneers, smugly sipping the aromatic liquid. "I should have known. When Ethan came to my room last night, he was so relieved to be free of you. We talked for hours." Setting her mug on the side table, the curvy she-wolf perches on the edge of the bed. "He should have let you go a long time ago. I suppose he felt sorry for you," Eve theorizes. "Poor, unwanted Omega. No one's ever going to want you now." Yesterday, her words would have cut me to the core. Today, they make me want to laugh. I never have to see this horrible woman again. Arching my brow, I stroll to the bedside table and retrieve her steaming coffee. Eve extends her hand expectantly, but rather than placing the cup in her palm, I dump it right over her head. The hot brew cascades over her and her pristine white blouse. Eve surges off the bed with an ear-curdling shriek. The next thing I know, Ethan is running into the room. He immediately rushes to Eve's side. "What happened? Are you all right?" Sobbing theatrically, Eve points at me. She scalded me, just for coming to wish her farewell." Throwing her arms around my ex-husband's neck, she buries her face in his shoulder. Holding her, Ethan glowers at me. "What the hell is wrong with you, Jane?" I roll my eyes. The alpha reaches deep into his pockets. "Get out," he growls, extracting a wad of cash and throwing it onto my neatly folded clothes. "There, for putting up with you all these years. Now go!" A flush blooms over my cheeks. I'd like to throw the money back in his face, but I'm not in any position to refuse. My mother is sick and needs surgery. And to an Omega, pride is a luxury. Survival requires money. "As you wish," I tell him. Zipping up the suitcase, I pull it from the bed and walk out with my head held high. I don't look back. 1 month later, a strange bright light is floating above me. Slowly, I realize it's a pen light brandished by the doctor standing over my hospital bed. "What happened?" I ask hoarsely. The last thing I remember, I was waiting for my mother to come out of surgery. "Jane, you've had a shock," the doctor said gently. "You fainted." A sense of foreboding slices through me. "Where's my mother?" "I'm very sorry," the doctor says in that same pitying tone. "She didn't make it." "What?" I reply in a small voice, the words not truly sinking in. Is that why I fainted?" "No, actually. I can't imagine why, but the physician is smiling now. You fainted because you're pregnant." 6 months later. Quadruplets. When you first find out you're pregnant, the very last thing you assume is that you're going to have 4 babies instead of 1. But that's exactly what happened to me. No sooner had I gotten used to the idea of becoming a parent and grieved my mother's death than I learned I was going to be giving birth to a veritable litter of pups. I barely had enough money left after all the hospital bills to welcome 1 baby. But by the time I discovered the truth, I was already so in love with the tiny beings growing inside me that I couldn't dream of giving them up. I sheltered them through the last few months with all the love and care I possessed, but now I'm learning that my best efforts hadn't been enough. After a traumatic delivery, the nurses finally introduced me to my babies, 2 boys and 2 girls. the smallest, only 2/3 the size of the others, is not long for this world. They told me as gently as they could, but there's no softening this kind of blow. My youngest was born with a life-threatening heart condition. That doesn't matter to me, of course. I would love her no matter what. Unfortunately, I probably won't have the chance to love her for very long. Unless a miracle happens, my daughter will die before the night is out.
Jane, I thought I knew grief. When my husband turned me into a slave and fell for another woman, I imagined nothing could be more painful. Then my mother died. I lost all the money I won in the divorce trying to save her, and still it wasn't enough. I was alone and heartbroken, barely able to put one foot in front of the other. My babies and hopes for the future got me through the worst of my mourning. They were a balm for my twice broken heart, becoming my entire world after the one I knew crumbled beneath my feet. I had one brief flash of joy when my children were born, filled with a light so radiant and all-consuming, I thought I might burst. Then I discovered what grief truly is. It turns out I didn't even know what love was until I became a mother myself. My daughter is slipping away before I've even gotten the chance to know her, to show her all the love I feel. My wolf is howling mournfully in my head as I rock back and forth, cradling the fragile bundle against my breast. She can't die. I won't let it happen. There has to be a way, I cry, pressing my lips to the baby's downy head. There has to be something you can try. Jane, my doctor begins softly. We've done everything we can here. There is only one surgeon on the continent who could possibly help her. And, what? I demand. The taste of my own tears linger on my tongue. If they can help her, why aren't we trying to get them? My doctor purses her lips. Jane, she says again, in a placating tone I'm beginning to hate. You can't afford him. Righteous, maternal fury consumes me in a great explosion of flames. Is everything about money? Even saving lives? I might not be able to afford him, I growl angrily, but her father can. You made us promise never to notify Ethan, the physician reminds me tentatively. Staring down at my tiny, perfect daughter, I know none of my past feelings or concerns are important anymore. My children are the only things that matter now. I can't let her die. This miracle who I haven't even had a chance to name. That was before. I hiccup, feeling fresh tears slide down my cheeks. If it means she can live, I'll do whatever it takes. I understand. We'll notify him right away. She replies. Wait. I catch her arm. I'm an Omega. If he knows about the other babies, he'll take them from me. He'll make me his slave again, and I'll let him in, order to be near them. I implore her to understand. I can give her up to save her life, but Ethan can't know about the others. He can't know I'm alive. You're asking me to lie to an alpha? The doctor clarifies warily. I'm asking you to help me save my daughter's life. I correct, and prevent my other babies from being separated from their mother. So, will you help me or not? Ethan, that's not possible, I insist, staring at the tiny creature the nurse just pushed into my arms. The world is spinning around me in a sickening whir. In the space of 30 seconds, I learned that my wife died bearing me a daughter, when I didn't even know she was pregnant. I'm very sorry, Alpha, the doctor murmurs, but it's true. I've been caring for Jane for the last 6 months. Where is she? I choke, my eyes burning with unshed tears. I want to see her. I don't believe this. I would feel it if Jane was dead. I'd be able to tell, I know I would. My wolf is in a complete rage, clawing at the surface of my skin, demanding to be let out, to track down our chosen mate and prove this ridiculous woman wrong. I'm sorry, Ethan, she answers. Jane donated her body to science. You can't see it, but I assure you, this is your daughter. I know that. I snarl. There's no doubting it. She looks exactly like my Jane, tiny as she is. She even smells like Jane, despite all the strange, sterile hospital scents muddying her sweet aroma. That isn't what's in question. The woman flinches at my harsh tone, but I don't care. I would know if my wife was dead. I'm telling you, you've made a mistake. It's natural not to want to believe a loved one is gone, the doctor analyzes. We all like to think we'd be able to feel it, but the truth is, we can't. Jane is gone, but this baby is not. She needs help. She needs her father. The baby has been sleeping from the moment the nurse placed her in my arms, but now her eyes crack open, glazed, drowsy, and as green as the forest. Jane's eyes. My daughter blinks and coos softly, opening her mouth into a wide yawn that makes my heart wrench in my chest. What do I have to do? 4 years later. Jane, giving up my daughter was the hardest thing I've ever done, but I don't regret it one bit. Ethan saved our baby just as I prayed he would, and one day I'll find a way to bring her home where she belongs. In the years since we parted, I've come into my own. Finally able to put my chemistry degree to good use, I started my own high-end perfume business and made my way in the world, slowly building the power I need to one day confront my ex-husband and reunite my young family. When Ethan and I meet again, he'll find a very different woman than the one he once enslaved, but that is all a long way off. For now, I'm focused on raising my pups and building my reputation as the most exclusive perfume designer on the continent. Stepping out of the bustling airport in the Night Fang Pack's capital city, I immediately see my old friend Linda waiting for us in the passenger pickup area. She's leaning against a sleek black SUV, idly chatting with the chauffeur and checking her watch. After a moment, she looks up, and a wide smile stretches across her face. My pups, Ryder, Parker, and Riley dash ahead of me, recognizing their beloved Aunt Linda from our frequent video calls. "Linda!" they shout in unison. My friend drops to a kneeling position, opening her arms to the toddling pups and gathering them up in a bear hug. "Oh my goodness, you're all so big. How are you?" While my children chatter excitedly, sharing news of our adventures on the plane, I catch Linda in my own hug. "I'm so glad to see you," I breathe. "I know. I've missed you like crazy," she answers, leaning her forehead against mine. As we pile our luggage into the car, Linda pulls me aside. "The boys," she begins, seeming unable to find the words. "I know," I sigh. "They look just like Ethan." Jane, gazing at my sons who share their father's bronze skin, dark hair, and eyes, I assess. It's going to be difficult to keep our presence here a secret. This is an understatement. My boys look so much like Ethan, it's actually laughable. We're going to have to be very careful. "You said it," my friend quips lightheartedly. Glancing at Linda out of the corner of my eye, I hedge. "Have you seen?" "Yes," Linda answers immediately, needing no explanation. "She's perfect, Jane. Healthy and beautiful. Your perfect miniature." "And Ethan?" I ask, hating myself for asking. "Still with Eve," Linda relates, "but he dotes on Paisley like she's the sun, moon, and all the stars. Whatever else has happened between you, he's a wonderful father." "Good," I breathe, comforted to hear my other daughter is in such good hands, yet longing to see her with my own eyes. "You think he'll give her up when the time comes?" Linda's face falls. "Jane, she's his entire world. I don't know what you're planning, but I don't think reuniting your family is going to be as easy as you think." "We'll see," I reply coolly. Linda may have been my eyes and ears in the city since I left, but she doesn't know Ethan like I do. I know how cruel he can be. I know how good he can be at faking emotion, when he really feels nothing. After all, how many years did he pretend to love me before he showed his true colors? In the years that have passed since we parted, I've kept my distance so that Paisley can benefit from all the world-class medical care her father can obtain. But now we're nearing the end of her treatment. She needs one more major operation. One more, and then I won't need to hide anymore. I won't need to pretend. Jane, I love you. Linda broaches carefully, but I'm begging you, please don't underestimate how much Ethan cares about Paisley. You haven't seen them together. I have, and he hasn't seen me since I left. I remind my friend, I'm not going to let him walk all over me this time. I'm not going to let him take my daughter from me. He might think a father's devotion is strong, but he has no idea the power of a mother's love. Linda, I barely recognize my friend. The Jane I knew was a meek omega, too timid to speak up in school even though she was smarter than anyone else in the class. But this woman, this being, is a force of nature who bends the elements themselves to her will. She holds herself like an alpha, giving off a scent of authority and power befitting any Luna. Becoming a mother seems to have suited my friend very well. I can only imagine that if she'd been this strong during her marriage to Ethan, Eve would never have been able to get her claws into the imposing alpha. Even her appearance has changed. Jane has always been beautiful, with her long golden hair and flawless porcelain skin. But where she used to downplay her looks, she now embraces them. Even dressed in simple work clothes, she looks so effortlessly lovely, I feel like a slob standing next to her. I made an appointment for you at the atelier later today. I share, unused to serving such a supportive role to my gentle friend. Thank you. Jane smiles with absolute grace. She might be a strong, independent she-wolf now, but Jane still started out at the bottom of the food chain. She knows what it takes to do hard work, to defy one's destiny. You know Eve owns the shop? I caution her. Oh, I know. Jane grins. I'm looking forward to seeing her face when she realizes whose perfume she's been peddling all these years. You aren't worried she'll spill the beans to Ethan? I ask anxiously. Not even Eve is that stupid, she snorts. Trust me, she's going to do anything she can to ensure we never cross paths. Her stunning green eyes light with mischief, which is just fine by me. Jane, Eve's overpriced, overstyled shop is an absolute eyesore. Like so many unfortunate she-wolves who assume wealth is the same as class, my ex-husband's mistress filled her store with the most gaudy, extravagant items she could find, regardless of whether they hold true artistic value. My perfumes, anonymously designated with the French word for she-wolf, la louve, line her counters. I'm sure Eve has no idea the exclusive scents she's given prime placement on her shelves are my creations. And though I can't criticize her taste in perfume, I know she's only selling them because they're so in demand. When I try to enter the atelier, dressed casually in the same clothes I don in the laboratory, the snooty saleswomen look down their long noses at me. Miss, are you lost? No, I assure them confidently. I have an appointment. We don't offer appointments to mutts like you, the saleswoman answers, her lip curled in disgust. Raising my brows, I counter, Is this how you greet all your customers? It's a wonder you're still in business. Don't make us call security. The second she-wolf threatens, circling behind the cash register and brandishing a cordless phone at me. Would you at least like to know my name before you decide whether or not to throw me out? I question archly, thoroughly enjoying their outraged expressions. There's no need, the first saleswoman replies snidely. You clearly can't afford our merchandise, and we don't let just anyone into our boutique. The she-wolf must think I have an appointment to shop, not to investigate the reports, which brought me to the city in the first place, of a high-end boutique trying to pass off cheap imitations as my luxury brand. Is that so? I remark coolly, lifting one of the delicate glass bottles bearing my chic logo to my nose. Scenting the spray nozzle, I instantly realized the reports were true. Instead of the ethereal blend of night-blooming flowers and dark spices that comprise my signature aroma, there is a sharp, metallic undertone to the fragrance. This is not my perfume. I can see the women opening their mouths to continue arguing out of the corner of my eye, but I press on before they can get a word in. If you're that concerned about your image, you might be interested to know that this perfume is fake. Excuse me? One of the she-wolves snaps. How would you know you couldn't afford to buy an ounce of La Louve if you saved your entire life? Appearances can be deceiving, I announce simply, setting the bottle back down on the counter and leveling the shallow she-wolves with my gaze. This might look like the real thing, but I assure you it is not. The women's faces are flushed crimson with barely contained fury. And I continue. Though you are right, I'm not a client. My appointment is with your sales manager. My name is Elise Carrington, and I own La Louve. Jane, you're lying, the saleswoman immediately argues. Elise Carrington is one of the wealthiest women in the world. She would never set a foot outside in such drab clothes. Glancing down at my jeans and fitted black top, I press my hand to my cheek in faux shock. How strange, I exclaim. I was sure I'd worn my ball gown today. I always try to be as uncomfortable as possible when I fly. The women's faces scrunch up in confusion. Clearly, they don't understand sarcasm. I was traveling today. I drawl derisively. I'm rich, not crazy. What you are is a liar, the indignant she-wolf accuses, turning towards her colleague with the phone. Call security right now. As I said, I know what my perfumes smell like, and this is a fake, as is the one you're wearing. I add calmly. That's not possible, she objects swiftly. My boyfriend bought this for me last year, and he spent thousands of dollars. She eagerly called the security guard over. Get this liar out of here! Suit yourself, I scoff. It's your funeral. What are you talking about? She hisses. What does a lowly bitch like you know about any of this? I'm helping you, I inform her simply. Let me guess, your boyfriend bought that bottle here? Sighing, I remove a travel-sized bottle of perfume from my purse. This is the real product. Snatching up a strip of test paper, I spray a bit on the end, then do the same on another paper with the fake. Handing the first to the mortified she-wolf, I explain. Top notes of moonflower, night-blooming jasmine, and rare orchids, with base notes of wolfswood and patchouli. Exchanging the papers, I elaborate, but this one doesn't have the orchids or wolfswood, which are extremely expensive and difficult to find. Instead, it has aconite, which smells similar and is infinitely cheaper. But it can also be quite toxic if you have long-term exposure. The woman's skin is turning a sickly shade of green as her sharp wolf nose notes the distinct difference. Aconite? She repeats nervously. Nodding, I purse my lips, more commonly known as wolfsbane. Whoever created this counterfeit obviously thought it could only harm you if ingested, but I assure you it can be absorbed through the skin. Have you had any symptoms of illness lately? No. She gulps. She fainted last week. One of her colleagues steps forward, the woman clearly possessing more sense than my accuser. The woman in question could no longer speak, clearly refusing to accept that she'd been fooled, but unable to come up with an alternate explanation. Oh my goddess, the second saleswoman gasps. We've got to get these off the shelves immediately. You do, I agree. And you should get a medical exam right away. I inform the first woman, adding, I would also advise washing off the fragrance. As she runs to the restrooms, I turn to her colleague. And now I'd like a word with your superior. Eve. When I finally stroll into the boutique an hour later, I stop dead in my tracks. Everyone is in an uproar, and all the La Louve fragrance counters are empty. What is the meaning of this? I demand. I've never seen a picture of Elise Carrington. She's famously secretive and never lets herself be photographed or interviewed by the press. I always assumed she must be hideously deformed or something, but the woman in front of me now is anything but. I can only see her back, but a cascade of lustrous golden hair falls down her back, and while she's quite petite, her lithe figure is curved in all the right places. She turns when she hears my voice, and my heart stops in my chest. It can't be. The woman offers me a lethal smile and strides forward, extending her hand. Elise Carrington, Lalou founder and CEO. Shaking myself out of my stupor, I take her hand. She looks exactly like Jane, but Ethan's ex-wife died years ago. Besides, she was nothing like the strong, confident woman standing in front of me now still. Their resemblance is absolutely uncanny. Eve LaRue. I introduce myself, straightening my shoulders, taking control again. Would you like to tell me what's going on? Well, it would seem you've been selling counterfeit perfumes, with toxic ingredients no less. She replies smoothly. Her voice is the same too, those light, lyrical notes Ethan always adored. Shit, I think anxiously. How the hell did she find out? Feigning ignorance, I clasp my hand over my mouth. What? I cry. That can't be. The ghost of Jane narrows her eyes, and I'm sure she sees through my act. I'm sorry to tell you, it's the truth. She gives me a cunning smile. But once you've gotten rid of the fakes, I'd be happy to strike a deal with you to carry the line in your lovely shop. Fury pulses through me. I can't afford to continue selling the fake fragrances, now that La Louve knows about the fraud. And I can't enter a deal with this woman. I'm more convinced she's Ethan's ex-wife with every moment that passes, and I can't risk having her around. I'm this close to finally winning the Alpha's affection, and that will never happen if Jane returns. Politely apologizing and making a vague, entirely false promise about connecting with her office to discuss the deal, I usher her out of the shop. The moment she's gone, I whip out my cell and dial my private investigator. Drop everything. I need you to investigate someone for me. And it can't wait. Jane. When I step out of Eve's boutique, relieved to have the matter solved without any disasters, I'm scarcely paying attention to my surroundings. That was close. I couldn't let the toxic perfumes continue to be sold under my label, as such a scandal could destroy my entire business and livelihood. Still, it was risky. I wasn't sure Eve would buy my act fake name or not. I'm so distracted going back over every word of our conversation that I almost run straight into a little girl in a pink dress. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, I exclaim, looking down at the pup in surprise. Doing a double take? I say, Riley. I realize with a jolt that this girl looks exactly like my daughter. But she couldn't be. I stare at her so intently that I forgot to breathe. I know she isn't Riley. Which can only mean one thing. You're pretty. The pup tilts her head up and smiles so widely I can't help but grin as well. I can't find my daddy, can you help me find him? Riley doesn't own a dress like that, and even if she did, she's with Linda and her brothers across town. It can only mean one thing, Paisley. Paisley is every bit as perfect as I always imagined. Linda has helped me keep up with everything happening in my daughter's life over the years, sending plenty of photos illustrating how much she's grown, but nothing compares to seeing her in the flesh. I can scarcely believe this is real. Only, Paisley doesn't look quite like she did in the last pictures I received. She's pale and thin. Her heart condition is clearly costing her dearly, sapping her strength and energy. My heart aches for my young daughter, and my pain deepens when Paisley gazes up at me with wide eyes, her plump lower lip quivering. I can't find my daddy. Kneeling down to her eye level, I graze my knuckles across her soft cheek. Don't worry, little one. We'll find your daddy. My daughter leans forward and wraps her tiny arms around my neck without hesitation, hugging me tightly. Thank you. My throat feels thick with emotion, and I have to fight to keep tears from my eyes as I return Paisley's embrace. Lifting the precious bundle off the ground and cuddling her close, I scan the street around us for signs of my ex-husband. Though I fully intend on returning my pup to Ethan, I can't allow him to see me. He can't know I'm alive, and while my custom perfume might hide my scent from everyone else and convince them I'm an alpha, I seriously doubt my former mate will be fooled. After all, he is a true alpha, the most powerful leader the Night Fang Pack has seen in generations. Striding away down the street, I fantasize about running away with my daughter this very moment. If I did, my young family could be reunited within the hour. My other pups don't even know that they have a sister, and I despise keeping them apart. Of course, if I took Paisley now, then she wouldn't be able to get her surgery. I might be able to afford the most cutting-edge medical care now that my fragrance empire is so successful, but there is only one surgeon in the world who can perform the procedure my daughter requires, and he is firmly in Ethan's pocket. "Where did you last see your daddy?" I ask, once Eve's atelier is out of sight. Paisley peeks shyly up at me. "In the car." "In the car?" I repeat curiously, watching the little girl closely. She's wearing exactly the same expression my other pups don when they've been making mischief. "And how did you get out of the car?" Offering me an impish grin, she explains, "I couldn't help it." "Couldn't help what?" I reply, arching my brow, fighting the urge to smile. "I was bored." Paisley bursts. "Daddy left me with Mr. Frank, and he never lets me have any fun." Recalling that Frank was Ethan's personal bodyguard, and now probably performs the same role for Paisley, I press. "So where is Mr. Frank now?" Another mischievous grin. "The car." "I see," I proclaim. If Paisley is anything like her brothers and sister, Frank is probably handcuffed to the steering wheel. "Am I to understand that you snuck away from your minder, young lady? Daddy said we were going to play in the park." Paisley answers with a pout. "I just want to explore while he finished working." I'm sure it was very boring waiting in the car. I frown, leveling her with my best stern mom look. As thrilled as I am to be holding my baby in my arms at long last, I can't help but think of what might have happened if I hadn't come along. But running off was very dangerous, my love. What if someone bad found you instead of me? "But you did find me," she argues, resting her soft cheek on my shoulder, as if the matter has been settled. "And I hope I always am here to find you," I murmur. But there are never any guarantees in life. You have to be safe. Despite my cautioning words, my daughter isn't listening. She's too busy snuggling in for a nap, as if she's as soothed by my presence as I am overjoyed by hers. Paisley sighs contentedly when she gets comfortable, her sweet breath ruffling my hair. "You smell nice." Pressing my lips to her temple, I breathe in her pure, fresh scent. "So do you?" I admit, hugging her a little closer. "I'm hungry," Paisley announces then, trying to speak through a wide yawn. Poor thing. I think she's had so much excitement. Getting lost when she's already unwell. "Then we'll have to find you some lunch," I decide, moving towards a small cafe off the side street. A huge stack of syrupy pancakes rallies Paisley's energy, and soon she's sitting across from me positively overflowing with excitement. And another time she shares, recalling stories from her young life. "Daddy and I went to the zoo, and I pet an octopus." "That's wonderful," I exclaim, chuckling at her mispronunciation. You must love your daddy a lot. I can't help but pry into her relationship with Ethan. I know I did the right thing leaving Paisley with him, but I can't rest until I know she's truly happy. "Lots and lots," she agrees, gulping down some juice before looking at me intently. After a moment, she cocks her head to the side in the exact same way Riley does, when she's thinking hard about something. "You look like my mommy." My heart stops in my chest. How does she know that? "I do?" I feign ignorance. Where is your mommy? I regret the question the moment the words leave my mouth. Paisley looks so sorrowful, I want to kick myself. I never met her. I'm about to apologize, both for my question and her loss, when an idea strikes the pup, and she looks up at me in excitement. Can you be my mommy? Daddy has lots of money. He'll give you as much as you want. Sweetheart, money can't buy everything. I laugh softly. Daddy told me he can buy me anything I want. Paisley's brow furrows. So can't he buy me a mommy? You can't buy people, Paisley. I explain with a sad smile. But I promise, you'll find a mommy one day. I promise. I repeat in my head. I'll come for you as soon as you're well. For now, I need to call Linda so she can take Paisley home. I doubt Ethan will remember my friend, and if I stay with my pup any longer, I'll never be able to let her go. Ethan. Paisley. Leaping forward and pulling my pup out of the strange woman's arms, I hug her close. Where have you been? I've been so worried. I'm sorry, Daddy, her little voice replies. I got lost. Thank you so much, I say to my daughter's rescuer, doing a double take when I catch sight of her familiar face. I'm sorry. Have we met? No, she answers gruffly, nodding towards Paisley. Is there a reward? Growling under my breath, I yank my wallet from my back pocket and extract some cash, wanting the coarse woman out of my sight as quickly as possible. When she's finally gone, I turn back to Paisley. Sweetheart, you've got to stop running away from Frank. It isn't safe for you to be in the city on your own. Daddy, I was perfectly safe, she answers, as if I'm being very silly indeed. I was with Mommy. Ethan, all the air in my lungs leaves in a great whoosh. What did you say? Paisley looks up at me with wide green eyes, the exact shade of her mother's. My daughter inherited my bronze skin and dark hair, but she's Jane's perfect miniature in every other way. Sometimes the resemblance is so great it actually hurts to look at her. Maybe that's why I imagined she said she was with her mommy. I was thinking about Jane, so I conjured the words in my head. Except when Paisley answers me, she repeats the same impossible phrase. I met Mommy today. She found me and bought me pancakes. She shrugs innocently, and then she gave me to Miss Linda to bring home. Linda, I think, the name ringing a bell in the back of my mind. Wasn't that the name of Jane's maid of honor at our wedding? When I don't answer, Paisley slides her hand into my pocket, retrieving my wallet. She flips the leather pouch open, pointing to the picture in the main photo slot. Jane's beautiful face smiles up at us from the glossy print, her lush silhouette bathed in a golden halo of sunlight. I didn't even realize Paisley knew the picture existed. I've kept all my surviving photos of Jane hidden since Paisley was a baby, terrified that if she saw them, I'd be forced to tell her about her mother's tragic fate. This is my mommy, isn't it? Paisley asks, pointing at the picture. Yes, Angel, I confirm softly. That's your mommy. But it isn't possible that you met her today. I broach carefully, knowing the moment has finally come where I have to tell my pup the terrible truth. But I did, Paisley insists. This is the lady I met. She was pretty and kind, and she smelled so nice. Like sunshine. Freezing in place, I stare down at my pup in shock. It's not possible, but if she's seen the photo, if she knows what Jane looks like, and then Linda abruptly burying my nose in Paisley's neck, I inhale deeply, trying to scent every last shifter who's touched her since we parted. I can smell Linda and Frank, but stronger than either of their aromas is one I do not recognize. At least, I don't recognize all of it. Another she-wolf was with my daughter today, and from the smell of it, she was quite affectionate with the pup. Moonflowers, jasmine, and there, lingering around the edges, sunshine. Jane always did smell like the bright afternoon sun to me. Is it possible her scent could have changed this much? Is it really possible she's alive? I never did see her body. Sweetheart, where did you meet her? My wolf is clawing at the surface of my skin, begging to be let out so that he might track down our chosen mate. Near Auntie Eve's store. She sniffs. She called me her love and carried me around so I didn't have to walk. And even though she said you couldn't buy her for me, I can tell she wanted to say yes. Choking back a laugh, I stare into Paisley's sweet little face. You offered to have me buy her? She said that wasn't allowed. Paisley pouts, but I don't know why. My pup looks up at me in confusion, begging me to help her understand. Daddy, why haven't I met her till now? I don't know how to explain this to her. The more Paisley has shared, the more convinced I've become that she's right. I can't explain the strange electrical current weaving through my body, insisting that Jane isn't dead after all. Still, that possibility lends more questions than answers. Besides, what if I'm wrong? After all, it's not like I'm impartial. I want Jane to be alive more than I want to breathe. Mommy and I got separated a few years ago. I finally answer, deciding this is the safest answer. Is Mommy playing hide-and-seek with you? Paisley asks, like how you and me play. I smile, cupping my pup's small head in my palm. Yes, little one. That's exactly right. This is one statement I have no problem agreeing with. If Jane is out there somewhere, she has absolutely been hiding from me. Are you going to find her? Paisley inquires, looking hopeful. You have my word, Paisley. I vow, if Mommy is out there, nothing in this world will stop me from finding her. Paisley and I start our search outside Eve's atelier. I'm still not certain the woman she met was Jane, but I can't risk assuming she's wrong. I would never forgive myself if Paisley's mother was out there, and I didn't do everything in my power to reunite our family. The same scent I caught on my pup flutters around the boutique's entrance, and when we step inside, it grows stronger still. Belatedly, I realize that if Jane was in Eve's shop, then my old friend would probably have seen her. Striding up to the counter, I greet the receptionist warmly. Good morning. Is Eve in her office? The she-wolf fawns and blushes, of course, Alpha. I'll let her know you're on your way up. Eve. When my receptionist informs me that Ethan is headed for my office, excitement washes over me. He's been paying more attention to me lately. So much so that I'm sure I'm finally winning him over. It's taken far too long for him to get over Jane, and this visit is surely a leap forward. He's actually taken time out of all his important business to come see me. Unfortunately, I smell the brat the moment the elevator dings outside my office, and then I hear her infuriating little voice as the Alpha approaches my door. Why in the goddess's name did he bring her? I've never understood why he likes the runt in the first place. She's weak and useless, like her mother. Still, I plaster a smile on my face when they enter, greeting them warmly. Ethan, I exclaim, kissing him on both cheeks. I was just about to call you. I'm going shopping to decide on our new signature perfume line this afternoon. You have to come with me. I'm sorry, Eve. I'm a bit busy at the moment. He brushes me off easily. I wanted to ask you about the clients you saw yesterday. Was there anyone who reminded you of Jane? Ice freezes in my veins. How does he know? I'm sure I would know. I lie. I've been so busy trying to launch the campaign that I've scarcely been in the shop. Stroking my hand down his chest, I try again. I could really use your opinion today, Ethan. I can't, Eve, Ethan says again. I have more important things on my mind. We're looking for my mommy. Paisley pipes up. I swear the pup is the bane of my existence. If Jane was going to die, she could at least have had the decency to take the brat with her. Your mommy? I repeat, incredulous. Who looks for someone they're Neve going to find? Rage flashes across the Alpha's face, and I realize my mistake. What did you just say? He snarls. I'm sorry, Ethan. I breathe, lowering my eyes submissively. Of course, when I drop my gaze, it lands squarely on the pup, who looks so smug I could vomit. Then and there, I realize I'll never win Ethan, so long as the brat is in the picture. One way or another, I'm going to have to get rid of her. And soon. Jane. She was so perfect. I moan, taking a sip of wine while Linda listens sympathetically. I wanted to run away with her then and there. It's a good thing you didn't, my friend advises. We're out on her front porch, enjoying a late afternoon cocktail and discussing the shocking events of the day. It was risky enough just spending time with her. If you took her, Ethan would hunt you to the ends of the earth. I'm going to have to figure out a way to take her eventually. She belongs with me, with her siblings. I insist, feeling positively overwhelmed after everything that's happened over the last few days. We'll figure it out, Linda assures me. For now, we should just be thankful he didn't figure out you're alive. What if he did? I ask anxiously. Honey, you have to trust the death certificate the coroner forged for us was enough. Linda reminds me. We covered our bases. You're safe. There's no such thing as safe when it comes to alphas. I remind her. That kind of power, it knows no limits. Besides, it's not only that. It's Paisley. She knew what I look like. She told me I look like her mommy. As much as hearing the precious creature say those words tugged at my heartstrings, I'm terrified of her repeating the sentiment to her father. How do we know she didn't tell Ethan what she suspected? As the mother of 3 young pups, I know better than anyone how children tend to parrot everything they hear. The last thing one should ever do is assume kids aren't listening or capable of understanding conversations, especially my children, who are much too smart for their own goods. If she told him about you, he would already be banging on our door. Linda replies, trying to comfort me. I'm sure he doesn't know. Instead of soothing me, her words evoke 1,000 terrible possibilities. The image of Ethan crashing into Linda's home in a fit of rage melds with my nightmarish memories, resurrecting ghosts of the life I left behind. That same fate would await me if Ethan ever found out I'm alive. I can't go back to being a slave, a tool for some power-hungry alpha to use and abuse like I mean nothing at all. Tears well in my eyes. He can't find out, Linda. He'll take my babies. He'll make me his property again. Jane, listen to me. My friend insists. You aren't the same woman you were back then. You are so much more than you ever were or wanted to be. Ethan only has power over you if you give it to him. Swiping tears from my cheeks, I nod in agreement. It's just in time. At that moment, my driver pulls up, delivering my pups from the daycare center I booked for our time in the city. The back door of the sleek SUV opens, and one by one, my pups are released from their car seats, running towards me with open arms. Hello, my babies, I cry, hugging Ryder, Parker, and Riley as close as possible and showering them with kisses. Oh, I missed you so much. How was your day? As predicted, my young pups pick up on my distress immediately, each child trying their best to soothe my overwrought nerves. Parker climbs into my lap and begins singing a silly song he made up with his teacher today, spouting lyrics about a frog on a log in a bog who went for a jog, but got lost in the smog and then met a hog who was completely agog. Meanwhile, Riley spins around on the porch, performing effortless pirouettes, and leaps to her brother's tune. Mommy, look at me. Clearly her ballet classes are paying off, though I imagine her dance instructor wouldn't approve of the ribbits and oinks she's incorporating into the otherwise graceful routine. My other son, Ryder, is busy conducting them both, standing in the middle of the porch steps and waving his hands like a composer. Every now and then he calls out an instruction to his siblings, encouraging them to give their best performance. If they were anyone else's children, I would assume they planned this, but my pups are so precocious. I have no doubt they're improvising. Before long, Linda and I have collapsed in a puddle of laughter, the pups climbing on top of us in a giggling dog pile. I squeezed them tightly, silently thanking the goddess for bringing them into my life. In these moments, I can almost forget my young family is incomplete. Ryder, Parker, and Riley give me more joy than I ever dreamed was possible. They're the greatest gift I've ever received, and if it weren't for Paisley's absence, I'd have everything my heart desired. Of course, today was a stark reminder that one piece of my heart is still missing, and I'm more determined than ever to get it back. Ethan, the glass cases lining the bakery window overflow with delectable pastries, each one making my mouth water. A cursive gold D has been painted onto the triangles of chocolates, sticking out of every dessert, the trademark flourish of Café Dulce. Jane and I used to come here every weekend, ordering strong coffees and incredible sweets. I still come whenever I can, but I never bring anyone with me, not even Paisley. In my mind, this is Jane's special place, and I can't bear the idea of bringing anyone else here. It's almost as if I think making new memories here might erase those of her, as silly as that is. As I look past the display case to the inside counter, I'm certain I see my beautiful mate. She's tiny and slender, with long blonde hair cascading down her back. Surging toward the glass doors, I charge inside just as she slips out the back, evading me so perfectly. I'm almost impressed. Almost because I'd much rather have her in my arms than chase her to the ends of the earth. I can't deny how strongly the she-wolf resembled Jane. And there, it's the same scent Paisley was covered with when she came home yesterday. Maybe my daughter was right after all. Maybe her mother has been out there all this time, staying hidden from view, but watching over us every step of the way. The question remains as to why. Why would she hide this way? Why would she fake her death? And most baffling of all, how could she leave Paisley? Running out the back door, I search the street for signs of the blonde woman, but she's already gone. I try to follow her scent, but it disappears at the end of the street. She must have gotten in a car. Turning back to the cafe, I march up to the counter and demand to speak with the manager. A portly wolf appears a moment later. Alpha, what can I help you with today? I want to see your surveillance footage from the last few days, I demand, turning to the waitress who served the mysterious blonde, and I need you to tell me about the woman who was just in here. While we wait for the security footage to load, the waitress recounts her transaction with Jane's lookalike. She was beautiful and very friendly. I wish all customers were like her. She gushes. She bought a box of cookies and asked if she could use the service exit, because she parked in the side street. The young woman glances back and forth between her manager and me, uncertainty painting her features. Was that wrong? No, you didn't do anything wrong, I assure her, trying to keep my voice gentle even though her decision has actually inconvenienced me greatly. If only she'd said no. The blonde would have been forced to walk out the front, right past me. Have you ever seen her before? Unfortunately, the waitress is too young to have been working here when Jane and I were married, but maybe she's seen her on other occasions. I'm sorry, no, she replies. I think she was from out of town. Why do you say that? I question sharply. Well, she said she loves our pastries, but she never gets to eat them anymore because she moved away, the waitress explains. Can you tell me anything else about her? I implore, keeping my fingers crossed that she'll remember some small clue to the woman's identity. Well, I can tell you she has money, she answers. Her clothes were designer, and the perfume she was wearing costs thousands of dollars. I leap at the detail. What was the perfume brand? La Louve. The young woman flushes. I've been saving up for a bottle for months. I think it was the signature line. Thank you. I breathe, turning my attention to the security tape. We all watch with bated breath, but the grainy footage doesn't reveal any helpful hints. In addition to the oversized sunglasses obscuring the woman's features, she kept her face averted from the cameras the entire time she was in the store. It's almost like she did it on purpose. Sighing in disappointment, I return home without ordering anything for myself. The mysterious woman stole my appetite completely, and now my only thought is of my one-time bride. When I get back to my penthouse, I head straight for my closet, reaching up to the high shelves above the clothing racks and extracting a worn shoebox. Opening it, I sort through a stack of well-loved photos until I land on a landscape shot of our wedding party. There, standing beside Jane in a bridesmaid's gown, is the woman who brought Paisley home after she ran away from Frank, Linda. Linda. When I hear a knock on my office door, the last person I expect to find waiting on the other side is the Alpha. Nonetheless, there Ethan stands, a neutral expression on his handsome face. Blinking in surprise, I choke. Alpha. To what do I owe the honor? Hello, Linda. He greets me coolly. I came to thank you for bringing Paisley home safely. Oh, of course. I smile, trying to hide my unease. That can't be the only reason he's here. I'm only thankful he chose to come to my work instead of my home. The entire house smells like Jane and the pups at this point. I also have to ask, the Alpha continues shrewdly, why did you say we'd never met? Shrugging uncomfortably, I say, you clearly didn't remember me. I didn't want to make things awkward. I'm sorry I didn't remember you. Ethan frowns. I should have you were Jane's best friend after all. That's okay. I flush, desperate for the imposing wolf to stop looking at me like I'm a puzzle he's determined to solve. You've done well for yourself. He compliments, gesturing around at my law firm. Though I wonder why did a high-priced lawyer need a reward for returning a lost child? It's not like you're hard up for money. Because you were looking at me much too closely and I wanted you to stop. I think dryly. You know what they say about lawyers. I quip, chuckling softly. We're a greedy bunch. Ethan nods, nonchalantly scanning the titles on my bookshelf. And the woman who actually found Paisley? I freeze. Oh no, oh no, oh no. What do you mean? The Alpha's eyes narrow, pinning me in place. Paisley told me another woman found her near Eve's shop, but she asked you to bring her home instead. Oh, I offer him a wide smile, an inspired thought striking me just in time. You mean Isabel? You remember Isabel? She was one of Jane's bridesmaids. I remind him, describing another one of our friends. Like Jane, Isabel is a small blonde who moved away for work a few years ago. She's in town on business and had to get to a meeting, so she asked me to bring Paisley home instead. I see. Ethan nods, looking unconvinced. It must be hard for you to think about Jane. He looks so sad when he says her name, triggering a deep pang in my chest. Not at all. Jane is damn it. I catch myself just in time. I came this close to saying Jane is doing well. Instead, I dab at my eyes, pretending to be caught up in emotion. She wasn't the type of person who would want her friends to go on mourning her forever. I know she'd want me to be happy, so I focus on the good memories, not the bad. Ethan looks disappointed, and sweet relief washes over me. I usher him out of my office before I can slip up again, returning to my work and trying to figure out how on earth I'm going to tell my friend about my near slip-up. Jane. I know something is wrong the moment Linda walks in the door. Her expression is tense and her shoulders rigid. She looks as if she's had a terrible day. Hey, are you okay? I ask, setting down the knife I'm currently using to chop vegetables. Did something happen on your case? No, Linda sighs, striding into the kitchen and heading straight for the uncorked bottle of wine on the counter. The case is fine. Then what's wrong? I press, genuine concern lacing my voice. Ethan came to see me today, she murmurs, so quietly I can scarcely hear her. What? I exclaim, my pulse beginning to race. It's okay. She raises a placating hand, at least, I think it is. He asked me why I pretended not to know him and wanted to know about the woman who found Paisley, but I lied and said it was Isabel. I think he believed me, You think? I repeat, fear holding me completely hostage. I admit I'm not certain, but he seemed convinced and he left without any argument. My friend assures me. But Jane. What? I prompt, trying to remember how to breathe. My wolf is in a frenzy, positively trembling with fear. He seemed different. Linda shares, he looked like he was really suffering, like he was desperate for you to be alive. It truly seemed like he cared about you. I think maybe he's changed. Where fear consumed me moments before, now anger floods my senses. Linda and I never fight, but I can't believe her audacity. She knows better than anyone what Ethan put me through. And now it seems like she's forgetting it, simply because he put on a good show as the grieving widower. Linda, if he's sad I'm gone, it's for one reason, and one reason only. I snap, because he misses having a personal sex toy. He misses having a mindless omega whose body he can control, who can't deny him even if they wanted to. I open my mouth to continue, but Linda holds up a staying hand. Please hear me out, Jane. If not for you, then for the other pups. She beseeches, sounding truly distressed. You haven't been here. You haven't seen him with Paisley. He's such a good father. So what? I demand, hotly. So, Linda replies, dragging out the word pointedly, children need a father. The boys need a male role model, and Riley needs a man in her life to help her build healthy expectations for a mate. Linda, I growl, I've been both mother and father to my pups this far, and I've done a damn good job. I don't care if you don't think I'm enough for them, because I know I am. That isn't what I meant, Linda insists. I know what a good job you've done, and I know you'll provide those kids with everything they need in life. I just think that if there's a chance for you to be a family again, it's worth trying. We already are a family. I remind her coldly. I know. I just can't bear to see you suffer, she confesses. You two were so in love when you got married. I want you to be happy again, Jane. I appreciate that. I sigh. I know you want the best for me, Linda. But please trust me. I only thought we were in love. Ethan showed his true colors long ago, and there isn't any chance that I might find happiness with him again. When it comes to alphas and omegas, there is only pain 3RD person. Ethan, please, you can't let them do this, Eve begged, her whiny voice grating at Ethan's nerves. I didn't know about the toxins. The alpha had to fight the impulse to roll his eyes. The very last thing he wanted to be doing at this moment is babysitting Eve. He had plenty of sympathy for her when everything went wrong with Jane. But over the years, she'd only gotten more entitled and less trustworthy, so much so that he'd begun to doubt what truly happened all those years ago. Besides, Ethan had much more important things on his mind. Despite Linda's best efforts, he was certain she wasn't being completely honest with him. Her anemic explanations for her strange behavior when she brought Paisley home were far from convincing, and she was much too nervous when he brought up Jane. The she-wolf was on edge throughout the rest of their conversation and practically shoved him out the door at the earliest opportunity. However, instead of investigating these events further, Ethan was stuck in Eve's atelier listening to her complain about accidentally poisoning dozens of women with her fraudulent perfume. It's not just about the aconite, Eve, he rumbled sternly. It was fraud whether you knew it would harm your customers or not. As far as I'm concerned, the board is right to be considering your removal. After the boutique's receptionist learned of the counterfeit products and had them removed from the shop, she immediately called the business's governing board. Within hours, the body held an emergency meeting with its most prominent shareholders, with most members advocating to replace Eve as CEO. Ethan would have been in attendance himself if Paisley hadn't gone missing. And now Eve was under the mistaken impression that his presence might have saved her. That isn't fair, Eve whimpered. I only did it to help the shop make more money. La Louve is so unbelievably expensive. I thought that if we could come up with a cheaper substitute, we could increase our profit margins. Whose profit margins? He demanded, based on the 2 sets of books you've been keeping. You didn't plan on including the shareholders on the returns of your deceitful little investment. Ethan, no. You can't believe I would do such a thing, she cried. Wait a minute, Ethan interrupted, replaying her previous words in his head. Did you say La Louve? Eve sniffed. What does that have to do with anything? Just answer the question, Eve, the Alpha commanded. Yes, she squeaked. The perfume line is owned by La Louve. It was all too much of a coincidence. That was the fragrance brand the woman in the bakery was wearing, the same scent that was in the atelier where Paisley insisted she saw Jane. Ethan was so caught up thinking about the connection, he almost didn't realize Eve was talking again. You know how much this company means to me. I would never. You're the one who gave me the startup loan. She moaned. I love you so much, I would never dishonor you that way. Actions speak louder than words, he remarked harshly. And right now, yours seem to be saying quite the opposite. Make no mistake, there will be a full investigation into this matter. And if the board decides to appoint a new CEO, I won't do a damn thing to stop them. Turning away from the mewling woman, Ethan left her with one final piece of advice. You made this mess, Eve. Now you clean it up? How could he speak to me that way? Eve thought once the Alpha departed. How could he be so cruel? Doesn't he know I'd do anything to be with him? She knew she'd lost too much money over the last few years. That's why she came up with the perfume plan in the first place. It's true that she pocketed most of the profits, but sales had been up ever since they brought the luxury brand into the store. So what if she skimmed a little off the top? Eve had to do something. She had to find a way to convince the board to keep her in place as CEO. A niggling thought rose in the back of her mind. Pulling out her phone, Eve dialed Elise Carrington. She still wasn't convinced the woman was not Jane, but she did offer to let Eve sell her genuine products in the store. Eve needed a win right now, and as much as she hated the idea, a lucrative deal with La Louve was the best option she had. Are you happy, baby girl? Ethan asks, grinning down at Paisley. Yes, Daddy. Paisley giggles. Thank you so much for bringing me. Paisley has been asking Ethan to take her to the mall for ages. Her favorite cartoon series just released a full-length movie, and she has been dreaming about seeing it for months. They're just about to walk into the theater when something catches Paisley's eye. Across the courtyard, she sees a girl in a pretty pink dress, and when she turns towards Paisley, they are feeling like looking in the mirror. They have the same dark hair and green eyes. They even have the same freckle at the corner of the mouth. Daddy, look, Paisley begs, tugging on his sleeve. That girl looks just like me. Following the direction of Paisley's pointing finger, I scan the crowded courtyard for my daughter's look-alike. Despite my best efforts, I don't see anyone fitting her description. I believe Paisley saw a child who resembled her, but it seems like she's gone now. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I don't see her. Paisley drags her expectant gaze from my face, looking back across the mall. Her little face scrunches up in disappointment when she too fails to find the child in question. Daddy, I swear, she looked exactly like me. Maybe she's my sister. Chuckling warmly, I tug my pup towards the theater entrance. I know you want a sister, my love, but your mommy only gave birth to you. No, Daddy, that was my sister. She insists stubbornly. I decided. This is not the first time my daughter has invented an imaginary sibling or invisible friend to play with. After all, don't all children at this age? I know it's no use arguing, and I don't want to stifle her creativity. Instead, I shake my head in amusement and agree, all right, little one. Sister or not, it's time for the movie. From her expression, Paisley suspects I'm merely humoring her, but she doesn't argue. She's too excited to see this film. For the next 2 hours, my sweet pup delights at the antics of the characters on the sprawling silver screen, and I sit back and enjoy the sound of her laughter. With her medical troubles, I have to relish every moment of joy we can find, especially the simple joys like this one. Afterwards, we take the elevator up to the top floor of the shopping center, entering our favorite restaurant, which offers a 360-degree view of my beautiful city. Stuffing our faces full of rich Italian food, we gaze out the floor-to-ceiling windows as night falls over Nightfang Valley, just as thousands of electric lights spark to life below us, illuminating the darkened city. Paisley begins to dance in her seat. "Daddy, I have to go potty." "All right, Angel." I stand and guide her to the restroom. I always hate navigating public facilities like this. If Jane was here, she could take our pup inside the ladies' room and help her through the process. Unfortunately, I can do no such thing. I know it's not a big deal, but I don't like taking my eyes off Paisley in public places, especially not when she's so prone to exploring. A number of attractive young women in line offer to help Paisley, but my little girl has a prideful streak. "Daddy, I'm not a baby anymore. I can use the potty myself." "Okay, Munchkin. I'll wait right here," I vow, raising my palms in defeat. While Paisley disappears inside, I try to avoid the interested gazes of the she-wolves still waiting in line. But I can feel their eyes on me nonetheless. This is the downside of being alpha. I can't go anywhere without being recognized. And the tabloids keep my private life plastered across the front page. These women not only know who I am, but my average net worth, my complete romantic history, and every sordid detail in between. I'm nothing short of relieved when Paisley finally emerges, though she starts to walk off in the opposite direction. "Paisley, Daddy's over here." I call to her. She doesn't respond. Stepping forward, I catch her easily, scooping her up and belatedly wondering if she somehow managed to change clothes in the restroom. I'm almost certain she wasn't wearing a pink dress earlier. To my surprise, Paisley begins to writhe and fight my hold. "Stranger danger," she calls. "Let me go." "Paisley, what's gotten into you?" I ask in exasperation, tightening my grip on the squirming bundle so that she does not topple out of my arms. I don't know what game she's playing, but I don't care for it. She's struggling so fiercely. I'm genuinely worried I'll drop her. "I'm not Paisley." She narrows her green eyes to slits. "I'm Riley, and I don't like you." "Let me go," she repeats, pummeling my muscular chest with her little fists. "Daddy, what are you doing?" A small voice sounds in the vicinity of my hip, and I look down to find Paisley staring up at me in confusion. My gaze ping-pongs between the identical children, the only dissimilarity between them being their clothes. "What? How is this possible?" Scenting the pup in my arms, I realize she truly isn't Paisley. She smells similar, but Paisley's fragrance is slightly sweeter and more delicate. More importantly, this pup smells like Paisley did when Linda brought her home the other day, like the blonde woman I've been tracking. The girl who called herself Riley is staring down at Paisley in shock, and my daughter begins bouncing up and down in excitement. "Daddy, you found her!" "You found my sister." Before any one of us can say another word, a beautiful she-wolf in oversized sunglasses sweeps through the crowd and plucks Riley out of my hands. Stunning me so completely, I freeze in place. She's already moving away when Paisley calls after her, "Mommy?" She swings her attention to me. "Daddy, that's her." "That's Mommy." Her words jolt me into action, and I push through the gathered shifters to follow the retreating mother and pup. The blonde slipped away so quickly that I waste valuable time trying to find her, relying on my vision rather than my other senses. By the time I knock enough sense into my head to track her scent, it's too late. I catch one last glimpse of the woman as she stands calmly in the elevator, waiting for the doors to close. I've barely stepped forward when the silver panels slide shut, obscuring her from view. What the hell just happened, Jane? Oh my goddess. Oh my goddess. Oh my goddess. I've never hyperventilated in my entire life, but I certainly am now. I can't breathe. I can't believe that just happened. Seeing Ethan in the flesh was a shock for which I was not prepared. He looks exactly like he did the last time I saw him. Powerful, dangerous, and so handsome I could swoon. Over the years, I've told myself that Ethan no longer holds any power over me. I was sure I'd become immune to him, that I've gotten so strong and changed so much, that I would never be at risk of falling victim to the alpha again. But if this moment is any indication, I'm in as much danger as I ever was. Mommy, are you okay? Riley asks. Why are we leaving? Who was that? What about Ryder and Parker and Auntie Linda? They'll meet us at home, I explained swiftly. I thought you and I could have some girl time together, just us. Riley frowns. But Mommy, who was that? No one, my love. I lie, pulling out my phone to text Linda. It's a blessing she came to dinner with us. If I'd been alone with the kids, I would never have made it out in time to evade Ethan. I'll have my friend bring the boys home separately, and pray Ethan tries to follow my trail, rather than sticking around to realize there are even more secrets to be found in the restaurant. Though I'm relieved we got away, my heart aches knowing how poor Paisley must be feeling. Her little voice echoes in my head, crying out for me and her sister. I wish I could go back and sweep her away this instant, but I know it's impossible. I have to be patient. I have to wait until the time is right. I'm sure it was our daddy, Riley insists, relating the strange events in the restaurant to her brothers. The little girl who looked like me said I was her sister, and the man looked just like you, only ground up. But how do we find him? Parker questions, working the problem over in his mind. We could ask Auntie Linda, Ryder suggests. I bet she knows. Mommy won't like it, Riley cautions. She didn't want to tell me about Daddy at all. Mommy doesn't have to know, Ryder decides. She's just scared. Ryder's right. Parker agrees. She never wants to tell us about Daddy. This stays between us. But won't Auntie Linda just refuse? Riley asks. Not if we trick her, Parker reasons, a mischievous glint in his eye. A few hours later, the pups were safely ensconced in the back seat of Linda's car, while Jane was at work, and one by one, they put their plan into motion. Auntie Linda, did you know our daddy? Ryder asks slyly. I did, she confirms, not sharing anything more. What was he like? Parker presses. Well, he was an alpha, Linda shares. He was very strong and smart, just like all of you. But who is he? Riley inquires. Why aren't he and Mommy married? I think these are questions you should ask your mommy. Linda sighs. But Mommy's not here, Ryder complains. Please tell us, Parker requests, giving the she-wolf his best puppy dog eyes. Well, Linda hedges, your mommy and daddy aren't married because sometimes grown-up relationships are complicated. You can love someone and not be good for each other, does that make sense? No. The children chime in unison. One day you'll understand, Linda promises. I know it's hard right now, but you'll see. Your mommy did what she thought was best for you. And our daddy? Parker questions. Your daddy is a good man. He wants what's best for you, and being with your mommy is what's best. Linda reasons. The pups exchange looks. This sounds like the usual things grown-ups say, but they aren't convinced. All of their friends have both mommies and daddies at home, and they've never understood why they're different. They want to be a real family, and they won't accept anything less. Do you know our daddy's name? Riley asks. I do, Linda admits hesitantly. Will you tell us? Ryder begs. All right, but just his first name. Linda agrees. After all, the pups are only 4. How much could they possibly learn with so little information? Your daddy's name is Ethan, Jane. We have to leave, Linda. I moan, burying my face in my hands. We're seated at my friend's kitchen table, chatting at the end of the long day. We've had too many close calls, and the longer I'm here, the more precarious our situation becomes. Goddess, I've already met Paisley twice, and the second time I was forced to be unconscionably cruel to protect my identity. What kind of woman does that? What kind of mother harms her child to protect herself? I'm so ashamed of my actions. I wish I could sink into the ground and disappear. If Ethan finds out about Riley, Parker, and Ryder, he'll take them away from me. I know it. I lament, despite the fact that Linda hasn't argued. The mere thought of losing my babies makes my insides twist into knots. Are you sure? Linda asks. I can't see Ethan doing something like that. As much as I love Linda, I can't stand it when she defends Ethan. I don't understand why she does it. She knows how bad things were before I left. Before we were married, I couldn't see Ethan enslaving me either. I argue, and just look at how that turned out. Okay, Linda agrees. You're right. He had his chance in the past, and he blew it. She eyes me curiously. But what about the deal with Eve? I don't have to be here in person to fulfill the deal. I counter. I can get her to carry my line without personally overseeing the launch. Why are you even working with her? Linda asks for the 5th time. Because she's so desperate to get a win that she's willing to pay double. And besides, this way, I can keep an eye on her. I'll get the contract signed, and then the kids and I will return home. I can't stay here any longer, no matter how badly I want to. Originally, I'd planned on staying in the Nightfang territory for a few months. I wanted to be nearby through the final stages of Paisley's treatment, and I never imagined things would get so complicated, especially not this quickly. That's probably safest. Linda agrees, looking disappointed. The pups were asking about Ethan today. Fear paralyzes me. What did you tell them? Nothing they could use to find him, she promises. I simply explained that adult relationships are complicated, and the best place for them is with you. That's all? I ask nervously. Linda doesn't know my children as well as I do. She doesn't realize how clever they can be with only tiny pieces of information. Most 4-year-olds are still grappling with learning shapes, but my little ones are already reading full-length books and learning to play instruments. That's all. Linda confirms. They couldn't find him even if they wanted to. Google Alpha Ethan, Parker instructs, leaning over Ryder as he sits in front of Linda's desktop computer. And Nightfang, Riley adds sensibly. I saw him here, so this is probably his pack. Ryder, who the other pups always consider the youngest because he was born 10 minutes after Riley and 30 minutes after Parker, dutifully follows his siblings' instructions, slowly pushing down keys and watching the corresponding letters appear on the glowing screen. When the phrase is complete, he excitedly hammers the enter button, and all 3 children wait for the results to populate with bated breath. Within moments, images of the same man Riley met in the restaurant fill the page, and the boys murmur in unison. He looks just like us. That's him, and look, Riley exclaims, pointing at a photo a little further down in the results. That must be our sister. Clicking on the link next to the image, their tiny faces light up with glee when they read the imposing Alpha's biography. Ethan Blackwell, age 30, became the youngest Alpha in Nightfang history after challenging his corrupt and tyrannical uncle for control of the pack when he was just 19 years old. Known for his intelligence, extraordinary strength, and integrity, Blackwell's life has not been without tragedy. 4 years ago, the Alpha's chosen mate, Jane Blackwell, died in childbirth. Devastated by the loss, Ethan's young daughter Paisley provided the only silver lining in this tragedy. He has described her on more than one occasion as the greatest gift he's ever been given, The pups reel back from the screen in surprise. Why does it say Mommy died? Ryder wonders aloud. They must only think she died. Parker assesses. After all, that is Mommy's name. How are we going to ask her about it? Ryder replies. Leave that to me, Riley instructs, with a devious grin. A little while later, as the young family is walking down the street, Jane stops at a coffee cart and Riley skips over to the newsstand. This is exactly what she hoped would happen. She's always loved looking at all the glossy magazine covers while Mommy waits for her coffee. And she knows how often the alpha in their own territory appears on the front page. Chirping in excitement, her small hand snatches a thick publication from the waiting stack. Mommy, look! It's the man from the restaurant. Jane, this isn't happening. Riley is grinning up at me and waving a magazine with Ethan's handsome face plastered across the cover. And all I can do is stare down at her in horror. Mom, the coffee vendor prods my elbow, trying to catch my attention. Mom, your latte? Closing my gaping mouth, I blindly extend my hand towards the man, and he presses the warm cardboard cup into my palm. I can't explain it, but tears are burning in my eyes. We should have never come here. This is all too much. My wolf is whining in my head, as if the mere sight of my former mate is too much to bear. When I saw him in the restaurant, I'd been so focused on retrieving Riley and getting out of there unseen that I didn't let myself truly process seeing Ethan again after so long. It's almost like my body went into survival mode. Now that I'm staring at his picture, held aloft in my daughter's tiny hands, it's all coming back to me. He'd looked every bit as handsome and dashing as I remember. And the worst part is that he was holding one of my babies. A sight I've secretly dreamed about more often than I'd like to admit. Mommy? Riley asks again, tilting her head to the side. It's just a question. I think in frustration, stop being silly and answer her. It does look sort of like him, I agree, taking the magazine from my pup and replacing it on the rack. I hate lying to them, but in my heart I know it's the right thing to do. I'm protecting them. Mommy, what's wrong? Parker pipes up on my other side. You look sad. How could I be sad? I reply, I'm with you. But Mommy, you look really pale. Ryder frowns, exchanging an uneasy glance with his siblings. I suppose I'm a little tired and it's awfully cold out. I improvise, shivering in the chilly autumn air. I'll tell you what. Instead of the park, why don't we go back to Linda's and curl up in front of a nice big fire with some hot chocolate? The pups are still looking back and forth between each other, as if they're unsure how to read my strange behavior. I know they're not convinced by my weak cover story, but I can also see they don't want to upset me. Okay, Mommy, but maybe you should take a nap, Riley suggests, reaching up to hold my hand. That's a good idea, I answer warmly, squeezing her paw. When we get home, the children bend over backwards to make me feel better, dumping half a bag of marshmallows into my cocoa and telling jokes until I'm smiling so wide my cheeks hurt. Once we're settled in front of a roaring fire, the kids pile on top of me and take turns reading aloud from their favorite books. I truly hadn't planned on taking a nap. After all, my excuse about being tired was just a lie. Even so, my eyes grow heavy as my pups' beloved voices weave stories of far-off places, and before I know it, I'm asleep. After Jane dozed off, Parker, Riley, and Ryder tiptoed away into their temporary room. That was bad. Parker sighed. Mommy was really sad. I think she must miss Daddy and our sister lots, Riley suggested. But then why did she run from them at the restaurant? Parker questioned. Something must have happened to split them up. Ryder reasoned. After all, the internet said she died. We have to help her find him again. Riley insists. I want Mommy to be happy. We should all be together, Parker added, thinking of the father and sister they never knew existed. We'll think of something. Ryder announced. "We'll make it better." "We have to." Meanwhile, across town, Paisley struggles with a dilemma of her own. While Ethan was at work, Eve arrived at the penthouse to help Paisley get ready to go out that evening. They were celebrating her grandmother's birthday, and as much as Paisley adored Ethan's mother, she felt very differently about Eve. The she-wolf clearly liked her daddy a lot, but she never hid her hatred for his pup. Even now, when she promised to care for the child as if she was her own, she simply tormented her. After dismissing the babysitter, Eve promptly locked Paisley in the bathroom so that she wouldn't have to see her ugly little face. Knowing she had at least an hour until Ethan would arrive home, the cruel woman strutted away into the luxury apartment and helped herself to a bottle of wine. At first, Paisley simply slumped down on the floor and waited, but the more time that passed, the angrier she grew. It wasn't fair, and she hadn't done anything to deserve a punishment. Why was Auntie Eve being so mean? After a while, her thoughts turned from sulking to revenge. A light bulb soon clicked on in her mind, and Paisley jumped to her feet with a grin. Pounding on the door and begging to be let out didn't work, so Paisley started to scream and cry instead. Not wanting anyone to hear the infuriating brat, and certainly needing the pup to be calm by the time her father got home, Eve stormed to the bathroom just as Paisley hoped she would. Listening to the she-wolf's footsteps approach, the clever pup scampered over to the bathtub and turned on the taps, snatching up the handheld showerhead. Just as Eve stormed in, Paisley aimed the showerhead at the door and giggled gleefully as water splashed all over the glamorous woman's designer dress. Eve screamed bloody murder, soaked head to toe and turning as red as a tomato. A stream of obscenities flew from her mouth. "You've ruined my clothes," she shrieked. "I'll kill you, you hateful little brat." She tried to lunge forward, but was blinded by a fresh stream of water. Dropping the faucet, Paisley skirted around Eve while she wiped her eyes and ran out of the bathroom. She was still laughing when Ethan walked in a little while later, her mirth peaking when he asked Eve why she was all wet. The she-wolf tried to get Paisley in trouble, saying the pup played a terrible trick on her, but the alpha didn't take the bait. Unfortunately, Paisley's good humor didn't last long. At dinner, her grandmother gushed on and on about how wonderful Eve was, retelling the story about how the brave she-wolf almost died, saving her from rogues. Then, to the young pup's horror, she asked when Ethan was finally going to marry Eve. "All right, you two." The elegant woman grinned. "When's the wedding?" Reaching over to pat Paisley's cheek, she added, "I want more grandpups while I'm still young enough to enjoy them." Paisley looked back and forth between Ethan and Eve, certain she must be hearing things her daddy couldn't marry the horrible woman. Especially not now that she knew her real mommy was out there waiting for her. When Eve only offered her a conniving smirk and Ethan shot his mother an annoyed look for spoiling the news, Paisley burst into tears. Sobbing and climbing into Ethan's lap, she begged him not to marry Eve. "Please don't, Daddy. I don't want her to be my mommy. Eve, I swear I really will kill that brat." As soon as Paisley started wailing, Ethan gathered her up and walked out, giving in to the spoiled pup's tantrum. It seems like no matter what the child does, it's never enough to make him see what a terror she is. He caves every time she so much as pouts, and trying to make him see the truth only makes him angry. "I'm sorry, dear." Ethan's mother, Catherine, sighs. "I tried." "I know," I say, plastering a fake smile on my face. "Thank you. I do appreciate your help." "Just give him time," Catherine advises. "Paisley will get used to the idea eventually." "It's hard with pups this age." "I understand." I lie, though I do think he could be more strict with her. He lets her walk all over him. I instantly know the words were a mistake. Catherine's features harden, and she primly dabs at the corner of her mouth with her napkin. Paisley isn't just any child. She's had to struggle to survive from the moment she was born. She's growing up with only one parent, and she's the only thing he has left of Jane. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Catherine hated Jane. I made sure of it. As if she can read my thoughts, Catherine continues. You know as well as anyone that I didn't care for my daughter-in-law. But Ethan took it very hard when she died. I don't know any parent that wouldn't go easy on their pup under such circumstances. Her eyes soften then, and a soft smile crosses her features. You'll understand one day, when you have pups of your own. I would rather cut off my own arm. I think snidely, unable to imagine anything more unpleasant. Despite my annoyance, Catherine's words do make one thing abundantly clear. I will never get what I want, so long as the brat is alive. The only hope I have is to get rid of her for good. A plan begins to form in my mind, while Catherine and I continue to chat. I've clearly been too passive thus far. I should have killed Paisley a long time ago. But it's no use dwelling on things I cannot change. I'll make up for my past mistakes in no time flat. You can count on it. Jane, as I walk into Eve's atelier, I try to remember how to breathe. By this time tomorrow, the kids and I will be on a plane home. I just have to get the contract signed, and then everything can go back to normal. No more close encounters with my ex-husband. No more painful ordeals with Paisley. The next time I see her, it will be to bring her home for good, and Ethan won't be able to do a damn thing to stop me. Striding through the glass doors of the boutique, I finally managed to take in some precious gasps of oxygen. Shaking off my nerves and adopting the confident persona of my alter ego, I stride up to the receptionist, who falls all over herself to assist me. Apparently saving her life won me some favor with the woman, given how rudely she behaved the last time I visited. She leads me straight up to the offices above the shop, asking me if I'd like any refreshments 3 times and only ceasing when I promise I'm fine. Pulling off my sunglasses, I gaze around the sleek offices with begrudging respect. As distasteful as I find Eve's shop, she certainly did better with the upstairs decor. I'm still taking in my surroundings when the young she-wolf leads me into the empty conference room. Eve will be right with you, Ens Carrington. I've barely turned away from the door when an all too familiar scent reaches my nose, one that does not belong to Eve. I whip around to find Ethan walking into the small space, a lethal expression on his rugged face. Elise Carrington, I presume? His deep voice sends shivers down my spine, and all of my earlier bravado slips away. Retreat, I think desperately. How could I have been so stupid? How could I let myself have anything to do with a business Ethan helped fund? How could I stay here after running into him? It's like I was asking to get caught. Marching forward, I make a beeline around the huge alpha, tensing up, as I pass him, certain he'll reach out and grab me at any moment. Yet he doesn't. He watches me with a cocky smirk, letting me slip back out of the door, but never taking his eyes off of me. Leaving so soon? Ethan's magnetic power tugs at my limbs, pulling me to a stop, even though I want nothing more than to run as far away as I possibly can. I turn back only long enough to shoot the infuriating man a glare. This meeting is over. If that's your attitude, I'm amazed you've stayed in business so long, he counters coolly. This is no way to treat your partners. The only partner I have here is Eve, I reply stiffly. My appointment and my business is with her. No, little wolf, your business is with me. Ethan corrects me sternly. I'm the primary shareholder in the boutique, not Eve. Then, I suppose you're the one I should hold accountable for producing and selling toxic counterfeits of my perfumes, I challenge, not sure where this sudden strength is coming from. In the past, I would have collapsed under the alpha's scrutiny. But right now, I feel nothing but outrage over being tricked this way. That's quite a serious offense in this jurisdiction. Ethan's dark eyes flash, and he prowls forward until he's towering over me. Is that a threat? Of course not, I answer silkily, hating myself for submissively lowering my gaze. but proud I'm able to maintain my cool tone. I would never dream of threatening an alpha. I'm merely stating an inconvenient truth. Someone has to be held responsible, and I need to know if that person isn't Eve. Funny, he growls ominously. You didn't seem so concerned about accountability when you brokered this contract with us. This contract is in reparation for the offense, I argue, or it was. I don't appreciate being deceived. Oh no? Ethan's wolf is close to the surface now, glowing through his eyes. You prefer to be the one telling the lies and playing the tricks. Is that it? I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. I lie smoothly, arching my brow. Don't you? He rumbles, raking his hungry gaze up and down my body. My wolf is going crazy, unable to resist the call of his own. My alpha perfume might disguise my scent, but it doesn't do a damn thing to protect me from my omega instincts. Get a hold of yourself, I order her fiercely, receiving a whine in reply. When Ethan looks at me this way, it leaves no doubt in my mind he recognizes me. Yet he hasn't called me out. I wonder how long he'll let me get away with pretending I don't know him. Either way, one thing is very clear, he's in charge now. I just have to hope I can get away from him before my entire world comes crashing down around me. Ethan. Whatever I was expecting, it wasn't this. After I saw Jane's ghost holding a child identical to Paisley at the restaurant, I immediately demanded the manager print out a copy of her credit card receipt. There, in black and white, I found her new name, Elise Carrington, founder and CEO of La Louve Fragrances. I was almost positive the woman I saw was, in fact, my wife, but I couldn't be sure until this moment. Now it's painfully obvious my chosen mate did not die after all, but she certainly hasn't stayed the same. This Jane is so unlike the woman I knew. I can scarcely believe it. She's every bit as beautiful, but infinitely more confident and powerful. She smells like an alpha, and she's charming even as she argues with me. The stubborn thing even threatened me, which I have to admit I found nothing short of delightful. My wolf is roaring in my head, demanding that I claim her here and now. I want to do nothing more than shut her saucy little mouth with my own, but I have a feeling she won't submit as easily as she used to. Of course, making her submit would be half the fun. Kiss her, my wolf urges. Not yet, I answer. Let her try, he insists. She's your mate. She won't last long. She's not going to admit she's my mate if I force her. I counter. I have to be smart about this. Coward, my wolf snorts. We lost her once. I remind him sharply. Do you want to lose her again? That shuts him up. Focusing my full attention back on Jane, I realize she's glancing around in search of an exit, and a low rumble bubbles up in my chest. Don't even think about it. Her stunning green eyes jump to mine, sharp and unforgiving. Do not presume to order me around. Jane bites, her velvety voice like music to my ears. As far as I'm concerned, our contract is void. That would be a mistake, I inform her, unless you want to pay the termination fee. I've never been more thankful for my lawyers than I am at this moment. When the business opened, they advised including cancellation penalties in every agreement drafted, and I know Eve already submitted an advance payment for this order. If Jane backs out now, she'll have to pay the price. Her full lips purse, and I can see the wheels turning in her head. I'm sure she wants to throw caution to the wind and tell me to go to hell, but the loss would be significant. I'm sure she can afford it, however, that doesn't change the fact that it's simply bad business. If I sign, I want your word that I'll only deal with Eve in the future. Jane requests, tilting her chin up. Offering her a wolfish grin, I chuckle. No, when you sign, you'll deal only with me. Fury flits across my mate's face, and I swear I hear the whisper of a growl in her throat. She's so riled up, her hackles are fully raised, and I can't remember ever seeing anything cuter. It takes a few moments for Jane to rein in her temper, but she finally succeeds. "Fine," she snaps, stomping back into the room and swiping her signature over the thick stack of pages. Triumph soars in my chest. Now she's stuck with me, and she knows it. "Smart move," I purr, swiftly counter-signing the documents. "And I presume you saw the clause we added this morning?" I add, knowing this was impossible, given the fact that my lawyers only sent the amendment over half an hour ago, requiring you to remain in the city through the launch so that we can ensure the process goes as smoothly as possible. A livid flush consumes Jane's cheeks, and I eagerly wait to see what she'll say next. Unfortunately, Eve chooses that moment to come sashaying through the door, and our verbal sparring match is cut short. Annoyance roils in my blood. I was already displeased with Eve when I learned about her corrupt business practices. But after I discovered Jane owns La Louve, I realized Eve saw and spoke with her the other day. She knew my mate was alive, and not only did she fail to tell me, she lied right to my face when Paisley and I came searching. Eve's smile falters when she sees my expression, so she turns to Jane instead. "Miss Carrington, it's so lovely to see you again. Are you ready to sign the contract?" "Actually, we've already signed," Jane grumbles ruefully. Oh, Eve looks taken aback. "Yes," I add. "I've decided to manage the La Louve account myself. We can't afford any more mistakes." Batting her eyelashes, Eve closes the distance between us and presses both palms to my chest, leaning into my body with a simpering sigh. "Whatever you think is best, Ethan. Thank you so much for looking out for me." Pulling away from the odious she-wolf, I only feel slightly remorseful when she loses her balance and topples over. I've been trying to discourage Eve's affections since before Jane and I divorced, but she never seems to take the hint. At first, my guilt over Jane's responsibility for Eve's disability prevented me from holding it against her. But as time has passed, the situation has gotten out of hand. I don't want to give Eve any encouragement, and I don't want Jane to think there's anything between us. I look over to try and gauge my ex-wife's expression, but I realize she's already walking out. Leaving Eve whining on the ground, I follow Jane out the door, trying and failing to avoid staring at her lovely behind as she walks Jane. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I can't believe I let my temper get the better of me. I can't believe I signed the contract under Ethan's unreasonable conditions. I can't believe I let him get under my skin that way. I can't believe how badly I wanted him to kiss me. The man is a monster, I remind myself. Never mind that he's a wonderful father, or that he just rejected Eve right in front of me. It's probably all a trick to enslave me again. I don't trust that man as far as I can throw him, which isn't very far at all. Grumpily pulling out my phone, I pull up my email and start the process of canceling my plane tickets to return home. I can't leave now, not when I foolishly signed our contract without first checking to make sure nothing in the agreement had changed. I'm so angry at Ethan I could scream. The launch will take weeks, and now I'm going to be stuck here working with him. I've barely made it 2 blocks when a luxury SUV pulls up beside me, and one of the tinted windows rolls down. Ethan grins out at me from the back seat. "Get in," he orders, stepping out of the car with predatory grace. "I'll drive you." Jane, staring at my ex-husband, who idly sits in his car and orders me into the back seat, as if he's some kind of king. I arch my brow. "Thank you, but no. It's hard to get a taxi around here." Ethan argues. "There's no need to be stubborn." Stubborn? Honestly, the nerve of the man. "And there's no need for you to call me names." Ethan turns to say something to his driver, and the car slows to a stop. Within moments, the Alpha is standing beside me on the curb. He moves too close, towering over me so that I have to tilt my head to look up at him. "Is it name-calling if it's true?" "You tell me?" I demand. "If I say you are a self-righteous bastard, do you think I'm being honest or rude?" I'm not sure what I expected. In fact, I'm astonished I had the nerve to speak such brazen words. But I do know that the last thing I was prepared for is the wide, wolfish grin Ethan offers me now. You've got some nerve, little wolf. I would ask that you not speak to me on such familiar terms. I bite. It's far from appropriate for strangers like us. Ethan rakes his gaze down my body from head to toe with torturous intensity. Is that what we are? It is, I confirm, internally sighing with relief when my own car pulls up beside us. If I hadn't been in such a rush to get out of there, I would have waited for the driver outside the atelier. Striding forward and pulling open the shiny black door, I offer my former mate one last glance over my shoulder. And it's all we'll ever be. I swear I don't take a breath until I'm safely in the car. Protected by the dark, tinted windows, I stare out at Ethan as we pull away. If I didn't know any better, I'd think he could see through the thick glass. His attention stays squarely on me until we are far out of sight. But no matter the distance between us, it still feels as though his possessive eyes are on my body. It makes the fine hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, and my heart beat miles too fast. It isn't fair that he should be able to have such an effect on me after so many years. I feel like a young girl again, the foolish creature who believed the alpha could love me for me. I force the thoughts from my mind almost as soon as they occur. I know better now. Far better. That isn't a mistake I will make again. Ethan, I can't stop smiling. Maybe I'm crazy. After all, I have proof now that my wife faked her death and hid from me for years. And yet all I can truly process is the fact that she's alive. She's so different from the Jane I knew. Confident, brave, and so strong it defies all logic. There is no Omega left in her, if there ever was at all. This Jane would never let me dominate her so completely. She would fight me every step of the way. Of course, my little Omega mate hadn't been entirely without strength. She did attack Eve for trying to help my mother, didn't she? At the time, everything seemed so clear. My mother and Eve both told the same story, and even Jane could not explain her actions. I can't pretend to understand what happened that day, or what has happened since. All I know is that my mate is alive and well, and I intend to bring her home no matter the cost. Paisley needs her mother, and if I'm right, then I may have a second daughter as well. Whether she likes it or not, I'm going to unravel this enigmatic she-wolf's secrets, if it's the last thing I do. She is everything I've been missing these last few years, and everything I've ever wanted. Not to mention how beautiful she looked. How adorable I found her fiery spirit. Already I'm imagining taking her to bed, kissing every inch of her body and making her whimper and moan in my arms. My wolf is growling hungrily at the mere thought, and I picture laying her out in front of me and devouring her like the feast she is. All in good time, I tell my slobbering wolf. Because as far as I'm concerned, that's all it is, a matter of time. Jane, I made something for you, I announced to Linda, hiding a small gift-wrapped box behind my back, as a thank you for all your help with the kids this week. And in the weeks to come, I think bitterly, remembering the clause in Ethan's contract demanding my presence in the city for the foreseeable future. What? No, don't be silly, Linda demurs, though she holds her hand out for her present. Laughing softly, I produce the box and watch with pleasure as she rips the paper away. Inside is a delicate glass bottle with her name printed across the front in a cursive flourish. La Louve's newest scent, in your honor. She sprays a bit of the amber liquid on her wrist, bringing it to her nose and breathing in the perfume. Oh, Jane, I love it. Thank you so much. I can't believe you did this. Can't you? I tease. I owe you everything, Linda. This doesn't even come close to repaying your kindness, but it's something. Her familiar arms squeeze me tightly. Thank you so much. Where did you even find the time to do this between dealing with Ethan and Eve? I'm a woman of many talents. I joke. My friend knows all about what happened today. In fact, we've already argued about it and put the matter to bed. When she heard how keen my former mate seemed to spend time with me, she insisted her must be interested in pursuing me again, and I should consider giving him a second chance now that I am so strong. Even I have to admit, I thought about it for a moment. But in the end, my senses returned, and I reminded her that this would never happen. I will never forgive the Alpha for what he did to me, and I could never trust a man capable of such cruelty. By now, our short-lived fight is long forgotten, and we're getting ready to take the pups to an open house at the exclusive daycare center in the center city. It seems wild to me, but apparently even pre-kindergarten programs are so competitive here that you practically have to donate a fortune to get your children accepted. I'm prepared to shell out a good bit of money to secure my children's future, and I'll even pander to the stuffed shirts who run the daycare center. After all, we're stuck here for the time being, and I can't afford for Riley, Ryder, and Parker to fall behind in their education, no matter how advanced they already are. What I'm not willing to do, however, is put them anywhere within Ethan's orbit, which is why it is so incredibly inconvenient that he walks in the door of the open house with Paisley and Eve, not 10 minutes after my own brood arrives. Jane. I smell him before I see him. Like the crackling heat of a bonfire and wild mountain air, spicy, masculine, and so intoxicating my body instantly feels drunk with desire. Stupid omega instincts. I think bitterly. Staring across the cafeteria, I catch a glimpse of bronze skin and dark hair, the powerful form of an apex predator. He's wearing all black and moving through the crowd as if he owns the place. Of course, that's not too far from the truth. Beside him, looking so sweet I could cry, is my Paisley. My heart sinks and races at once. It was a mistake to come here. I should have considered that my former mate would also think of sending Paisley to school here. He can't be allowed to see the other pups. He can't know they're mine. And Paisley can't be allowed to see me. I can't bear to reject her again, but I also can't admit she's mine. Linda, I whisper frantically, grasping my friend's arm so tightly she winces. Ethan's here. You have to pretend the kids are yours. What? Are you crazy? She squeaks. I can't do that. I've already lied to the Alpha once. I'm playing with fire here. You have to, I insist. Please? All right, fine. She grumbles, but I swear you owe me another perfume line for this. Deal, I exclaim, softening my hold to something closer to affection. Thank you. I love you. Yeah, she mutters good-naturedly, glancing around us and frowning. Where did the pups go anyway? Of course, at that moment, I look across the room to find them only a handful of meters from their father, making my heart stop beating altogether. Ethan. She's here, and she looks so beautiful I could claim her right here and now. Standing in the center of the room and wearing a tightly fitted emerald dress, Jane sips a glass of red wine and whispers to her friend Linda. She's pretending not to see me, but I know she's sensed my presence. My wolf has locked in on her like a heat-seeking missile, and I'm so distracted watching her that I almost don't notice the set of triplets to my left. At first, they catch my eye because the same little girl I saw in the restaurant and mistook for Paisley is giggling loudly and happily as she plays with her brothers. But then the boys stop me in my tracks. They look exactly like me. While Paisley and the other girl have Jane's green eyes and beautiful features, the male pups could be my miniatures. Belatedly, I realize the only reason Jane would be attending a preschool open house is if she has children to potentially enroll. Can it be? Is it possible that Paisley wasn't only a twin, but a quadruplet? Returning my gaze to Jane, I try to make sense of all this. It seems like the more time that passes, the crazier this situation gets. I want to charge over and demand answers from her this moment. But as I watch another wolf approaches her, a handsome nobleman I know to be a single father, I can tell from the way he's looking at my mate that he has no interest in being friends, and my already agitated wolf goes half insane with jealousy. Suddenly, the need to storm across the room and throw her over my shoulder like a caveman is so great that I'm actually stepping forward. But then Eve begins hanging on my arm and whining in my ear. "Ethan, I don't feel so good," she moans, glancing at Jane. "I think the champagne is making me dizzy. If you can't handle your liquor, go sit down," I remark brusquely, gently pushing her into a chair. I don't buy her act for one moment. I can see from the way she's eyeing Jane that she's simply jealous and trying to call my attention back to her. Unfortunately, her plan works. When I look back towards Jane, she's gone, and Linda is approaching the children I'm certain belong to me. "There you are," she exclaims, loudly enough for me to hear. "I've been looking for you everywhere." Why one of the boys begins, only to be cut off. "Because you should know better than to walk away from your mommy in such a big crowd," she scolds kindly, even if these are mostly other parents. The she-wolf glances over her shoulder, catching me in her sights. Alpha, I see we had the same bright idea to bring our pups here." She steps away from the children and closes the distance between us, turning to keep the still frolicking bunch in her sights. "Those are your pups?" I clarify, raising my brow. "But of course," she laughs. "Who else would they belong to?" Shrugging, I say, "It's curious, you didn't have any photos of them in your office when I visited." She leans her head towards me, as if taking me into her confidence. "It's hard enough to be taken seriously as a woman-in-law without advertising my family. I didn't want my bosses to think I'm not fully committed to the firm." A reasonable explanation. I agree. "And where are the children's father?" Linda rolls her eyes. My ex lives in another territory. Unfortunately, he doesn't see the need to be close to his children. A low rumble rolls through my chest, and the woman eyes me nervously. "Have you noticed how similar our daughters look?" Linda looks around us as if searching for the girls to see if she agrees. But instead of acting surprised to find we have identical pups, she simply furrows her brow. "I'm sorry, Alpha, but where is your daughter?" For the first time, I realize that Jane and Linda have pulled my attention away so completely that I haven't been paying attention to Paisley. Following Linda's gaze, I search the crowd around us, only to realize that she's right. Paisley isn't anywhere to be found. "Jane, I'm immensely grateful for the handsome wolf who approached me with a fresh glass of wine, while Linda deals with Ethan. He's been keeping me occupied so that my stress doesn't completely bury me, and I can't remember ever being so thankful that a school event provided adult refreshments for the parents. I desperately need help calming my nerves tonight. I'd love to take you for coffee sometime." The man who introduced himself as Mark offers. "Thank you. That's very kind, but I'm only going to be in town a few months." "Then we should go soon," he suggests, smiling so widely I can't help but return the expression. Just then, a pair of tiny arms wrap around my thigh, squeezing tightly. I don't need to look to know it's one of my pups. I'd recognize their affection anywhere. At first, I think it's Riley, especially when I hear her sweet voice. "Mommy, I caught you." Only afterwards, when I smell how strongly Ethan has rubbed off on the pup, and glance down to see her wearing a dress Riley does not own, do I realize my mistake. It isn't Riley after all, it's Paisley. Looking around nervously to ensure no one is watching, I lean down and scoop my daughter up. Mark will never know the difference between her and Riley. And as long as Ethan cannot see me, it should be safe for me to steal a moment with the beloved pup. Excusing myself, I retreat to one of the classrooms down the hall. A few minutes ago, I told myself I would turn her away again if we ran into each other. But now that she's in front of me, I can't help myself. She looks so pale, so tired. Her final surgery is next week, and while there will be a long recovery before we can be reunited, it seems the procedure itself is coming just in time. I can't bear to waste this chance to cuddle her when she's facing such risk. Hello, little one. I greet Paisley once we're alone. My little girl doesn't beat around the bush. Mommy, why have you been hiding from Daddy? Paisley, my love, you can't call me Mommy. I'm so sorry, I breathe, hating the horrible words on my tongue. Why not? Her head cocks to the side. Is it cause of playing hide-and-seek? The gears in my mind slowly turn over, trying to make sense of her words. What? Daddy says you playing hide-and-seek with him. Is that why I can't call you Mommy? She reasons, looking only slightly hurt. Yes, Angel. I agree. That's also why you can't tell him you saw me, or I'll lose the game. She thinks about this for a moment, her lovely face scrunching up in thought. But if you lose the game, will you come home? My throat tickles as I shake my head, and I fight back tears. No, I can only be your Mommy if I win. But why? She presses, in the way all young pup do when they don't understand a problem. That's just the way it is, I explain softly. One day I'll tell you everything when you're older. You promise? Paisley inquires, looking at me sternly. For the first time since we met, I'm finally free to speak the truth. I promise. Eve, my life just seems to get worse and worse. After Ethan found Paisley at the open house, wandering towards us with a cookie she snagged from the snack table and looking far too pleased with herself, we finally left. I can't believe what just happened. I wasn't sure before, but I am now. Those pups Linda claimed as her own are undoubtedly Ethan's, and that means that Elise Carrington truly is Jane in disguise. I thought it would be easy to get rid of Paisley, what with her upcoming surgery, but this is going to be a problem. I've got to get Jane and her other brats out of the territory without undermining my own business interests or letting Ethan know about my plans. And then I've still got to find a way to get rid of Paisley. Of course, I suppose it doesn't have to be in that order. The best opportunity to deal with brat number 1 will still be her surgery. Anything could go wrong for such a young pup going under the knife, anything at all. Naturally, the surgeon Ethan is paying so highly would never dream of crossing the alpha. But I have plenty of friends in low places. I can easily get my hands on a poison that won't take hold of her until she goes under the knife. I merely have to time things right. It's really all too simple. After a few brief inquiries, I obtain the drug I seek, making sure it couldn't be detected in an autopsy before handing over the cash. Now all I have to do is sit back and wait. The day before Paisley's surgery finally arrives, and I join Ethan at the hospital, keeping the wretched pup company, while the alpha completes her admission paperwork. She's been asleep almost all afternoon, and I'm just starting to lose my patience when she blinks her ugly little eyes open. Hello, princess, I croon, adopting the sort of sickly sweet voice I often hear people use with young children. How are you feeling? I'm thirsty, she moans, stretching. Oh, you poor thing, I exclaim. Let me get you some water. Inside, my heart soars. This is exactly what I hoped would happen. Turning my back to the bed, I pour a glass of water from the sink and pull the small vial of clear liquid from my pocket. Dumping the contents into the glass, I say a quick prayer to the goddess. My contact assured me that it would take a full 24 hours to kick in, which means it should kill the little monster towards the end of her procedure. Of course, the doctors would try to save her, but not knowing poison was causing the crash, they would probably never think of giving her an antidote. I turn back to Paisley with a big, fake smile. Naturally, she's too young to see through my act, and I offer her the glass. Here you are, honey. Just then, I see movement in my periphery, and to my shock, Jane's sons charge into the room. their tiny forms tackling my legs and knocking me to the ground. Screeching in outrage as I crash onto the tiles, the water glass falls from my hands and spills all over the floor. "You little bastards," I exclaim. "What do you think you're doing?" "You put something in her glass," one of the boys cried. "We saw you. What are you even doing here?" I demand, apoplectic with rage. "Our sister got sick," the second boy says, his voice more quiet than the first. "Well, obviously," I growl, gesturing towards Paisley fiercely. "No," they reply in unison, "our other sister." "Do you have any idea what you've done?" I hiss. "You've ruined everything." At the moment, I feel like I'm the one who's been drugged. I'm more furious than I can ever remember being. I'm soaking wet. My head is splitting open with pain from my fall, and my plans for Paisley are in serious jeopardy. Not to mention these little devils can't be here when Ethan returns. "Get out, right now," I order. The boys exchange a glance and cross their arms over their chests. No. Raising my hand in threat, I prepare to slap the shit out of the little monsters, first one, then the other. However, before I can land a single blow, they fall to the ground as one, wailing at the top of their lungs and clutching imaginary injuries. "Ow, you," they sob. "She hit me." The sound sends nurses running, and the next thing I know, I've been caught red-handed, my palms still raised in threat, and two little fakers on the ground screaming their heads off with false accusations. The nurses look at me in horror. "What's wrong with you?" the head nurse exclaims. "How dare you raise your hand to innocent pups?" "I didn't," I cry. "They're lying. We just wanted to say hello." One of the boys weeps pitifully. "We're sorry." "No, no," another nurse soothes them, hugging them close. "You didn't do anything wrong." The next thing I know, security is dragging me from the room, and the little brats are grinning at me through their fake tears over the nurse's shoulder. Jane. When Linda calls me at work, telling me Riley has a fever of 103 degrees Fahrenheit, and they're on the way to the hospital, I drop everything. Worry consumes me completely. I was already dealing with the stress of coping with Paisley's imminent surgery. I can't bear to have another pup on the verge of death. It's not as if my kids have never had high fevers before, but a mother's mind never rests. And no matter how hard I try to stay calm, my protective instincts are thrown into instant overdrive. I race to the hospital as fast as I can, literally running into the emergency ward and crashing headfirst into the very last person I wanted to see. Ethan catches me just before our bodies collide. "Elise," he murmurs urgently, taking my face in his hands. "What's wrong?" Abruptly shaking off his touch, I gasp. "What are you doing here?" Of course, I already know the answer to this question, but I have to keep up the act. Ethan looks as if he's already guessed this much. "My daughter is having surgery tomorrow." "I'm sorry," I reply stiffly. I hope she does well and has a fast recovery. But I really have to be going. If I have to talk about Paisley for another moment, I'll begin to cry, and I'm still petrified for Riley. "Are you ill?" Ethan asks anxiously, looking me over in far too much detail, turning me back and forth in his hands as if he's expecting to find a bleeding gash somewhere on my form. "I'm fine. Just visiting," I explain, pushing him away for the second time. It doesn't escape my notice that he keeps reaching towards my hair, and somehow I instinctively understand that he might be thinking of stealing a DNA sample to test my relationship to Paisley. I know how suspicious he is of my identity, and we may be divorced, but there is still a bond between us. I know how Ethan thinks. I understand how he does business. Pulling away from him for the third time, a wave of pure relief washes over me when a nurse walks up behind him with a stack of papers in hand. "Alpha?" she says loudly, calling his attention. When Ethan turns to face her, I dart away towards the room number Linda texted me on the drive over, careening into the room and finding my little girl sleeping peacefully on the bed. What happened? I inquire, not pausing to greet my friend. Lynn stands on the opposite side of her bed. The doctors are treating her for the flu and dehydration. She says, apparently it's not unusual for the sickness to come on so fast, but they want to keep her here for observation. Thank goodness, I breathe, looking around for the first time. Where are the boys? Ryder and Parker stand on either side of Paisley's bed, causing her attention to bounce back and forth between them like a ping-pong ball. What was that all about? The sleepy little girl asks. We're here with our sister. The doctors kicked us out so they could talk to Auntie Linda, but the nurse they had babysitting us got distracted, so we came exploring. Parker explains. I'm Ryder. His brother introduces himself, and this is Parker. I'm Paisley. The girl in the bed shares shyly. You guys look familiar. Parker grins. We should. You already met our sister, Riley. The girl who looks like me? Paisley chirps excitedly. Ryder confirms. We're triplets. Least we thought we were. We think you're our sister too. You mean it? Paisley clarifies. Of course, Parker replies confidently. We can bring her by to say hi when she feels better. Why are you here? My heart doesn't work like it should, Paisley explains softly. Does this mean you know my mommy? The boys nod vigorously. And you know our daddy. Riley told us she met him too. Apparently, they're playing hide and seek. Paisley confides. Daddy's it right now. Mommy told me she could only be my mommy if she wins. What does that mean? Parker wonders aloud. Does that mean Mommy and Daddy will get back together? I dunno. Paisley shrugs, sorting through her memory. But she didn't say she'd come home. She just said she couldn't be my mommy. All three pups exchange worried looks. Those sounded like two very different things. I want them to be together. Ryder decides. I want to be a family. All of us. Me too. Parky and Paisley agree. So let's make it happen. Ryder suggests. We can get them back together. But how? Paisley asks. For a moment the pups think through their options, all wearing the same pensive expression their mother gets when she's faced with a difficult problem. Finally, Parker raises his head. Paisley, the next time your daddy comes to visit, call room 100. He instructs. That's Riley's room. We just have to figure out when Mommy and Daddy are both here, then send them to the same place. Then they'll have to meet. You're a genius, Ryder exclaims. But will meeting be enough? Paisley thinks, eyeing the spilled water on her floor. Maybe if you spill something on the floor, then Mommy will slip and Daddy can catch her. What if he doesn't? Ryder worries. Paisley frowns. Trust me. I know Daddy. He'll catch her. A few hours later, the plan is in action. Everything happened exactly as the pups planned, and the next thing they knew, Ryder and Parker were hiding around a corner, watching Ethan and Jane run into each other for the second time that day. Ethan. It seems like I'm finally catching a break. For once, I see Jane before she sees me. Paisley asked me to bring her a snack from the vending machine. And it's just my luck that my mate is standing right in front of the glass case when I arrive. She wipes around when she catches my scent, her beautiful green eyes going wide, and to my delight, she even attempts to run. Of course, I'm after her in an instant, her flighty movement triggering my prey drive before I can process what's happening. The next thing I know, she's slipping and skidding along a pool of water before falling directly into my arms. I take the excuse to hold her close, cuddling her to my chest and inhaling her delicious scent like a starving man. Hello, little wolf. I greet her huskily. Trying to shake me off, Jane frowns. I thought I made my feelings about that moniker clear, Mr. Blackwell. You did. I agree rakishly, but I never made any promises. Her eyes narrow. So you're going to ignore my wishes? You know, if you're so concerned about propriety, I would think you might have thanked me by now. I tease. I did just save your life. Shooting me a scathing look, Jane replies. I'd hardly call slipping on a bit of water life-threatening, especially with doctors surrounding us at every turn. Then you and I disagree. I insist. Still, for safety's sake, I should really walk you back. Remind me, what room are you visiting? I'll tell you what, Jane offers silkily. I'll go back to my room, and you go back to your daughter's. I'm sure she needs you more than I do. Her words strike a chord in my heart, and for once I concede, though this is absolutely not a defeat. I may be surrendering the battle, but I'm certainly not losing the war. After all, her near fall allowed me to finally collect the evidence I needed to confirm she's Paisley's mother. In my palm rests a strand of her long hair. By this time tomorrow, I'll have all the proof I need to confront my naughty little mate. We'll see if she's still so defiant then.
How is this possible? Ethan thought desperately. I was so sure Elise Carrington was Jane. I was so sure the beautiful she-wolf I met in Eve's atelier was my long-lost mate. I know she smells different, but she's a perfume designer. It would be only too easy for her to fake the scent change. Still, there was no denying the DNA report in his palm, which stated in no uncertain terms that the two samples he submitted were not a match. Elise Carrington was not Jane Blackwell, no matter how alike the two women looked, no matter that she appeared to be mother to 3 other children who looked so like him, and no matter how many lies she spun. It didn't make any sense. If she wasn't Jane, then what explanation was there for her actions? How could this be? Ethan was so distraught he stumbled straight into a bar and began downing drink after drink, drowning his sorrows and contemplating this strange turn of fate. Meanwhile, Jane took advantage of Ethan's absence from the hospital to visit sweet Paisley. An emergency surgery arose just before Paisley was scheduled to go under, so her procedure was delayed a few days until the next opening could be booked. They were keeping her under observation until then, just to be safe, and Jane couldn't stand the idea of not seeing her baby one more time before the big day. Ethan scarcely even left Paisley's side. But her forged DNA results seemed to have done the trick. In that way, the fraudulent document killed 2 birds with 1 stone, giving her a precious moment with her daughter, all the while protecting her true identity. "Are you scared?" she asked Paisley, using all her willpower not to climb into bed with the pup. "No?" Paisley shook her head. "I've had lots of surgeries afore." This blithe statement cracked Jane's heart right open. "Brave girl," she crooned. "Is there anything you want or need? Anything I can do for you?" Paisley flushes, staring at her lap and clearly withholding some request she felt too shy to share. "What is it, little one?" Jane pressed sincerely. "Can I sit in your lap?" The pup requested so quietly her mother almost didn't hear. "Of course, darling," Jane agreed, gathering up the precious being in her arms and settling her in her arms. Paisley cuddled closer, clutching the silky fabric of Jane's top and breathing in her comforting scent. "Will you sing to me?" "I'd love to," Jane confirmed, beginning at a hum and slowly raising her voice to the low volume of a lullaby. Together, Paisley and Jane drifted along with the gentle tune, mother and daughter finally sharing that which had been missing from both their lives since being separated. Paisley slowly dozed off to sleep, and Jane tucked her into bed with a tender kiss before quitting the hospital. She cried the entire way home, barely getting herself together enough to go inside and face Linda. She knew her friend would never judge her heightened emotions, but she felt like she'd already leaned on her friend so much that it wouldn't be fair to tax her further. However, Jane never made it that far. Instead, she found Ethan staggering in the hallway outside Linda's apartment, reeking of alcohol and looking at her with unbridled lust. He's barely coherent, so overwhelmed with drink that his words are slurred as he greets her. "I really thought you were her." "I don't know what you're talking about." Jane lied, as if it hadn't cost her a small fortune to pay of the lab tech responsible for running the DNA test. "I loved her more than anything, you know that?" Ethan rumbles, moving towards Jane in a zigzag. "You look so much like her, and those pups. I really wanted Paisley to have her mother back. I'm not enough for her." His words made no sense to Jane. They contradicted everything she believed she knew about their relationship, and she couldn't allow herself to dwell on them. Maybe this was just another one of Ethan's ploys to control her, or maybe it was genuine. Either way, it would only result in pain for her. Ethan might imagine he'd loved her, but if that were true, then his way of showing love was enslavement. "You're drunk," Jane informed him coolly. "You need to go home. Your daughter is having surgery tomorrow. She needs you in one piece." One of Ethan's massive hands shot out to capture Jane's arms. "How do you know that?" "We met in the hospital." She reminded him. "You told me about Paisley then." "I never told you her name," he growled, "and her surgery was postponed. As far as you should know, she already had it." His dark eyes bored into Jane, full of questions and accusations. "You've clearly downed enough spirits to tranquilize an elephant." Jane argued. "Can you really trust your memory right now?" "Tell me the truth," he demanded, pure alpha authority bleeding into his deep voice. "Tell me what's going on." Jane assumed he wanted an answer, but before she could open her mouth to reply, his lips were descending on hers. They collided with devastating force, erasing all thought from her, with Ethan and Eve. "I'm a woman of many talents," I joke. "My friend knows all about what happened today. In fact, we've already argued about it and put the matter to bed." When she heard how keen my former mate seemed to spend time with me, she insisted her must be interested in pursuing me again, and I should consider giving him a second chance now that I am so strong. Even I have to admit, I thought about it for a moment, but in the end my senses returned, and I reminded her that this would never happen. I will never forgive the Alpha for what he did to me, and I could never trust a man capable of such cruelty. By now, our short-lived fight is long forgotten, and we're getting ready to take the pups to an open house at the exclusive daycare center in the center city. It seems wild to me, but apparently even pre-kindergarten programs are so competitive here that you practically have to donate a fortune to get your children accepted. I'm prepared to shell out a good of money to secure my children's future, and I'll even pander to the stuffed shirts who run the daycare center. After all, we're stuck here for the time being, and I can't afford for Riley, Ryder, and Parker to fall behind in their education no matter how advanced they already are. What I'm not willing to do, however, is put them anywhere within Ethan's orbit, which is why it is so incredibly inconvenient that he walks in the door of the open house with Paisley and Eve not 10 minutes after my own brood arrives.
Jane, if I didn't know any better, I'd think it was 5 years ago. I'm standing in the hallway with tears streaming down my face, feeling every bit as weak and powerless as I did when Ethan and I were married. How does this man always do this to me? Why do I fall for it every time? He wasn't even sober. I was, and he still got the better of me. Stars, it makes me so angry. It isn't fair. It isn't right that I'm still helpless to resist him after all this time. I've been telling myself for years now that I'd be immune to his charms if we ever met again, that I'd learned my lesson the hard way and wouldn't soon forget it. So much for that. I'm still wallowing in my self-imposed misery when I hear a chair scrape across the floor on the other side of the door. Smashing the vase must have made too much noise and woken the pups. I know my sons, and I'm certain they're currently clambering onto the chair to spy on us. I run off before they can see me crying, darting away down the stairs without a single thought for my ex-husband. It's only later, after my senses return and logic sinks in, that I realize they'll have seen Ehan and run for Linda. The knowledge keeps me away from the house for much longer than I would otherwise considered hiding. I can only pray that he's gone by the time I get home. 3RD person. As soon as Jane ran away down the stairs, Ryder and Parker yanked the door open and rushed over to Ethan, looking down at him in confusion. The planter Jane smashed over his head lay in shards beneath him. The flowers it once held crumpled and crushed by his big body. His clothes were covered in dirt, still damp from being watered a few hours earlier. "What happened?" Parker asked, his brother, bending over the handsome alpha and studying him intently. Why'd Mommy do that? I guess she didn't like the kiss. Ryder shrugged forlornly. She seemed really sad. I heard her and Auntie Linda talking the other day. Parker frowned. Apparently Linda thinks Mommy should give Daddy another chance, so we can be one big family. I want that too, Ryder admitted. Huh? Parker nodded in agreement. But Mommy was scared. Of Daddy? Ryder exclaimed. Why? I don't know, Parker shared. They moved way afore I could hear more. Poor Mommy, Ryder reflected softly. We have to help her. Maybe we can show her she doesn't need to be scared. Like she does for us when we have nightmares. Parker reasoned, getting more excited by the moment. Let's get him side, Ryder suggested, brushing some of the dirt from Ethan's shirt. Then Mommy will have to take care of him. Good idea, Parker approved, bending down and taking hold of Ethan's ankle. Ryder moved to stand at his brother's side, taking the alpha's other ankle in his small hands. On 3, okay? He instructed. 1, 2, 3. Both boys grunted and strained with all their might, trying to pull the huge alpha into the house. Unfortunately, even their budding shifter strength couldn't budge the man, and they gave up with a pair of identical huffs. He's too big, Parker assessed in disappointment. So what did we do? Ryder asked. Parker rubbed his chin thoughtfully, trying to figure out how they could possibly make their plan succeed. After a moment, the answer came to him like a light bulb jolted with electricity. Our skateboards! Together, they ran back to their temporary room and grabbed their favorite toys, suddenly feeling very thankful they convinced Mommy to let them bring them on the trip. Returning to the hall, they worked together to heft Ethan's limbs onto the 3 skateboards, then quietly rolled him into the house and shut the door behind them, completely oblivious to the tracks of mud they were leaving in their wake. What now? Ryder questioned, looking a bit stumped. They hadn't thought this far ahead. He's really dirty, Parker observed, crinkling his nose. Yeah, Ryder concurred. He needs a bath. Mommy hates messes. It'd probably be better if he's clean when she comes home. Good idea, Parker confirmed, directing Ethan's body towards the bathroom. Unfortunately for the boys, Jane had already thought better of running away and leaving the alpha knocked out for her spying pups to find. Tears banished, she was already on her way back upstairs as the boys rolled Ethan towards Linda's pristine guest bathroom. When they heard her footsteps outside the door, Ryder and Parker exchanged a startled glance and dropped the alpha's unconscious limbs like a pair of bricks, darting away to their bedroom before they could be caught. When Jane reached the landing, she immediately noticed that Ethan was missing, as well as the muddy skateboard tracks leading into the house. Oh, boys, she sighed, shaking her head. She wasn't sure if she should be annoyed or proud. She would want any of her pups to help someone in a medical emergency, which they probably imagined this was. But she also thought they should know better than to bring strange men into the house. When she opened the door, she saw Linda standing over Ethan's prone body, with her arms crossed over her chest, looking perplexed. She looked up when Jane entered. Do I want to know? Probably not, Jane grumbled, sidestepping the trail of mud her children left behind and moving to stand beside her friend. But I owe you a new plant. Are those skateboards? Her friend asked, lifting one of Ethan's arms. Yes, Jane confirmed with a low chuckle. Clearly my boys have been playing search and rescue. She raised her voice towards the bedroom door that she was sure they were listening behind. And they better be back in bed and sound asleep by now. The she-wolves could hear the soft pitter-patter of tiny feet as they run back to bed. Once it fell silent, Jane glanced at Linda. Sorry for the mess. Oh, don't worry about it. Linda brushed aside her apology. What are we going to do with him? Dropping her head back in exasperation, Jane decided her pups had the right idea. Let's get him cleaned up. The sooner we do, the sooner we can get rid of him. Together, Linda and Jane dragged Ethan the rest of the way into the bathroom, though it was no easy feat to wrangle his body into the bathtub. When Jane began unbuttoning his shirt, Linda backed away and said, "All right, you clean the wolf, I'll clean the floors." Jane was about to agree, understanding how awkward it might be for her friend to help bathe her ex-husband. Not that she particularly wanted to do it either. But it was her fault he was here. Instead, she cursed under her breath as his shirt ripped when she tried to pull it out from under him. That was when she saw the blood on his collar. Reaching around the back of his head, she felt a swollen lump where she must have struck him, and when she withdrew her hand, her fingers were stained crimson. "Or maybe I'll call the doctor," Linda amended, looking on in concern. Jane nodded in agreement, guilt and worry stealing her voice. She finished undressing Ethan, using the detachable shower head to rinse off most of the mud before filling the tub with steaming water. Though she tried to focus on her task and not get distracted, it wasn't easy. Ethan had always been too attractive for his own good, and he'd only gotten more handsome with age. Somehow he seemed even more muscular now than he had when they were married, and his bronze skin practically glowed with health. Her eyes kept trailing to the ripping contours of his abs, gradually drifting lower and making her insides turn to jelly. Needing to protect herself from the sight of his naked body, Jane poured bubble bath into the water, breathing a sigh of relief when his limbs disappeared beneath a thick layer of foam. Turning to his wounded head, Jane tried to clean it as gently as she could. But it seemed her best efforts weren't enough. Ethan stirred with a groan, flinching away from her hands. "Shh," Jane murmured soothingly, turning his head back into position. The next thing she knew, Ethan had latched onto her arm, holding her tightly, but not using any true force as muttered incoherently. "You're okay," she promised him, trying to pull her hand away. To her surprise, he held her tighter, actually pulling her toward him. This time, she was able to make out his words just fine. "No, mine." Typical Ethan, she thought derisively. He sees something he likes and just decides it belongs to him, even when he's mostly unconscious. "Actually, it's mine," she informed him coolly, tugging at his hold more forcefully now. Ethan offered her a sultry growl and tugged back, his immense strength yanking Jane forward and right into the bath. Jane, yelping in surprise, I suddenly find myself fully clothed and half submerged in the tub. Ethan's strong arms are around me for the second time this evening as he cuddles me close, sending all sorts of confusing feelings through my body. I thought the idea was to clean things up, not make a bigger mess. Linda's amused voice sounded from the doorway. I glance at Ethan, who is now sound asleep again, clutching me to his chest as if I'm a teddy bear. "Stop teasing and help me," I hiss at Linda, trying and failing to wriggle free. It takes both of us to untangle me from Ethan's arms, with Linda laughing the entire time despite my frequent glares. "The doctor's on his way," Linda announced when I'm finally free. And Ethan could probably use a few items from the penthouse. A change of clothes, toothbrush, that sort of thing. I doubt he's going to be up to going home tonight. "What?" I exclaim. "You're not suggesting I go there, are you?" "Jane, either you go there, or his mother, or Eve comes here. It's the lesser of two evils, babe. We can just buy him new clothes," I argue. "In the middle of the night?" Linda reminds me. "Besides, someone has to notify them he won't be coming home tonight unless you want them to come looking." "Fine," I grumble in frustration. But I'm not happy about it. Arriving at the penthouse is like walking straight into the past. I haven't been here in years, and I never wanted to return in the first place. Everything looks exactly the same. At least it does until I get into the apartment. The doorman buzzed me upstairs just like old times, and even came to the door with a shocked look on her pretty face. "Elise, what on earth are you doing here?" she questions defensively. "I'm afraid Ethan's been hurt," I explain softly. "What?" she cries, pressing her hand to her chest. He fell and hit his head. The doctor is seeing him now, at my friend Linda's. But I need to get him some fresh clothes and toiletries for the meantime. I sigh. What on earth is he doing at Linda's? Eve demands. How did he fall? Before I can answer, a dignified woman comes gliding down the hall. She's beautiful despite her advanced years, and so elegant I ache with envy. But she freezes when she sees me. Jane? No, I deny smoothly. I'm Elise Carrington. It's a pleasure to meet you. Petra Blackwell. She introduces herself, extending her hand. Forgive me, you look so much like my former daughter-in-law. So, I've been told. Pursing my lips, I gravely continue. Though I'm afraid I've come with some unfortunate news. Ethan likely has a concussion. You see, I own the Louvre, and we were celebrating our new deal when he fell and hit his head. Lowering my voice to a whisper, I add, he had quite a bit to drink. Oh, dear, Petra frets, anxiously looking around as if needing to make herself useful. Of course, I'll put some things together right now. As she and Eve disappear down the hallway, I take the opportunity to examine the apartment more thoroughly. For as similar as it appeared on the outside, it could not be more different within. Like any other home with children, the presence of a pup is immediately apparent. Paisley's mark is everywhere I look, from the stuffed animals and toys neatly stacked in the corner of the living room, to the emergency medical equipment by the door. I'm so distracted exploring the familiar yet strange surroundings that I barely realize I've drifted down the hall towards Ethan's room. It's not until I hear Eve's snide voice that I comprehend how far into the house I've strayed. Elise Carrington, my ass. She's telling Petra. Mark my words, that is Jane. Then why is she pretending to be someone else? Petra murmurs. Why else? Even hisses. Clearly she wants Ethan back. And clearly this is the only way she can think of to get close to him again. Oh, Eve. Petra replies, we can't let that happen. Don't worry. The petty she-wolf answers, we won't. Their words transport me straight into the past, recalling memories I'd much rather forget. Once upon a time, Ethan supported me so much that he fought for my right to have a career beyond being an alpha's mate. I got my degree, graduated with honors, and got hired by a huge multinational corporation. For 5 blissful minutes, I had everything I'd ever wanted, my true love, my dream career, and the world as my oyster. It was over before I even returned from my graduation trip. At the time, Eve had called herself my best friend. We hadn't known each other for very long, but she was so generous that she organized a girls' trip with my new mother-in-law to celebrate my achievement. We barely made it outside of the Nightfang Pack's territory before the rogues descended. At the time, I didn't understand why they only attacked Ethan's mother, Petra. Nor could I figure out why my legs seemed frozen in place every time I tried to rush to her aid. Not even my voice would work. Every time I opened my mouth to demand the rogues stop or call a warning, no sound came out. I was trapped in my own body, but on the outside, I'm sure it looked like I was just standing there watching. Then Eve leapt forward, attempting to rush past me and jump into the fray. My body came back to life the moment she moved, but instead of shifting to fight by her side, my wolf attacked. The only explanation I can think of is that I was under some sort of spell, because though I could see and feel everything that was happening, I was certainly not the one in control. My arms and legs lashed out without my permission, while my fangs and claws tore into my friend without restraint. I can still taste her blood, still feel the horror and helplessness of those terrible moments. I'd never harmed anyone before that day, and it took me weeks to understand how I came to paralyze Eve's wolf, leaving her broken and unable to shift, or so she says. I finally figured out that Eve arranged the entire attack in order to turn Ethan away from me. Though even her best-laid plans didn't go exactly as she'd intended. About a month after the incident, I overheard her on the phone with one of our attackers, squabbling over the fee he was attempting to charge her for the job. She was furious that Ethan hadn't divorced me, insisting she shouldn't have to pay the full amount for subpar results. Back then, I was still naive enough to think my discovery would exonerate me. I know better now. When I tried to tell Ethan, he thought I was making the story up to get myself out of trouble. After all, even if Eve was psychotic enough to orchestrate an attack, that didn't explain why I turned on her and abandoned Petra. I should have known there was no fixing the damage my so-called friend did that fateful day. Life as I knew it was over the moment we got home. I'll never forget the way Ethan looked at me when Petra explained what happened. "Why did you do it?" he'd asked, looming over me while I cowered at his feet. "I don't know. I didn't. It wasn't I collapsed into sobs, unable to explain that which I didn't yet understand. "I'm sorry." The next thing I knew, Ethan's massive hand was fisted in my hair, pulling me to my feet and yanking my head back so I was forced to face his wrath. "Oh no, baby," he snarled, digging his claws into my waist with his free hand. "You're not." I opened my mouth to argue, but his grip on my hair tightened, and I clamped my mouth shut with a whimper. "You're not sorry yet," he corrected me harshly. "But you will be, Jane." I flinched as his words slammed into me. "Say goodbye to your job. Say goodbye to your freedom. From this moment on, you belong to me." For a moment I was confused. I already belonged to him, didn't I? He marked me years ago. As if he could read my thoughts, my husband continued. "You will not do anything without my permission. You will not move or speak. You will not even breathe without my say-so." Tears poured down my cheeks, but Ethan didn't seem to care. Do I make myself clear? I nodded feebly, but it wasn't enough. The imposing alpha emitted a vicious growl which sliced through my body like a knife. "Yes, sir." "Good," he snapped. Releasing me so abruptly I stumbled back a few feet. "Go get undressed and kneel at the foot of my bed. I'll be there to deal with you shortly." "Deal with me?" I squeaked without thinking. Another thundering growl sent me running towards the bedroom without another word, and our marriage was never the same. And now Eve is at it again. She's ruined my life once before, and she clearly has no reservations about doing it again. I don't stay to listen to her poison Petra against me. I can already imagine what she'll say. Instead, I slip away back down the hall, returning to wait by the door and telling myself to be patient. We're only going to be in town for a couple of months. I can hold out that long. Before Eve knows it, I'll be gone and we can all move on. Ryder and Parker had always been talented eavesdroppers. From before they could remember, grown-ups always seemed to be having secret conversations behind closed doors. They never thought they were speaking loudly enough to be overheard or they thought the pups could not understand. But they did hear, and they did understand. Now, it wasn't all grown-ups. Their mommy certainly knew better, but Auntie Linda did not. Ryder and Parker listened as the doctor checked over their daddy, using strange words they did not recognize like concussion and contusion, then saying things that were very clear indeed, such as, he mustn't be moved and he'll need to stay here on bed rest. But his daughter is to have surgery tomorrow, Linda objected. It will have to be postponed, the doctor assessed simply. I'm afraid the alpha won't be back on his feet for a few days. Yes, doctor, Linda agreed grimly. The boys were both excited and concerned. The idea of finally getting to meet their daddy was unbelievable enough. But this was even better. They might actually get to spend time with him, live with him. Still, it also meant their newfound sister would have to stay in the hospital even longer. And now she'd be more vulnerable to that terrible lady who tried to poison her than ever. They had to do something. The next morning at breakfast, they asked their mommy if they could come with her to pick up Riley, and luckily she agreed. 2 hours later, the boys stood in a dimly lit hospital room, watching their sisters meet for the first time. Riley, this is Paisley. Paisley, this is Riley. Parker introduced them. See, I always knew I should have a twin, Riley exclaimed to her brothers. We're all twins, Ryder corrected her. You know what I mean, Riley exclaims. You two can switch places without anyone noticing, Paisley elaborates, reading her sister's mind. Now Riley and I can do the same. She frowns. Of course it would be easier if we were all together. Listen, we already have a plan to get Mommy and Daddy back together, Ryder shares excitedly. But first you have to get through surgery. That means staying away from that mean lady, Ryder advises. She was trying to poison you. Both boys speak in unison then. We know it. Paisley scrunches up her face. Eve has always been a witch. And if you want Mommy and Daddy to get back together, we'll have to seal with her first. She's wanted to marry him for ages. Riley, Parker, and Ryder were only too pleased to hear their new sister supporting their plans. How do we get rid of her? Riley questions. Well, Paisley muses out loud. She hates kids. She hates getting dirty and poor people. I think if we're just loud and messy and all over her, she'll get really mad, Ryder surmises, finishing her thought. Exactly, Paisley agrees. And we just have to be sure Daddy is there when she does. But how can we make sure we'll all be together again? Parker asks. Mommy clearly doesn't want to be around Daddy. If you can handle Mommy, Paisley suggests. I can handle Daddy. We can do this, Riley agrees. We just have to work together. Deal. All four pups glance at one another before nodding in agreement. Deal, Jane. You can't hide forever, Janie, Linda informs me matter-of-factly, her voice sounding distant over the phone. Not forever. I agree, speaking quietly into the receiver and hoping the pups are too distracted to pay attention. Just until he's gone. Yeah, well, the doctor said he could be asleep a couple of days. It's really hard to tell with head injuries. My friend reminds me. It's been less than 12 hours since the incident, as I'm now calling it, and I've done my best to keep myself and the pups out of the house. Even now, after picking up Riley from the hospital, I've taken the kids to get ice cream rather than returning home. I'm currently contemplating staying at a hotel tonight, but when I told Linda, she insisted I was being silly. Or he could wake up before this afternoon. I argue, by the time we're done running errands, he could be gone. I don't think that's likely, Linda drawls. That was one heavy vase, girl. Yes, and he has one very thick skull, I counter, ignoring the guilt bubbling up inside me for knocking Ethan out so ruthlessly. It's a blessing he was so drunk. I'm sure he remembers nothing of the incident. And even if he does, he's much too proud to admit a tiny she-wolf got the better of him. It will be much easier to simply agree that he fell and hit his head. Mommy, can we go home now? Riley asks, tugging on my skirt. The poor little thing must be so tired, and I know she hated spending so many nights in the hospital, away from me and the boys. Hold on one sec, Linda, I murmur, lowering my cell to address my daughter. Actually, I think Auntie Linda could use a break from having house guests. How would you all feel about staying in a hotel tonight? It's true that Linda could probably use a break. I've arranged a rental apartment for the remainder of our stay here, but it won't be ready for another few days. We can go to the fancy one by the mall, with the swimming pool and the arcade. You love it there. To my shock, all three pups exchange glances before turning back to me with deep frowns. No, they exclaim in unison. Linda snorts in my ear, and I resist the urge to growl at her. You don't want to go have a mini vacation? I ask my children, surprised they would turn down the temptation. We want to go back to Auntie Linda's, Parker insists. We like it there, Ryder adds. Sides, Mommy, I'm too tired to play. Riley contributes with a pout. Groaning internally, I cave. All right, I sigh in resignation, shifting my cell back into position. Linda, we're coming home, Ethan. It's dark when I wake, and I don't recognize my surroundings. I'm in a small bedroom with drawn curtains, in a house that smells strange yet familiar. I rack my memory for details, but the last thing I remember is being at the bar after receiving the unfortunate DNA result. Getting slowly to my feet, I rub my eyes, and a few fuzzy images flash through my consciousness. Jane, or is it Elise? Suddenly, I know why the house smells familiar. Linda's scent is strongest, but Elise Carrington's perfume and Jane's sunshine are blended around the edges. I must be in Linda's house. I do smell pups as well, but their scents are weaker, like goddess. What do I even call this woman? I'm so confused about Elise and Jane that I feel absolutely beside myself, and that isn't a sensation I'm used to at all. One thing is clear though, at some point last night I must have sought out the she-wolf responsible for my mixed-up emotions. And when I got here, the same images burst into my mind, of the beautiful blonde wrapped up in my arms, our mouths locked together in a passionate kiss. But what happened then? I can't think straight, and it doesn't help that my head is throbbing with pain. Raising my hand to the back of my head, I find a huge knot that stings like the devil when I press my fingers to it. The sound of shattering pottery sounds in my ear, and I vaguely remember a vase in Elise's hand. My wolf growls as understanding sinks in. Whether she is my Jane or not, Elise Carrington is in big trouble. She's in the kitchen when I emerge, the rest of the house quiet as a mouse. A glance at the clock on the mantel tells me it's past 11 p.m., which probably means everyone else is in bed. Perfect. Hello, Miss Carrington, I state gruffly, taking immense pleasure when she leaps into the air in surprise. Alpha, she gasps in shock, pressing her hand to her heart. You startled me. I can see that, I proclaim, prowling forward. Her eyes warily follow my movement. How are you feeling? Confused, I admit, rubbing my jaw in thought. You see, the last thing I remember was a few hours ago. I was at the bar, but now I've woken up here. It wasn't a few hours ago, she corrects, her little pink tongue darting out to lick her lips and completely distracting me. It was last night. You fell and hit your head. I fell? I repeat, feigning ignorance. The lie gave me the perfect excuse to zone in on my target, so it takes me a moment to process her first words. Wait a minute, last night? I glance at the clock again. Paisley! Don't worry, Elise interrupts my panic. Her surgery was postponed. Until you could be there with her. Relief courses through me. Thank you. I would never have forgiven myself if she had to go through it alone. She wouldn't have, Elise answers quickly, clearly not thinking it through first. My head jerks up at the protective note in her voice, and realizing what she said, the blonde improvises. Someone would have been there for her. I mean, your mother or Eve. I fight the urge to snort. I can just imagine the kind of care Eve would provide my daughter. Childcare is not exactly her strength. Still, Elise's slip-up makes me wonder. Why was her response about my pup so defensive? Just then, the little girl I met in the restaurant comes into the kitchen, rubbing her eyes and wearing the same expression Paisley does when she's not truly awake. Mommy, I can't sleep. I returned my gaze to Elise, a sense of triumph building in my chest. Mommy, just as I thought. Clearly, these aren't Linda's pups after all. If Elise realizes that her daughter has just revealed her deception, she doesn't show it. She doesn't even look at me because her full attention is on her pup. She crosses the kitchen and scoops up the little girl, humming sympathetically. Poor baby, you've had too much excitement this week. The child peeks over at me with wide eyes, cuddling closer to her mother, but also unflinchingly curious. Hello there, little one. I greet her warmly, instinctively stepping closer. What's your name? Elise's arms tighten on the girl when I move closer, betraying her maternal instincts even further. I'm Riley. The pup yawns, resting her cheek on Jane's shoulder and watching me intently. I'm sorry if your mommy and I woke you, Riley. I state honestly, desperately wanting to reach out to the sleepy girl who reminds me so much of Paisley it hurts. But I'm happy we got to meet again. Riley frowns. You hit your head. I did. I agree. We were just talking about that. Is it better now? She asks with obvious concern. Yes. Thank you. I smile, giving in and brushing the hair back from her eyes, even as a low growl rumbles in Elise's chest. I flash a wolfish grin at the protective mother wolf, loving her ferocity, even if her concerns are completely ridiculous. How could she think I would be any threat to such an angel? You should stay here anyway, Riley suggests drowsily, her eyes falling shut. He can't stay, Elise decrees firmly. He should, Riley repeats dreamily. Ignoring her, Elise carries the pup back to her room, glancing over her shoulder and glowering when she sees me following. My attention is riveted on the child in her arms. If I didn't know better, I'd be absolutely certain it was Paisley. There is no way the two girls are not related. Resemblances this similar simply don't happen by coincidence, especially not when her mother might as well be Jane's twin, and when her brothers look so much like me. The boys are tucked in and sleeping soundly in the nursery, their little heads poking out of the covers as their chests rise and fall in slumber. I know I'm staring at my pups, and Elise knows it too. I'm waiting when she returns from settling Riley, leaning against the kitchen counter and sharply monitoring her approach. Now that her pup is resting peacefully, the stunning she-wolf seems far more unsettled than before. So, Mommy, I remark dryly, enjoying the way she stiffens defensively. They're not Linda's pups after all. No, Elise admits, they're mine. And their father? I prompt. Her eyes narrow. He's not in the picture. Why did you lie? I interrogate, every predatory bone in my body on high alert. If I'm right, and this is my mate in front of me, she has a lot to answer for. Not only did she hide my pups from me and fake her death, she forged DNA results and knocked me out cold when I came to confront her about them. Yet Elise simply shrugs as if the lie was no big deal. Technically, Linda lied, not me. At your direction, I bite back. You've already shown far more interest in me than I'm comfortable with. I didn't want to give you more leverage, she answers coolly, staring me straight in the eye. Interesting. Either she's a better liar than I thought, or she's telling the truth. Strange. I don't know many mothers who wouldn't want to brag about such wonderful kids. I bait her. Then maybe you have met many single mothers who have something to protect. Elise snaps back. And what exactly are you trying to protect? I ask, stalking forward and loving the way she squirms when I come near. Do you believe I'm some sort of threat to you, Mrs. Carrington? Of course not. She drops her gaze, any inclination for truth-telling clearly gone. But you are an alpha wolf with a dominant streak, a mile wide. In my experience, your kind don't take well to the idea of their potential mates having another man's pups. My kind? I growl before her words truly sink in. Of course, when they do, my anger spikes. Are you suggesting I would harm innocent children? Simply because they belong to another man? You wouldn't be the first, she remarks coldly. For a moment, my outrage swells so powerfully, I have to count to 10 just to get my temper under control. Once I do, I realize she's intentionally baiting me, riling me up to distract me from the matter at hand. Clever little mate. Abruptly changing tracks, I try to catch her as off guard as she caught me. Tell me, Elise, are you single by choice? Her eyes widen almost imperceptibly. She then turns her back to me, hiding her face even as I can see a flush working up the back of her neck. I didn't say that. You said their father isn't in the picture. I begin smoothly, dragging my eyes from her throat before I lose control and start kissing it. And I can't imagine any man would be foolish enough to leave you. I'm moving forward despite my attempts at control. She's simply too ravishing to resist. Elise trembles as I brush her hair away from her neck. Standing so close behind her, I can feel her heat. What's his name, by the way? Maybe I know him? She tosses her long hair back into place, glowering at me over her shoulder. I wasn't even going to tell you I have kids. You think I'm going to give out names? I'm not staring into her pretty green eyes. Instead, I'm staring at the crescent-shaped scar where her neck meets her shoulder. A mating mark, my mating mark. I'm sure of it. Her perfume clearly hides much more than her omega scent and sunny fragrance. It also hides my own scent marking. You can divorce me and run to the ends of the earth, Janie, I think hungrily. But nothing can erase my mark. Well, nothing but another wolf's mark on top of it. And goddess, am I glad to see she hasn't been with anyone else in our years apart. Have you noticed how closely our daughters resemble one another? I question. I only saw your daughter for a moment. Elise deflects. I didn't have long enough to make an impression. They were similar enough that I mistook her for Paisley. I share. Jane snorts. That speaks more to your parenting ability than their likeness. No? Chuckling deeply, I trace my fingers down her arm. That's one explanation. I agree, but I have another. I'm sure you do. Elise concedes, and I'm sure I don't want to hear it. Why not? I demand. You're not scared, are you? Her little body winds up like a spring, and my immediate instinct is to make her unwind the best way I know how, with my hands, mouth, and well, let's just say it would be a full-body workout. But I know this isn't the time. When she turns back to face me, Elise looks more furious than I've ever witnessed. I am not scared of you, Alpha, she snarls, but I'm scared of any man who refuses to listen when a woman tries to tell him no. And right now, you're doing a damn good job of pushing my limits. Clever girl. I praise her, letting my own anger shine through. You should be afraid because I don't take kindly to being lied to. Elise defiantly bares her teeth. If you can prove I've lied about other than my pups being Linda's, I'll gladly submit to whatever punishment you see fit. But I won't apologize for protecting my family. My eyes flash. She knows I cannot prove that she is Paisley's mother. She speaks so confidently, as if she knows I attempted to test her DNA and got failed results. Either I remember even less of last night than I realize, and let the truth slip, or she knew about the DNA test beforehand. I'm betting on the latter. You've told so many lies, I assert, relying on my instincts rather than verifiable fact. Are you so certain you haven't slipped up? Her eyes widen almost imperceptibly, and the next moment I think she might run. However, at the last second, she gathers her wits and plants her hands on her hips. As I said, if you can prove something, go right ahead. Otherwise, leave me alone. She watches me closely as I consider my response, her confidence growing every moment that I let pass in silence. Finally, she scoffs and turns her back on me, muttering, "That's what I thought." Before she can leave the kitchen, I call after her. Taking advantage of her overconfidence, I use the name I'm now certain belongs to her. The very last name she wants to hear. Jane. 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 Ethan's deep bass echoes in my ears, sending shivers down my spine and making my knees shake. At first, I tell myself I only imagined it, but then the palpable silence hanging between us becomes too heavy to deny. I stop in my tracks, trying to act nonchalant. "Who is Jane?" I ask, not bothering to turn around. "You're really going to keep playing this game?" he demands, sounding as angry as I've ever heard him. "I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about," I insist, digging in my heels. "Like you don't know what happened last night?" Ethan drawls, his footsteps drawing nearer. "I've already told you, you fell. I remind him, determined to stick to my story at all costs. The last thing I need is for him to remember I attacked him. I hadn't even thought about what I was doing in the moment. It was only after, when I saw his blood, that I truly processed what I'd done. I attacked the alpha. Yes, he kissed me without asking, but I let him. I was kissing him back every bit as passionately as he was kissing me. And then I turned on him out of nowhere. I can only imagine what the punishment would be. He certainly wouldn't turn me over to law enforcement. I'm sure he'd devise some creative and completely twisted revenge to which he could subject me. Bull, he snaps, refusing my assertion point blank. You had a lot to drink. I argue, hating how hyper-aware I am of the man. I know exactly where he stands without looking, and I feel his nearness like a drug. Not even alphas are immune to drunken accidents. The strange thing is how I happened to fall here, outside your door. Ethan replies, his hot breath fluttering over my ear. Maybe you were stalking me, I suggest, shifting restlessly from foot to foot. No, I seem to remember you being there, he announces, sending my heart plummeting into my stomach. No, oh no, he remembers. He knows what I did. That doesn't mean you weren't stalking me, I reason, trying to keep my voice steady. Ethan's huge, calloused hands land on my waist, pinning me to the spot and terrifying me to the core. What happened last night, Jane? Stop calling me that, I beg. Why? He growls. What bothers you about it so much? It isn't my name, I lie. Why wouldn't it bother me? I breathe. And all I know about last night is what Linda told me. She found you unconscious in her hallway and called me to fill me in before I got home. That's all. The alpha's hands tighten, sending pulses of heat straight to my core. Then why can I still taste you? He rumbles. Excuse me? I exclaim, passing off my shock as indignation. You heard me, Ethan prompts, purring when my shoulder blades brush his muscular chest. I did, I confirm, but I'm giving you the chance to rethink your words. Silly little wolf, he taunts. I don't say anything I don't mean. Haven't you learned that by now? I've asked you once before not to speak to me that way. I hiss. How? Ethan clarifies affectionately. If my memory is correct, then it's more than appropriate. But it isn't correct, I insist. I don't know what you imagined happened last night, but I assure you that you have no right to speak to me that way. You don't really think I could forget, do you? He asks huskily. I held you in my arms less than a day ago, Elise. I'm not going to forget that anytime soon. And I'm not going to rest until you're back there where you belong. Where I come from, this is called harassment, I inform him icily. Oh, Ethan replies, I call it. Making things right. I think you hit your head even harder than I realized. I gulp, feeling myself slowly melting in his arms and desperately needing an escape. You haven't seen anything yet, Ethan promises. I've seen everything I want to see. I snap, trying to squirm free of his grip. Ethan pulls my body flush against his, clamping his hands down and holding me still against him. Why did you do it? He asks, his delicious scent enveloping me. You're confused, I claim. You've mistaken me for someone else. This is your concussion talking. It's my wolf talking, Ethan contends, his heated words sending butterflies fluttering through my stomach. At first, I think he's simply touching me for the hell of it, the same way he half drowned me in the tub, trying to cuddle me. Then I realize he's not merely pressing me close. He's very subtly rubbing his body against mine, intentionally covering me with his scent. Stop that, I demand, pushing against him. The nerve? I think in outrage, sneak scent marking me. Stop what? He smirks. You know what you're doing, I accuse fiercely, heaving in a few panting breaths. You need to leave, Ethan, I finally announce. No, thank you, he replies, sidling closer still. I wasn't asking. I combat. I've got to get him out of here. Every second he stays, the closer I get to having a complete mental breakdown. As strong as I feel when we're apart, as firm as my resolve may be, when we're together, the entire world seems to turn on its head. I'm no longer powerful and confident and immune to him. I'm weak and vulnerable and at his mercy. You're really going to kick me out after midnight? He asks, adopting a beleaguered expression. I don't give an inch. You're a big boy. You'll manage. But I'm injured, he attests, making every attempt to appear pitiful and failing abysmally. Right on cue, Linda walks in from the hall. I wonder how long she's been up. I wonder how much she overheard. Linda, I cry gratefully. I'm sorry we woke you, but I was just showing Ethan out. I look to her for support, but I can tell from the frown on her face that I'm fighting a lost cause. Unfortunately, the doctor wanted to see him when he woke. She tells me regretfully, the alpha can't go anywhere until he gives the okay. But I stammer helplessly. The pup's his pup. We can't keep the alpha from his family and his work. For once, I'm almost certain Ethan will back me up. Not for once. He proves me wrong. I'm afraid I have to comply with the doctor's wishes. He looks to Linda. I'm sorry for the imposition, but I greatly appreciate your hospitality. Of course, Alpha. My friend smiles, taking me by surprise. What the hell? He can't stay here. We can't all be here together. But Linda, I object, shooting her a pleading glance. I'm sorry, Elise. She sighs. The doctor was very clear. But he's fine, I exclaim, gesturing to Ethan. Before I know what's happening, Ethan has seized my hand and is now holding it in his own, tracing patterns over my knuckles and pressing his lips to my palm. Elise, my friend croons, as soon as the doctor clears him, he can go. We'll call him first thing in the morning, she promises, leaning close and whispering. You and the pups can get up early and go to the park. He'll be gone before you return. I heard that, Ethan announces smugly, still toying with my hand, swatting the infuriating man so he'll release me. I'm taken aback when he drags me closer. Behave, he orders ominously. Don't you think assaulting the alpha once is enough? I don't even care that he seems to remember what happened. I'm so infuriated by his behavior that I simply respond out of instinct. Not if you didn't learn your lesson. Fire sparks in Ethan's eyes, and my excitement spikes in kind. Are you admitting that I didn't fall after all, Elise? Of course not. I deny. But I am saying that you could use a few good bonks on the head if you still think this is appropriate. Ethan sidles closer, towering over me and adopting a knowing leer. He looks so dangerous in this moment that every Omega instinct I possess is begging me to give in. Luckily, Linda seems to sense my weak resolve. Okay, my friend interrupts. Why don't we all go to bed before we say anything we regret, and we can pick this up in the morning? Staring at Ethan, I realize I don't want to stop fighting. It's clear he doesn't either. We're having too much fun. At the same time, I know every moment we keep this up is a threat to me. I need to be rid of Ethan, sooner rather than later. Agreed, I say, turning towards the bedroom. Ethan never agrees with us, but I feel his eyes on me until I shut the door at my back. I don't need him to tell me to understand. This is only the beginning. Ethan, the doctor arrives first thing in the morning, after Jane has already roused the pups and fled the house. My naughty little mate is as skittish as a scared rabbit, and it's no wonder why. She's certainly carrying a lot of secrets around with her, and the 3 biggest ones are living in the room next to mine. Unfortunately for her, I have no intention of leaving now. I need to get to the hospital to see Paisley, but the more time that passes, the clearer it becomes that I have 3 other pups to worry about here. I've only met them in passing thus far, and I don't even know the boys' names. But I'm going to stay here until I do. Jane has been very clever these past few years, and I don't expect unraveling her web of lies is going to be easy. But goddess, am I excited to begin. I haven't felt this exhilarated in years, and it truly amazes me I could feel so thrilled by her deception. I suppose the joy of discovering her alive has overpowered the fury I might otherwise be feeling, though I have a sneaking suspicion I won't feel that way for much longer. The doctor is quick and professional, examining me in the privacy of Linda's guest room and gently lecturing me about the dangers of overindulging. I don't correct the man about the source of my concussion. I plan on dealing with Jane myself, and I need him on my side in order for my plan to succeed. I want you to tell Linda I have to stay on bed rest here for a few more days. I quietly intone as he packs away his supplies. But Alpha, you're more than well enough to return home, he replies, furrowing his brow. His confusion is understandable, but I don't show him any empathy. Pulling a handful of banknotes from my wallet, I press them into his palm. I know your diagnosis, and I know what I said. I explain coolly. I need to stay here a while longer, and I want you to back me up. He frowns deeply, staring up at me as the gears work in his mind. I still haven't released his hand, and when he doesn't immediately agree, I squeeze his palm more firmly, making the smaller man wince. Yes, sir, he agrees, lowering his gaze in submission. Thank you. I smile, letting him go at last. I listen at the door as he explains the situation to Linda, grinning at the surprise in her voice and the obvious concern she feels over having Jane and I locked up in her apartment together. When she starts to approach the guest room after he departs, I quickly jump into bed and pretend to be asleep. She pushes the door open and watches me for a long moment, and I have to hope she's convinced by my act. In the end, she closes the door again without speaking, either deciding to let me pretend or believing I actually need the rest. Thank you, doctor. I think slyly. You just bought me 3 more days with Jane, and I'm not going to waste them. 3 RD person. Eve was livid. She was certain Jane was trying to steal Ethan back, even going so far as getting him drunk and injuring him, so he'd be forced to stay with her. She knew in her heart that's what happened, and might even be impressed if she wasn't so furious. She'd tried to get Ethan drunk 100 times, but it had never seemed to work. None of her plans were working out the way she hoped, and her frustration was increasingly by the day. She still had to figure out a way to get rid of Paisley, and she needed to get Jane out of the city as soon as possible. She was so distraught over all this, she was even willing to risk hurting her own business if it meant protecting her relationship with Ethan. Pulling out her phone, she dialed a reporter at the Night Fang Gazette who had published pieces about her boutique when it first opened. Hello? The woman answered promptly. Hi, Danielle. This is Eve Suillon. I think I have a story for you, she announced. Oh, hi, Eve. The reporter greeted her politely. The paper doesn't currently have any openings for a fashion piece, but I'd be happy to listen and direct you to another publication. Oh, it's not a fashion piece, Eve corrected her deviously. It's a criminal offense. Really, do tell. Danielle invited. Are you familiar with La Louve? The jealous she-wolf asked. Of course, who isn't? The reporter replied. She could never afford the luxury perfume herself, but every she-wolf on the continent dreamed of purchasing the exclusive fragrance. Well, I'm sorry to inform you that the entire business is a fraud, Eve stated gleefully, and I can prove it when Jane returned mid-morning after dropping off the pups at daycare. She was shocked to discover Ethan was still at Linda's apartment. The infuriating Alpha was sitting in the living room talking with her friend, causing Jane to stop in her tracks. What are you still doing here? She demanded. Ethan only grinned. The doctor ordered 3 more days of bed rest here. What? Jane exclaimed, looking to Linda for confirmation. When the other woman nodded in agreement, Jane threw her arms up. Why here? Why not go be on bed rest in your own home? Apparently, Linda cleared her throat, as if she too was having a hard time buying the doctor's orders. He's still too unstable to move. Can't be too careful with the alpha, Ethan announced smugly. Jane's eyes narrowed to slits, and she seriously considered giving the man a real head injury. However, before she could truly entertain the idea, her cell began ringing in her bag. Fishing it out, she brought the device to her ear. This is Elise, she stated, earning a snort from Ethan. Hi, Elise, a woman greeted on the other end of the line. My name is Danielle Kincaid, and I'm a reporter for the Night Fang Gazette. I'm writing a story about potential fraud at La Louve. I wanted to call and give you a chance to make a comment on the matter before we go to print. Jane forgot all about Ethan and her personal problems, her attention instantly snapping to her business. I'm sorry. I'm going to need more information. What fraud? You deny knowing anything about it then? The reporter questioned. As I said, I'm going to need more information, Jane repeated, seeing Ethan rise to his feet out of the corner of her eye. She glanced at the pair in the living room, both of whom could undoubtedly hear the other side of her conversation with their keen shifter ears. Well, I received a tip that your perfumes are not actually being produced using the rare botanicals you claim. It seems there are verified cases of wolfsbane poisoning in the city, which arose from your company using the plant as a substitute in your signature fragrance line. Danielle shared, sounding thoroughly excited to have stumbled onto such a dramatic story. The next thing Jane knew, Ethan was prying the cell phone from her hand, his expression clouded over with rage. He was giving off so much dominant energy that Jane quelled without a second thought, letting him take control even though she internally wanted to object. This is Ethan Blackwell. He spoke firmly into the receiver. What is the meaning of this? Oh, Danielle's distant voice chirped. Alpha, it's a pleasure to speak with you. I was just calling Miss Carrington for a comment. I heard, he snarled, and I want to know where you got your information. I'm afraid I can't reveal my sources, even to you, sir. She hedged. Well, then let me set the record straight. Ethan growled, because there have been a few cases like you're describing, but only from perfumes purchased at a single shop, one whose proprietor was too cheap to actually carry the fragrance line and decided to counterfeit them instead. Heavy silence hung on the other end of the phone. Would that be Eve's atelier? Yes, it would, Ethan rumbled ominously. Feel like sharing your source now? This is, she stammered, unsure of how to proceed. It was Eve herself, wasn't it? Ethan demanded. She tried to make Elise Carrington the villain, when in fact Elise is the one who came here to put an end to the scheme and saved countless lives in the process. Is that true? Danielle squeaked. Do you think I would lie? The Alpha demands. Do you think I would ever say such things about a business in which I am a key stakeholder, unless it was the truth? No, sir, I didn't mean. If you publish a single word maligning Elise Carrington's good name, you will be out of a job in an instant, he continued, speaking so harshly that both Jane and Linda trembled reflexively. An hour later, when Eve picked up the phone to gloat with her contact at the Gazette, she was shocked to hear the woman explain what had happened. What? Why would you call her? She screeched at Danielle. Because it's standard practice, the other woman informed her coldly. And it's a good thing I did, because now I can publish the true story instead of destroying my career with your libel. No, the Alpha will never allow it, Eve insisted. Who do you think told me to write the truth? Danielle scoffed. Needless to say, you lost more than one friend today. Don't call me again, Eve. When the line went dead, Eve threw the device at the wall with all her strength. Shrieking in a full-out temper tantrum, she roared, I'll kill her! Then to herself she repeated, I'll kill Jane if it's the last thing I do. Ethan, for all my bluster, My head truly was aching after settling the ordeal with Eve and the reporter. Jane was so thankful I'd stepped in that she didn't even complain when I said I was going to lie down for a bit, though I could still hear her speaking in a low voice with Linda after I closed the door. "What happened?" Jane whispered. "It's like he said," Linda answered. "The doctor said it would be best if he remained here to rest a few days. He said something about there being too much temptation to take care of pack business at the penthouse. He didn't trust Ethan to actually rest if he went home." "That's nonsense," Jane hissed. "Ethan must have ordered the doctor to say that. Whether he did or didn't doesn't really matter," Linda argued in a hushed tone. "He's the alpha. We can't refute his orders or the doctor's. We've just got to make our peace with it." "I can't have him here with the kids," Jane murmured nervously. "Maybe we should see if we can move into the new apartment sooner." "Sweetheart, he's already seen the pups," Linda reasoned. "If anything, spending more time with them will give you time to convince him he's wrong about you. I guarantee if you cut and run, you'll only be confirming his suspicions." I wasn't sure if Linda believed what she was saying or was secretly in my corner, but I appreciated her either way. Stay here and pretend nothing is wrong. Show him he doesn't have any effect on you. Make sure that he'll let you go when the time comes. Bloody unlikely. I think, even as Jane answers, maybe you're right. That's right, baby. Listen to Linda. But I don't like it. Jane adds stubbornly. It's only a couple of months. Linda assured her. You can do this. There was an odd pause, and then Jane remarked, "Maybe it won't be a few months after all. When that article comes out, Eve's Adelaire will be ruined. The deal can fall through." Unfortunately for Jane, I'd already thought of this and sent off an email to the board to begin the process of formally removing Eve from her position. Her decision to try and frame Jane for her own crimes was the last straw. I no longer felt any duty to protect her under the circumstances. I might have been able to understand her holding a grudge against Jane, but I was also incapable of allowing her to harm my mate. My last thought as I fell asleep was of the cute look I knew would be on Jane's face when I told her the news, that our deal would absolutely be going forward, and I would be taking over management of the boutique so that we would have to continue working together long after the perfume launch. She was going to be furious, and I was going to enjoy every moment. When I wake, it's to the sound of young voices and 3 distinct scents, all like different shades of paisley. I keep my eyes closed as the pups sneak into my room, my heart already swelling in my chest. Other than getting to spend time with Jane, I've been looking forward to truly meeting the pups the most. Opening my eyes to tiny slits, I catch sight of the 3 pups hovering at the edge of the bed. Closing them again, I pretend to shift my legs, listening in amusement as the kids duck down with 3 little gasps. A moment later, they rise again, muted footsteps carrying them closer. "Why is he sleeping so much?" one of the boys whispers. "I dunno," Riley replies, a note of pure mischief in her voice. "Maybe you should poke him. Paisley's other half if I ever saw one," I think with delight. "Little imp." "No," the boys whisper in unison. "He'll wake up." "What are you, chicken?" Riley replies, making a series soft clucking sounds. "Stop it, Riley," one of her brothers complains. "Come on, I dare you." Riley eggs them on. There's a beat of silence, and with another tiny peek, I catch the boy on my right, reaching toward me, hesitantly. At the very last moment, I leap up and catch the boy with a dramatic roar. All 3 kids squeal in surprise, but I've captured the second boy in no time flat. "Well, what have we here?" I ask, eyeing them suspiciously. "A pair of spies." "And so small, too," I tease, lifting a pup in each hand and adopting an intimidating expression. "Tell me now, who do you work for?" Riley had begun to run for the door when I rose up, but now she turns back. Seeing me holding her brother's captive, her adorable features scrunch up in anger. fighting to smother my smile, I say, "Oh, so this is your leader." Without another word, the little girl charges my legs with a vicious war cry, and I know I'm a goner. I've barely met them, and I'm already head over heels for this pack of rascals. Jane is standing in the kitchen when I emerge with Riley hanging from one of my arms and both boys on the other. Their little feet hang off the ground and they giggle uproariously as I carry them out into the main living area. Despite herself, I see the corners of Jane's mouth twitching upward, and I offer her a wide smile in return. "You're supposed to be resting," she tells me, trying to sound stern. "I was," I tell her defensively, but then I caught these little devils spying on me. Jane sighs and shoots the pups a disapproving mom look. "I told you three to stay out of his room." "But Mom," all three cry in unison. "It's okay," I announce. "I'm glad I finally got to meet your pups." "Do you have kids?" one of the boys asks. "I do. I have a little girl named Paisley." Jane's eyes are almost comically wide as she looks back and forth between me and the pups, as if she's trying to figure out some way to split us up before I can say more. "Can we meet her?" the other boy asks. "If you like," I agree happily. I would love nothing more. But not this week. She's in the hospital. "I was just there," Riley announces happily. I raise my arm until she's hanging level with my eyes, suddenly overflowing with concern. "You were?" I question, scanning her for injuries. That must have been why Jane was there the day we ran into each other. "Why? Just a flu?" She shrugs, completely unconcerned. Her bright smile calms me immensely. "Well, I'm glad you're better. Us too." The kids have already moved back to playing, climbing my body like a tree and swinging from my arms like little monkeys. "Mommy, come play with us," Riley calls hopefully. Jane, who is pretending to dry the same plate she was working on 10 minutes ago, shakes her head. "Maybe in a little while, honey. I'm just finishing the dishes." Bending to the pup's level, I nod towards Jane and whisper, "You're not going to let her get away with that, are you?" The children exchange mischievous glances, and I give them the extra prod they need. "Get her." "Jane, the goddess is really testing me today." Watching Ethan play with our pups was hard enough. I've imagined seeing my kids with their father too many times to count, but seeing it in person makes my heart practically break. They're all so happy, and I know if I join them, I'll be asking for trouble. I don't want to encourage this behavior, no matter how happy it makes them. But it seems Ethan has no such reservations, and made the decision for me. As my pups race across the room and pounce on me, I can help but laugh as I collapse beneath them. Wrestling and ticking the three wriggling bodies, they give as good as they get, poking my sides and making me squirm wildly on the tiles. A warm, deep chuckle that sends a very different kind of warmth through my body sounds above us, and the next thing I know, Ethan is bending down to pluck me from the ground, tossing me over his shoulder and relocating me to the living room. Though he sets me on my feet when we get there, the feel of his powerful hands on my body makes my knees feel weak, and I have to steady myself with a hand on his arm when I land. The kids have followed, of course, and are now eyeing the pair of us with paws outstretched in threat. They pounce within moments, and before I know it, all 5 of us are racing around the apartment laughing and playing, making my heart swell even larger in my chest. It feels as if it will burst out of me at any moment, and my wolf is practically clawing at my skin, begging to come out and join the fun. The only thing missing is Paisley. I don't know where exactly the thought came from, but I look to Ethan, instinctively knowing he's thinking the same. He offers me a warm smile, and as I stare into his dark eyes, I feel as though I'm falling into a bottomless pool. The longer our eyes remain locked, the more agitated I feel. Flames of heat have filled Ethan's gaze, and when he rakes it over my body, pure, undiluted desire races through my blood. I want nothing more than to run into his arms, and the way he's looking at me right now. There's no doubt he'd catch me and remind me exactly what I've been missing all these years. Jane, what I've been missing all these years. I think when reason returns to my lust-addled brain, like being Ethan's mindless pleasure slave, all at once my joy and desire come crashing down around me as reality sets in. If I was to give in to Ethan now, I would land right back where I was 5 years ago, completely at his mercy, and I'm sure that's exactly what he wants. It must have been so hard for him not to have an Omega slave serving his every whim all this time. I think bitterly. It's no wonder he's been so aggressive about reuniting with me. At first I'd been confused about why the alpha seemed so determined to prove my true identity before he knew about the pups. It didn't make any sense. Afterwards, I assumed he simply wanted to take them from me. After all, wolves, like him, always think women and children are their property, rather than beings with their own minds. However, now the final puzzle piece has fallen into place at last. It's not just about the pups, it's also about getting his personal sex toy back, and no doubt making me pay for my betrayal. I can only imagine the twisted ways he'll devise to punish me. Kinky bastard. The only saving grace is that he finally seems to have wised up to Eve's schemes. That, or he's only siding with me to win me over in the short term. Either way, I cannot be fooled by his charm. I cannot let myself fall victim to the heartless alpha again, no matter how well we started off Ethan. Looking at Jane now, it's impossible not to be transported into the past. She's every bit as beautiful now as she was the day we first kissed, when I finally stopped seeing her as a friend, and realized she was the woman of my dreams. We were 15, and had been tied at the hip ever since we competed against one another in the PAC's annual spelling bee in the 3rd grade. We tied in the competition, and though I was the alpha's son and she was just an omega, we became fast friends. We couldn't have come from more disparate backgrounds. While my family was happy, whole, and had never left me wanting for anything, Jane never knew her father, and her mother always struggled to keep food on the table. One day we were hanging out after school, walking down the city's main street and happily chatting when I caught her ravenously eyeing a bakery window. "Have you eaten today, little wolf?" "Yes," she answered, turning her nose up in a way that told me she was certainly lying. "Janie," I growl threateningly. "You know, I'm getting really tired of you bossing me around, Ethan." She groused, "You're not alpha yet. And you wouldn't listen to me even if I was." I tease, brushing her hair back from her face. "Stubborn thing." "Stop it," she complained, pushing my hand away. "Or what?" I taunted, catching her up against me. I stared deep into her brilliant green eyes, framed behind thick black lashes despite her fair hair. I'd always known Jane was pretty, but I'd never felt it the way I did then deep in my bones, with a thriving, blazing fire that made my wolf positively howl. Or she racked her brain, a look of enlightenment striking her stunning features a moment later. "Or I'll bite you," she decided. "Is that so?" I grinned wolfishly, trying very hard to calm my raging hormones. "Just try me," she challenged defiantly, adorably sure she'd won our bout. Without another thought, I dipped my head and claimed her lips with my own, sliding my hand to her nape and kissing her senseless. Jane whimpered in surprise, her small body going tight as a spring for a moment before melting against me, smooth and warm as hot honey. The next thing I knew, she was wrapping her arms around my neck and pressing herself closer, making the sweetest little sounds as I plundered her mouth with my tongue. In the end, she was as good as her word, nibbling on my lower lip and earning herself a powerful growl and soft nips in return. It only made her bite me harder. She so enjoyed my dominance. Jane challenged me at every turn, and neither one of us could get enough. As I return to the present, I can see the same inclination in her now. When one moment she looked ready to cave to my charms, the next she's hardened herself for battle. Goddess, how I want to rise to the challenge just as I had all those years ago. But we aren't kids anymore, and I know I can't just win her with a kiss. We're playing a long game now, and I have to figure out how to win over this new Jane, rather than using the same tactics I would have in the past. However, as we frolic through Linda's apartment with the pups, her obvious happiness gives me at least one idea for achieving my aims, and it begins and ends with the other center of my universe. Paisley, third person. I have to visit Paisley this morning. I honestly shouldn't have let a day go by without seeing her, let alone two. Ethan announced on the second morning of his stay. Yeah, well, that's what you get for scheming with the doctor. Jane griped, instantly feeling guilty. Poor Paisley had been at the hospital all on her own these last few days. Jane had wanted to sneak out to see the pup herself. But by the time she shook Ethan off, the prior evening visiting hours had already ended. Now, he scolded. Don't be like that. Like what? Jane grumbled, crossing her arms over her chest. Grumpy, Ethan remarked wryly, eyeing his former mate slyly. You should come with me. Jane froze, clearly torn. I shouldn't. She hedged. Come on, Ethan encouraged. She'd love to have another visitor. Especially you, he reminded her. She was so taken with you when you met. Jane, who still hadn't acknowledged she found Paisley the day she ran off, shrugged. I'd love to meet her, but I have too much to do. Sweetheart, I hold your only account in the city. The alpha reminded her. If I say we can skip work today, we can. Muttering under her breath about inappropriate nicknames and bossy alphas, Jane finally agreed. She glared out the window the entire ride to the hospital and refused to speak to Ethan. However, the moment they arrived in the children's wing of the medical center, she instantly softened. By the time the pair reached Paisley's room, she was almost being friendly. Daddy! Paisley exclaimed when he entered the room, throwing her arms out in welcome. Ethan immediately strode to her side and wrapped his muscular arms around her. Hello, Angel. I'm so sorry I haven't come sooner. He shared sincerely, guilt eating him alive. Where were you? Paisley pouted, her green eyes wide. I'm afraid that's my fault, Jane announced, surprising them both. I distracted him. You came back, Paisley cried when she saw Jane. Of course I did. Jane smiled warmly, petting the child's cheek. How could I stay away? It took Ethan a moment to catch up, but he soon realized Jane must have been visiting Paisley without his knowledge. He was both thrilled his suspicions about the woman were correct, and infinitely more confused about her deceit. To his surprise, the pup, who had never shown preference for anyone over him, was reaching for the woman she believed to be her mother. A month ago, he would have assumed he would be jealous of such a gesture, but now he found he was touched. It filled him with joy to see Jane taking Paisley into her arms. The happiness on the child's face, the best gift for which he could ask. His pleasure only increased when Paisley turned back to him a moment later. I want to sit in both your laps. Ethan was well aware the child meant she wanted to share their affection, but ever the clever wolf, he took the request to his advantage. Jane was already holding Paisley, so he simply pulled the lovely she-wolf into his lap and considered the job done. Perched on his thighs but still cradling their pup, Jane squirmed and glowered at the man. That isn't what she meant. He merely grinned in reply, trailing his hand down the column of her spine and cuddling them both close. Deal with it. Paisley was oblivious to their muted argument and merely snuggled into her parents' arms. She knew her surgery had been rescheduled for the day after tomorrow, and she knew without question her daddy would be there. However, he wasn't the only one she wanted present, and now she had the opportunity to ask her mommy to be there too. Will you come to the spittle for my surgery? Paisley asked, looking up at Jane with wide puppy dog eyes. Jane, looking down at Paisley's sweet face. I know I can't deny her anything. Of course I'll come, I promise, avoiding Ethan's gaze. Yay! Paisley exclaims happily, looking back and forth between Ethan and I. Something seems to strike her then, and her little nose crinkles in confusion and concern. Wait, what about your game? Ethan's gaze zeroes in on me. I don't need to look at him to know. I can feel the weight of his eyes on me like a pair of 100-pound weights. I should have foreseen this. I should have remembered the story I told the little girl about the hide-and-seek game. Now she'll think I can't ever be her mother because Ethan clearly found me. Panic bubbles up inside me. I don't know how to answer her and keep up my lie for Ethan at the same time. We put it on pause, Ethan supplies, surprising me. For you, I add gently, because of your surgery. Oh, Paisley chirps, accepting our answer without further question. Good, she smiles toothily up at me. I'm glad. Me too, I admit, unable to stop myself from running my fingers through her dark hair. I'm painfully aware of Ethan's warm, hard body beneath me, and still hiding from his penetrating gaze. However, I'm also completely preoccupied by Paisley. Every time I see her, it feels like a dream come true. I've waited so long to hold her in my arms and hear her call me mommy. I'd put up with Ethan for hours on end if it meant I got to spend more time with her like this. I just have to remain conscious of the fine line I'm walking. I can't reveal too much in front of my ex, and I can't let him trick me into revealing the truth. When we depart Paisley's room a couple of hours later, he keeps his arm locked around my waist, forcing me to physically remove the powerful limb. I'm mildly shocked when he doesn't stop me, but my victory is very short-lived. Would you care to tell me what that was about? His deep voice sounds behind me. Belatedly, I realize he allowed me the victory of pushing him away, only so that my guard would be lowered when he made his next move. Your daughter is very sweet, I inform him simply, not truly answering his question. You've visited her before, Ethan rumbles, stating it as a fact rather than I question. I met her when Riley was here. I shrug. The children's ward isn't very big. Why didn't you say? He questions, pulling me to a stop just inside the building exit. Because, I inform him coldly, it would only have encouraged you. I expect him to fight back. Instead, he simply chuckles. Stubborn thing. I freeze momentarily, shaking off my reaction as soon as I realize he caught me off guard again. He used to call me that all the time, in precisely the same way, never as a criticism or accusation, always as a term of amused endearment. I continue walking without responding, praying he'll let the matter drop. Naturally, he thwarts me again. Paisley's mother was stubborn too, he says to my back. In fact, she never even told me she was pregnant. She sounds like a smart woman, I reply, trying not to take his obvious bait. Oh, she was, he agrees, a sharp edge lining his silky tone. It's only too bad Paisley never got to know her. She's really needed a mother these past few years, and she's going to need one as she grows up even more. Tears are burning in my eyes, no matter how I try to fight them. If I stop now or look at him, he'll see, so I simply continue moving towards the car. Then you ought to marry Eve and be done with it. Ethan, marry Eve? I think, completely aghast. She must be joking. Granted, I know that's precisely what Eve wants, but I've never had any interest in the conniving she-wolf. I've only ever had eyes for Jane, which is why it hurt so much when she betrayed us on her graduation trip. If it weren't for my mother's word, I'd never have believed Eve's version of events. But their stories matched perfectly, and even Jane hadn't been able to deny what she'd done, even if she couldn't explain it. Besides, my mate is clearly capable of incredible deception. She admitted she only married me for my money, then hid her pregnancy and faked her death. She's wronged me in more ways than I can possibly count. And one day soon, I plan on getting all the answers I possibly can out of her. However, until then, I have to focus on simply making her admit her true identity. Only then can I bring her and my pups home where they belong. When we get back to Linda's apartment, the kids are begging to go out on an adventure, with Riley suggesting the nearby amusement park. Jane was only too happy for an excuse to get the kids out of the house and away from me, so she readily agreed. Of course, she was considerably less pleased when the pups turned to me and asked if I would come too. "He can't," she yelped far too quickly, flushing and then amending her words. "He's on bed rest. Actually, I'd love to come," I correct her, making the pups cheer triumphantly. "If you're well enough for an amusement park, you're well enough to go home." Jane narrows her eyes. "Don't you have alpha business to take care of? I haven't had a vacation in years. Besides, I'm going to be off for Paisley's surgery anyway," I explain. "This way, I'll just start a day early." "But your head," Jane sputters beside herself. "I won't go on any roller coasters. My head is still aching enough to make the idea make me feel mildly ill." "That's okay," Riley immediately replies. "Mommy doesn't like them either, so she can keep you company while we ride." Jane shoots her daughter an exasperated look, but I can only grin at the clever pup. "That's a great idea." My high spirits only last a little while. Make no mistake, I'm thrilled to be spending time with Jane and the pups, but I can't stop thinking that this is wrong. Poor Paisley is stuck in a lumpy hospital bed while I'm out in the sunshine, chasing her siblings around an amusement park. "Are you thinking about Paisley?" Jane asks softly. We're standing at the exit of an alarmingly tall roller coaster, currently whizzing her pups through the air, and my mate has clearly noticed my subdued mood. Sighing and dragging a hand through my hair, I admit, I feel guilty being here without her. She nods in understanding. I don't know any parent who wouldn't feel that way. She shares, "But you can bring her when she's well again." Or, I suggest, for once being completely sincere without a single thought for scheming, we could bring her together. The pups did say they want to meet her. Jane frowns, looking so tempted my heart beats a bit faster. She probably won't be healed enough in time. She finally answers, "We're leaving after the fragrance launch, remember?" A growl bursts out of me before I can stop it, and Jane jolts in surprise, dropping her gaze and belying the alpha scent layered into her perfume. "There's my little Omega." "Shh, I'm sorry," I soothe, reaching out and pulling her under my arm. "My wolf simply doesn't like the idea of you leaving." "Well, he's going to have to get used to it," Jane replies stiffly, "because it's going to happen." Before I can reply, the pups are racing towards us, their cheeks red and hair windswept. "How was it?" Jane asks excitedly. "So fun, Mommy," they answer together. "I'm so glad," she answers, hugging them. "Where do you want to go next?" The kids look around, thinking hard. Then Riley catches sight of something that makes her eyes go wide and begins whispering to her brothers. The next thing I know, they're pointing across the park. "Let's go on that one," Parker suggests. Turning to follow their line of sight, we both blink in surprise. "The Tunnel of Love?" Jane asks in confusion, eyeing the cheesy ride normally reserved for couples. "Why would you want to go on that ride?" "It's for grown-ups." "Yeah, but it's really slow and gentle," Ryder explains, "so you two can come on it with us." "Come on, Mommy, please," Riley adds. "We haven't gotten to go on anything with you yet." Jane exhales as if she's heading to her own execution rather than a silly boat ride. "Fine, yay," the kids cry, dragging us towards the heart-shaped entrance. When we reach the front of the line, it becomes obvious that we can't all fit in a swan boat together. But when Jane suggests we split up and each sit with one or two of the pups, they object again. "No, we want to sit together." "I guess that settles it." I shrug. climbing into one of the cars and pulling Jane behind me. As the ride sets off down a dark, artificially starlit tunnel, Jane tries to huddle in the corner so that our bodies won't touch. Rolling my eyes, I drag her across the bench towards me. However, I must have used more force than I realized, because instead of sliding over so that we're side by side, Jane ends up halfway in my lap, looking up at me with wide eyes. Her small palms are braced against my chest, and our faces are only inches apart. I drag my knuckles across her cheek, cupping her face in my hand. I was too drunk to really remember our last kiss, but I'm determined to remember this one. Closing the final distance between us, I lower my mouth to hers. 3RD person. Ryder, Parker, and Riley kneeled in the back of the swan-shaped boat, carrying them down the lazy river winding through the dark tunnel, giggling in excitement as they spied on Ethan and Jane. Despite the pitch black surrounding them, their sharp wolf eyes could make out their parents' bodies through the gloom and saw that Ethan was about to kiss Jane. This is exactly the opportunity they'd been waiting for. "Riley, you're a genius," Parker whispered. "Thank you." His sister smiled widely. She didn't know why these silly rides existed, but she was certainly glad they did. It was so romantic, with the cozy boats and soft love songs blaring through the overhead speakers. At this very moment, some pop star was singing about how she died every day waiting for her lover, and the pup couldn't help but think Mommy had been waiting a very long time for their daddy, at least as long as they'd been alive, if not longer. Unfortunately, Ethan and Jane's lips had barely brushed together when Jane turned her face away. "Don't." The alpha rested his forehead against hers, nuzzling gently. "Why not? We shouldn't have agreed to this," Jane whispered. She glanced towards the boat in front of them and saw 3 pairs of spying eyes suddenly duck down behind the stern. "It'll give the pups the wrong idea." "Actually, I think the pups have the right idea," Ethan murmured in answer. "You're the only one who seems to be confused." "I'm not confused," Jane grumbled. "I know exactly what I want, and becoming your plaything isn't it." "My plaything?" he repeated, not sure where this was coming from. "I know you, Ethan," she growled softly, making the big wolf wrapped around her raise his brows. "I mean, I've known wolves like you before," she amended, realizing her slip-up. "You're only interested in one thing." "That's where you're wrong, baby," Ethan purred, earning a true snarl from Jane. "Easy now," he cautioned, smirking as he nodded towards the pups. "Do you want them to hear?" Jane narrowed her eyes, but quieted her protest. "I'd be a fool if all I wanted from you was..." Ethan paused, searching for an appropriate word. "Your beauty." He finally decided, "I want it. Make no mistake. But I also want your intelligence," he admitted, brushing his lips over her cheek and trailing them to her jaw. "Your strength and charm. I want your sweetness and your defiance, your good moods and your bad." His mouth was traveling the slender column of her throat now, making her pulse pound beneath his touch. "I want you in sickness and health." "Stop it," Jane objected, her voice thick with emotion. "What's going on?" Ryder whispered to his siblings. "I can't really hear." Parker frowned, "but I think they're fighting." "No, they're not supposed to fight," Riley pouted. Her plan was them for to kiss and cuddle, not argue. "Why don't grown-ups ever behave?" she muttered under her breath. Back in the other boat, Ethan was sighing and shaking his head, studying the seething woman beside him with longing and frustration. "You can't leave, Janie. We need more time." "Stop calling me that," Jane hissed, understanding he wanted to pick up their earlier conversation, and deciding not to give him the chance. "And I will do what is right for my family. We don't belong here." It was the alpha's turn to snarl now. Enough. Enough lies. Though he'd released Jane when she asked, he now tugged the collar of her top aside to reveal the crescent-shaped mark on her shoulder. You think I wouldn't recognize my own mark? It isn't yours, she insisted fiercely, and it never will be. Ethan's wolf rose to the surface, making his usually dark eyes glow amber, and his fangs emerged. Is that a challenge, little wolf? No, Alpha, Jane countered, even though her own wolf wanted to roll over on her back and expose her fluffy belly to the dangerous predator in front of her. She tilted her chin up in defiance, making her former mate's eyes flash. It's a promise. We'll just see about that, Ethan rumbled ominously, replacing her collar and moving his strong hand to circle the back of her neck. Try all you want, Jane invited, arching a blonde brow. But you won't like the outcome. Ethan let Jane slide back to the other side of the bench as the boat floated along, but kept his possessive grip around her nape, massaging her tense muscles, and imposing his dominance at once. As I said, Jane, we'll see across town. Eve was going out of her mind with anger. As if having her good name and reputation publicly smeared by Ethan and Danielle wasn't bad enough, she'd just received a call from the board of her atelier informing her she was being removed as CEO. She could feel her future slipping right through her fingers, and desperation was quickly taking hold. Now she not only needed to find a way to get rid of the obstacles between her and Ethan like the brat, but she also wanted to punish him and Jane. It was time to fix her earlier mistakes and get rid of Paisley once and for all. This time she made sure that there were no interfering pups around to stop her, and no gullible nurses to fall for their ploys. This time, she wasn't even going to take her chances with giving Paisley something to drink. The little mongrel would probably throw it out rather than consuming it anyway. The child had always been too smart for her own good, like mother, like daughter. Instead, Eve prepared a dose of digitalis to inject directly into the child's IV. She spent hours researching the drug online, learning that it came from a common flower she could harvest herself, and wouldn't show up on a tuck screen if the hospital did an autopsy. It was the perfect solution to her Paisley problem. The child already had a weak heart. The drug would simply help it fail completely, mimicking a heart attack and making everyone believe they just weren't fast enough with her surgery. Poor Ethan. If he hadn't been off frolicking with Jane instead of caring for his daughter, the original surgery could have gone through and saved her. If everything went as planned, he would both hate Jane for forcing them to delay, and feel enough guilt to be nice and vulnerable to Eve's comforting. She always had loved killing two birds with one stone. Paisley was asleep when she arrived, and though Eve would have liked to make the little bitch suffer, she supposed it was better this way. Quick and clean. She strode to her IV without any interference or hiccups, uncapped the syringe, and injected the drug. As she scurried away, she lamented the fact that she couldn't stay and watch Paisley take her last, miserable breath, but again needs must. She hurried from the room and rushed down the hall before the machines started going haywire, immensely grateful the hospital didn't put cameras in the VIP wing for the sake of patient privacy. Fools, she thought gleefully. She waited in the stairwell just long enough to hear the code alarm and see the nurses go running before sashaying away in triumph. The doctors and nurses in the VIP ward were shocked and horrified to find the Alpha's young daughter in the clutches of a heart attack on the eve of her surgery. While the attending physicians ran the code, one of the nurses paged Paisley's specialist, who immediately ordered them to get her to the OR. Racing towards the hospital, the surgeon dialed Ethan, not understanding how this was hospital. Paisley's heart condition was all but cured. If he'd been asked, he would have told anyone inquiring that she was at little to no risk for a heart attack. That's how confident he was. His heart was pounding as he neared the familiar building. He was deeply invested in the little girl's wellness. He'd been her doctor since the day she was born, and it would break his heart if they lost her now. Not to mention the fact that it would destroy her father. Come on, Ethan. Pick up, he muttered anxiously. Though it took a moment for Ethan to fumble for the device in his pocket, He immediately answered his phone when he saw the specialist's name scrolling across the screen. "Dr. Hastings?" He greeted the man, glancing anxiously at Jane. "Is everything okay?" Jane immediately sat up, reading his agitated energy, but too far away to hear what was being said on the other end of the line. "Alpha, I'm very sorry, but you need to get down here now," the doctor informed him. "There was an incident, and we've rushed Paisley into emergency surgery. There was no time to waste." Ethan lowered his phone in a daze, looking horrified. "We have to go now." "Jane." The expression on Ethan's face terrifies me. When he answered the phone, all color drained from his cheeks, and his jaw went absolutely rigid. His eyes clenched shut as if he was in pain when the person on the other end of the line spoke. And the next thing I knew, he was urgently telling me we had to go. "What's wrong?" I ask, leaping to my feet. "It's Paisley," he answers, his voice like gravel. The room begins to spin as dread ties my stomach into knots. "Is she okay?" I gasp, reaching for the counter to suddenly swaying body. "They've rushed her into emergency surgery," Ethan explains, moving for the door. I don't know any details yet. Glancing helplessly at Linda, I find my friend already pushing my purse into my hands. "Go. I'll take care of the pups." "Thank you," I mouth, following Ethan. "I'll take you," I announce. "You shouldn't drive with a head injury." He guides me through the door with a hand at my waist and closes it behind us, pulling the keys from my hand. "Of course you're coming," Ethan says, as if that was a given, "but you aren't driving when you're shaking that way." "What are you looking down at my hands?" I realize he's right. I am shaking like a leaf. I want to argue. I want to insist I'm not upset, and only worried for his sake. But the truth is that I'm a second away from collapsing. Instead of spreading more lies, I simply obey, letting Ethan lead me to the car and not even arguing when he keeps a steadying hand on my thigh throughout the drive. "How are you so calm?" I squeak when we stop at a red light. Ethan whips his head toward me, and I see the rage and fear swirling in his eyes. "I'm not calm," he growls. "I'm terrified," he admits, revving the engine impatiently. "She can't. We were so close, it was just one more day." "I'm sorry." Tears well in my eyes as the light turns and we surge ahead. "If I hadn't hit you with that vase, you never would have had to postpone." I confess, breaking down. This is all my fault. To my utter shock, Ethan pulls the car over. "What are you doing?" The Alpha isn't listening. He's taking my face in his oversized hands, glaring at me so ferociously my wolf whimpers out loud. I'm about to apologize again when he cuts me off. "This isn't your fault, Jane," he declares sternly. "If I hadn't gotten drunk and kissed you, you never would have hit me. And if the goddess hadn't given Paisley a weak heart, none of that would even matter." Tears leak out of the corners of my eyes as I clench them shut, trying to fight my sobs. He doesn't realize it, but Ethan just struck my deepest fear right on the head. Yes, Paisley was born with this condition, but maybe if I'd been a stronger mother, maybe if I'd been more careful in my pregnancy or done things differently, she would have been as healthy as her siblings. "I'm not angry with you, sweetheart," Ethan continues, misreading my reaction. "I'm angry at the universe. It isn't fair. Paisley's never hurt anyone. She doesn't deserve this." "Of course she doesn't," I agree, squeezing his hand and trying to take enough deep breaths to get myself under control. "I can't fall to pieces this way. It will give everything away. I'm sorry. This isn't about me. We should keep going." "Us being there won't make the operation go any faster," he reasons, though he directs the car back onto the road anyway. I'm not sure what to think of his behavior. The Ethan I knew had a temper like a bear, and while he never directed it towards me until everything went wrong with Eve, he certainly didn't show me this kind of sympathy afterwards. It seems unfathomable he could suspect all my deception and still be so kind. "What do you think happened?" I ask after a moment. "She seemed so strong yesterday." "I don't know," he grimaces. "I really thought we were out of the woods." By the time we get to the hospital, I'm clutching Ethan's hand in both of mine and silently doing breathing exercises in the vain hope of calming myself down. Of course, every time I try to think a comforting thought to pacify my frayed nerves, some horrible, intrusive counterpart comes along to send me spiraling back into despair. She has to be okay. I begin manically, feeling marginally better before musing. I'll never forgive myself if she isn't. She can't die when we've never gotten a chance to be together. I've only spent a few hours with her, and half of those I spent lying to her face. She's never even met her brothers and sister. I never got to tell her she's right, that I am her mother. What kind of monster does that to a dying child? By the time I reach this point, I'm back on the verge of collapse, and I have to start all over again. Ethan helps me from the car, tucking me under his arm, but racing for the entrance so quickly, I practically have to run to keep up. In the end, he gives up trying to keep an arm around me and just drags me by the hand. But I'm not complaining if his long legs can get us there faster. I'd let him carry me like a sack of potatoes. Unfortunately, there's no good news awaiting us upstairs. The nurse that comes to update us in the OR waiting room looks as if she's coming from a funeral. I'm afraid Paisley had a heart attack. My knees really do give out then, and it's a blessing Ethan is there to catch me. "What does that mean for the surgery?" he asks, hugging me so tightly I can't breathe. "Can they save her?" "Dr. Hastings is doing absolutely everything he can. We'll know more soon," the nurse explains apologetically. "I don't understand how this happened," Ethan continues, rubbing my back and sounding as if he's on the verge of tears himself. "She was doing so well," he chokes, voice thick with emotion. "I know," the nurse answers in a sympathetic tone. "I promise we'll find out everything we can." "Thank you," he rumbles as she retreats. The next thing I know, he's cradling me in his lap, rocking me and kissing my hair as I sob into his neck. "She'll be okay," he insists, sniffling. "She has to be." "Ethan," as the hours drag by, Jane and I slowly shift positions, drying our tears and trying to keep our hopes up. I've taken to pacing the corridors like a man possessed, only pausing to touch base with the nurses and check on Jane. I keep telling myself that no news is good news, but guilt and helplessness eat away at my sanity little by little. Jane's words in the car ring in my ears, and I realize she was right. If I hadn't been such an idiot and gone to the bar the other night, Paisley's surgery would have gone ahead as scheduled. All the triumph I was feeling a few hours ago about my progress with my mate is long gone. If Paisley dies, it will be all my fault. My wolf has been whining non-stop since I got the phone call. And as I think these fateful world, he positively curls his tail between his legs. Something I can never remember happening before. More than anything else, I can't stand not being able to do anything to help my little girl. There's nothing worse than knowing matters are out of my hands. As insane as it sounds, I'd rather she was lost or kidnapped, because at least then I could do something. In that way, it's a blessing Jane is in such bad shape. I hate seeing her so distraught, but taking care of her is keeping me busy and giving me some kind of purpose in this horrible situation. Just before midnight, Dr. Hastings finally comes through the OR doors, and I rush over to him while Jane hesitantly rises to her feet. Ice clogs my veins as I see the look on his face. Surely if she pulled through, he would be smiling right now. Why isn't he smiling? "Alpha," he sighs, shaking my hand and shooting a confused glance at Jane. He knows Paisley's mother died delivering her, but only a fool could miss the resemblance between the she-wolves. Pulling Jane to my side, I don't pause for introductions. I need to know whether my daughter is all right. "How'd it go?" I prompt the man impatiently. Paisley did beautifully, he announces, his words so opposite from his tone and expression. I think I must be hallucinating. She's all right? Jane hiccups, as confused as I am. She's going to be just fine. Dr. Hastings confirms. Oh, thank the goddess. Jane whimpers, turning away from us and covering her face with her hands. Hearing Paisley survived makes me want to weep in sweet relief, but my instincts are warning me not to relax just yet. I've known Dr. Hastings for years, and I know he's not telling us everything yet. Doctor, what is it? I demand. Maybe we should speak in private, he suggests gently, gesturing to Jane. Jane immediately turns back and glares at the man. No. You shouldn't, she announces. I want to know too. Glancing at me for permission, he sighs. Well, Paisley didn't have a heart attack after all. That's a good thing, isn't it? I question in confusion. It would be, he concedes, if it weren't for the fact that someone tried to murder her. Ethan, what did you just say? I demand, certain I've misheard the man. Well, when we got into the operating room, we discovered that Paisley wasn't actually in cardiac arrest. Dr. Hastings shares. Her system was shutting down, but there were no signs of severe stress on the organ itself. We ran a few tests, and it appears someone administered a lethal dose of a drug called digitalis to Paisley mere minutes before we went into surgery. What's that? Jane asks, her little hand clutching my arm. Well, it's actually used to treat heart conditions in small doses, he explains. But in the quantity Paisley received, it can be deadly, and it's not one of her prescribed medications. Whoever did this did it on purpose. You're sure? I press. Quite. He nods. The drug wouldn't be tested for in a normal autopsy. We only checked because we could see that something was very wrong. Paisley was poisoned, and whoever did it probably assumed it would happen too quickly for us to save her. Luckily, they were wrong. I don't understand, Jane says, looking very pale. Who would poison a child? Why would anyone want to harm that angel? I don't know, Dr. Hastings admits. But if I had to guess, I'd say their real target wasn't Paisley, but you, Alpha. I have to admit, it makes sense. No one could have any reason to harm my daughter, other than to harm me. The thought is enough to make me sick. But right now, there's only one thing on my mind. Can we see her? She's in the recovery area right now and won't wake for a while. But of course, he replies with a gentle smile. In the meantime, I presume you'd like me to call law enforcement? I pause, thinking over my options for a moment. Actually, I think I'll have a private investigation conducted. I want whoever did this to think they got away with it, and a big investigation will make that harder. Yes, sir. He nods, leading me through the heavy swinging doors at his back. It only takes me a fraction of a second to realize Jane isn't beside me. And when I backtrack, I find the silly little wolf wringing her hands back in the waiting area. What are you doing? I ask her. Don't you want to see Paisley? Of course, she replies defensively. But it isn't appropriate. I'm not family. Really? I question incredulously. Jane, you were just sobbing your eyes out over the pup. It's Elise, she reminds me haughtily, turning her nose up. Now it's her turn to pace, and she offers me a weak shrug before explaining, and I'm just an empathetic person, that's all. I move to tower over her, so we're back to playing pretend now that the danger has passed. Is that it? Jane glares up at me. Only a monster wouldn't feel afraid for such a sweet pup, especially not when I help delay her surgery. It doesn't mean anything. She peeks around my shoulder, her brilliant green eyes gazing longingly after the doctor as she gnaws her lower lip. Besides, the danger hasn't passed if someone tried to kill her. Exactly, I agree, realizing that the stubborn creature isn't going to let herself see Paisley unless I give her an excuse, which is why we should both go so she can have as many people keeping an eye on her as possible. She only thinks about it for a second. That's a good point. She nods in agreement, already darting past me, if you're sure. Despite her objections, she doesn't pause to give me time to answer, already racing down the hall towards the recovery wing. When I reach Paisley's bedside, Jane is already there, stationed at the end of the bed and watching over the precious pup like a guardian angel. Seeing Jane lovingly gazing at the sleeping child, something finally clicks into place in my mind. Since all this began, I've never been able to figure out why Jane would leave Paisley with me and take the other pups. However, now it seems obvious. In fact, I can't believe I was so stupid. Of course she left Paisley with me. She didn't have the money to cover Paisley's medical bills herself. So it wasn't that she didn't want Paisley. It was that Paisley wouldn't have survived without my money. If the pup hadn't been born with a heart condition, I never would have known any of my children, or even that they existed. I would have lost my mate without any silver lining to comfort me, and Jane would have disappeared once and for all. As the realizations wash over me, another hits me square in the heart. Jane must truly hate me if she would go to such lengths to hide from me, and she isn't here now for my sake. She's putting up with me for one reason, and one reason only, Paisley. Jane. I don't know what to think. I'm so overwhelmed with emotion, I think I might burst. I'm elated that Paisley's surgery was successful, horrified that someone tried to harm her, and very nervous about how much I might have revealed to Ethan amidst all the chaos. When I turn to look at him, he's watching me with the strangest look on his face. He's barely entered the recovery room, hovering in the doorway, as though uncertain what to do. I extend my hand to him. Come on. Wiping the curious look from his face, he takes my hand and steps up beside me, turning his attention to our daughter. She looks so perfect, sleeping peacefully even though she's connected to about a dozen different machines. I never get tired of watching her sleep. Ethan confesses, his love for the sweet pup palpable. I know. I agree. It never ceases to amaze me how much time I can pass just like this. As if she heard our voices, Paisley stirs, blinking open her bleary eyes and moaning sleepily. Daddy? Ethan's at her side in an instant. Hello, little one. He greets her warmly. Welcome back to the world. Daddy, what happened? She mumbles. You had your surgery a little early, Angel. He explains. Paisley scrunches up her face in confusion. Why early? She asks, rubbing her eyes. Well, you got a little sick earlier, so they took you in. Ethan summarizes, holding her tiny hand in both of his and kissing her knuckles. But it's all over now. It went well and you're all better. You don't have to do this anymore. No more medicine, no more hospitals. That's nice. Paisley decides dreamily, still under the influence of the anesthesia. Yes, it is. Ethan agrees happily. A new thought seems to strike Paisley then, and she looks around as if searching for someone or something. Her eyes widen when she sees me at the end of her bed, and I know in my heart it was me she was looking for. Mommy, you came. I don't even have the heart to correct her about my name. Now that she's in front of me, safe and sound, I want to indulge her every whim. I said I'd come, didn't I? I grin, moving to stand opposite Ethan. How are you feeling? Funny, she tells me, staring up at me with a silly smile. I dreamed I had a pet unicorn. You did, I exclaim, bending to rest my elbows on her mattress. What else do you remember? Not much. She shrugs before yawning widely. My chest itches. I'm sure it does, honey. I cluck sympathetically. It might feel that way for a while. I love you, Mummy, she mumbles, yawning again. She's asleep before I can even think to respond, and it's a good thing too. There's no way I could have resisted telling her I love her too, not after everything that's happened. Instead, I turn my attention to Ethan, who's watching me with that same odd expression as before. I hoped she might remember something about the person who gave her the drug. I share, hoping to distract him. It was a good idea. He agrees, taking the bait. We should ask her again when she's not so loopy. It doesn't escape my notice that he says we, and it makes me internally writhe with discomfort. Not because I don't like it, but because I like it too much. If I didn't already have 100 reasons to take Paisley home to be with her siblings, the murder attempt gave me one more, and a very large one at that. Right now, my wolf is feeling much too affectionately towards Ethan. And if I'm not careful, I'll buy his charming act and fall victim to him once more. Of course, the moment I do, I'll lose my freedom and my pups. I can't be a mother if I'm his omega slave, and my pups need me. I have to be strong. I can't let my sympathy for the pain he'll feel change my mind. I have to be ruthless, just like Ethan. 3RD person. Ryder, Riley, and Parker were beside themselves. All the adults were in an uproar, running around and whispering behind closed doors, trying to keep the truth a secret. But they knew they always knew. They were wide awake when their mommy ran out with the alpha the night before. They knew their sister was in trouble, and they could feel the grown-ups' fear as if it was their own. They'd stayed up as long as they were able to keep their eyes open, but it hadn't done any good. There was no more news while they were awake, and when they got up this morning, Mommy was nowhere to be found. Now Jane had finally called Linda for an update, so they huddled outside her bedroom door with their keen ears pressed to the wood, listening intently. "Hey, honey, how's it going?" Linda was asking, sounding as if she was preparing herself to hear the worst. Their mommy's voice was very faint on the other end of the line, but they could hear her exhaustion clearly. "She's all right," Jane answered, but it was really touch and go for a while there. "Thank the goddess," Linda breathed. "What happened?" "Oh, Linda, it's too awful." Jane hiccuped. "They're saying someone tried to kill her." "What?" their auntie exclaimed in disbelief. However, Parker and Ryder exchanged a heavy glance, remembering the cruel woman who'd been in Paisley's room the day they met. "She was poisoned," Jane said. "They just barely managed to save her." "Who would do such a thing?" Linda demanded. "I don't know," Jane confessed, sounding as if the uncertainty was more torturous than anything else. "I can't believe this is happening, but I'm not taking my eyes off of her anytime soon." "What do you want me to tell the pups?" Linda asked anxiously. "Tell them I love them and I'm sorry I'm not there, but something came up at work." Jane's wince was audible in her voice. She'd always hated lying to her children. "Is that terrible?" "No," Linda assured her. "They don't even know about Paisley. And this would probably only scare them. You're doing the right thing." "Thank you." Jane sighed, sounding truly exhausted. "You've got it. Just let me know if you need anything at all," Linda encouraged. The pups scurried away from the door as the grown-ups ended the call, retreating to the blanket fort they'd built in their bedroom. Safely ensconced behind walls constructed from colorful pillows and sheets, they convened their emergency meeting. "Is that witch, Eve?" Parker decided, earning nods from the others. "We knew she's evil," Riley reminded her brothers, worry for her newfound sister pouring off her in waves. "We have to do something," Ryder insisted, pulling a coloring book out of the bookshelf and flipping it to a blank page. "If Paisley stays there, she'll try to hurt her gain." "And escape," Parker agrees. "We can help her escape. Then we lie low till Mommy and Daddy deal with the bad lady." "But how'd we get her out?" Riley asks, rubbing her chin in thought. "I think I have an idea," Ryder announces, beginning to sketch out a plan for his siblings. One by one, they added their bits and pieces to the plot, drawing a map and deciding what role they would each play. It wouldn't be easy, and it would definitely have to adapt as events unfolded in the moment, but the three young masterminds were resolved. They would save their sister if it was the last thing they did. Jane. Paisley has been sleeping constantly, waking for a few minutes here and there, and muttering about her drug-induced dreams before returning to dreamland with a silly smile on her face. The doctors assure me this is perfectly normal, and the more she sleeps, the faster she'll heal, but I'm sure I won't relax until she's up and back to normal. Ethan has been hovering at her bedside like a particularly grumpy guard dog, watching her like a hawk, and growling at anyone who sets foot in the room, even her nurses. I can't really blame him. The murder attempt has us both on edge, and I'm glad to have Ethan here watching out for my pup. Still, I'm afraid if he doesn't sleep soon, he's going to slip up and actually hurt someone. Almost as soon as I think the words, a lab tech enters to take a few vials of Paisley's blood, and Ethan lunges for the young man with a vicious snarl. Get away from her. The poor tech throws his arms up in surrender. I'm sorry, Alpha. It's protocol. We're supposed to test her blood every 4 hours. Forcing my way between their bodies, I reach up and take Ethan's face between my hands, pulling his attention down to me. Ethan, it's okay, I say firmly. He's not going to hurt her. It takes him a minute to register my words, his dark eyes flitting over my face in confusion even as his possessive grip closes around my arms. Breathing heavily, he glances back at the tech, baring his fangs. Keep your hands where I can see them. The petrified man does as he's told, moving very slowly and making sure Ethan can see everything he's doing in detail. I try to pull away from the Alpha once the danger has passed, but he holds me tight, sliding his arms around my waist while the tech works. I would push him away, but I have a feeling my nearness is the only thing keeping his feet on the ground at the moment. As soon as the boy leaves, I decide enough is enough. Ethan, I broach tentatively, you've got to get some sleep. I'm not leaving, he rumbles, settling back into his armchair and opening his arm to me, inviting me to join him. Swatting his hand away, I argue. You made me sleep. Why is it different for you? It was true. I'd been dosing on and off through the long night, gradually succumbing to my exhaustion, then jerking awake in terror every 5 minutes or so. Eventually, Ethan put his foot down, pulling me into his lap and stroking his strong hands up and down my spine until I passed out in his arms. Granted, there wasn't any place for him to rest so comfortably here, but I also think a change of scenery would help calm him down. I've trained for this, Ethan remarks coolly. You haven't. I'm sorry, I scoff. You've trained to have someone try to murder your critically ill 4-year-old? You know what I mean, he gripes. I've trained for battle. I've carried the pack through disasters. It's in an alpha's nature to push the body's limits to the very brink of health and sanity in order to protect the pack. Well, I have news for you, I deride. You've reached the brink of sanity and you're seriously pushing it. Jane, he sighs, cutting his eyes to me. No, I interrupt, crossing my arms over my chest and glaring down at him. You're not at war. You're not the Alpha right now. You're a father whose child has been through something horrible. It isn't the same situation, and you won't help anything or protect anyone by attacking the people trying to take care of her. Whoever poisoned her, he tries to argue, was probably someone you know, I exclaim in exasperation. Someone who has motive to hurt you or get her out of the way. The people in this hospital don't fit that profile. So for the love of the goddess, go home and take a nap, have a shower, and eat something. You can't help Paisley in this condition. Ethan unfolds his big body from the chair, coming to tower over me. His handsome face is hard and full of foreboding, but I don't back down. I glare up at him with all my might. I'll stay with her until you're back. I vow. No one will lay a hand on her. I almost add, unless it's over my dead body, but I stop myself just in time. That idea probably wouldn't help calm him. A low rumble sounds in Ethan's chest. And the next thing I know, he's cupping my cheek in his hand, dragging his thumb back and forth across my full lower lip. "Are you trying to get formidable with me, little wolf?" He purrs, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. "I'm not trying." I correct him. "I am, and you're going to let me because you know I'm right." He studies me for a long moment, his heated gaze lingering on my mouth and making me want to squirm beneath intense scrutiny. "Just this once," he finally decides, "but only if you ask nicely." Narrowing my eyes, I counter. "That would defeat the point." He shifts nearer, and his delicious scent washes over me, tempting me to no end. "Say please," he instructs silkily. "Say please, and I'll go home and take a nap." Understanding slams into me. He'll only back down if I make my own concession. He'll listen to reason, but he's not going to give me control either. My wolf rails at the idea of obeying, especially when he so obviously relishes making me submit. Part of me knows it's not worth the fight. This is about convincing a thick-headed alpha to act against his instincts for the benefit of us all, not my own pride. Yet the very idea grates against my nerves like a wild thing, and he knows it. Ethan offers me a knowing smirk. "Well, Jane, what's it going to be?" 3RD person. Ethan was driving Jane straight up the wall. She'd never known anyone who could push her buttons like he did. And what's more, he truly seemed to enjoy riling her up. She actually wondered how much of his current ploy was actually about power, and how much was simply to tease her. Jane glanced at Paisley, sleeping so sweetly in her bed, and felt her determination to defy Ethan waver. He really did need to take a break, and she desperately needed some time alone to figure out what to do about their situation anyway. She couldn't think when he was in the same room, watching her and turning her on with his mere presence alone. "Please," Jane murmured, so quietly she wasn't certain Ethan would actually hear her. Ethan flashed her a wolfish grin. "Good girl." Her eyes narrowed to slits, and her mouth opened to offer him a saucy retort. But he pressed a finger to her lips. Don't make me change my mind." Jane bit her tongue until he left the room, but the moment he disappeared down the hall, she let off a volley of curses, jumping half a foot into the air when a small voice piped up behind her. "Mommy said a bad word." Eve checked the clock for what felt like the 1,000th time. She'd been waiting for the news of Paisley's death to break since the night before. And still there was nothing. Nothing in the paper, on the morning shows, or even online. What was taking them so long? Maybe Ethan prevented word from getting out so he could grieve in peace. But then why hadn't he called home? Neither Eve nor Petra had heard a peep from the man in the last 24 hours. And while his mother might not have any reason to worry, Eve knew better. The horrible possibility that he might be seeking comfort from Jane loomed over her head, and she could barely contain her frustration. It seemed like no matter what she did, nothing was ever enough to make him abandon his mate completely. Even Petra, who had more reason than anyone to hate the she-wolf, wasn't cooperating with Eve's plans. "I don't understand. Why would she fake her death?" Ethan's mother was saying, taking a sip of her morning coffee. How would that have helped her? Because, Eve ground out through clenched teeth, she probably thought he'd be so relieved to find her alive that he'd forgive all her past crimes, including cheating on him with the pup's father. "Eve, what are we going to do?" She continued a moment later. "How are we going to stop Jane and protect Paisley at the same time?" "Well, first things first, we have to expose Elise Carrington as Jane. Once the world knows she's been lying to them all this time, it will be easier to bring her down," Eve answered confidently, knowing her Paisley problem was already solved. "That's another thing I don't understand." Petra mused aloud. Why disguise herself in the first place? And why did she divorce Ethan if she still wanted to be with him? Eve was about ready to strangle the woman. If she didn't need Petra to convince Ethan to marry her, she might have done just that. I don't pretend to understand the motives of someone who is clearly mentally disturbed. She furrowed her brow, and truly, I hope she gets the help she so dearly needs. But we can't allow her to harm Ethan or Paisley in the process. Petra nodded in agreement, proud of how empathetic the young she-wolf could be for someone who had caused them all so much pain. We'll figure something out, darling. And in the meantime, I'll try to encourage Ethan to consider proposing sooner rather than later. Jane can't get her claws into him if you two are married. Thank you. Eve offered the elder woman a watery smile. I don't know what I'd do without you. Just then the front door swung open, and Ethan appeared, looking very grave indeed. Glee swelled in Eve's chest as she studied him, certain his morose demeanor was confirmation the little brat was dead. She and Petra jumped to their feet in unison. Ethan, what's wrong? He looked up, as if surprised to see Eve there. Kissing Petra on the cheek and shaking off his brooding expression, he answered, Nothing. I've just come from the hospital. Paisley had her surgery a little early, but she came through like a champ and will be able to come home in a few days. Eve felt all the color drain from her face at once. What? How is that possible? I heard the doctors running the code. She couldn't possibly have survived the poison. Was he lying? She thought, near hysterics. Why would he do such a thing? What on earth was going on? With every day that passed, some new calamity seemed to befall Eve. She felt like her life was falling to pieces around her, and it filled her with a righteous anger so volatile and violent, she was certain she'd explode at any moment. Luckily for her, Petra was wearing a look of identical worry. Why did they have to take her in early? Ethan dragged a hand through his hair, shrugging. Just a scheduling thing. When his hand passed over the back of his head, he winced, apparently having forgotten his head wound. Oh, darling, how's your head? Petra fretted. Oh yes, we heard about your fall, Eve exclaimed, adopting an expression of affectionate concern. You poor thing. Does it still hurt? I'm fine, Ethan rumbled absent-mindedly, eyeing Eve suspiciously. She pressed her palm to her breast, looking back and forth between the alpha and his mother in faux confusion. What is it? Do I have something on my face? Ethan? Petra prompted when he gave no response, watching him closely. Eve, can I have a word? He asked gruffly, surprising both women. Of course. Eve smiled, pretending nothing was wrong. Ethan led her into his study, shutting the door tightly behind him and turning on the she-wolf with a foreboding expression. What are you doing? What do you mean? She exclaimed, sidling up to him with a worried pout. I've been so worried about you, Ethan. Ever since we heard about your concussion and now Paisley's surgery, you must be under so much stress. Stop it, Eve, he growled, removing her hands from his body. I want to know why you think you can pretend like everything is fine between us, when we both know you've been here scheming against innocent people. Primal fear sliced through Eve. Did he know? Had he figured out what she'd done? How was that possible? What the hell were you thinking, leaking that story to the Night Fang Gazette? Ethan demanded, cutting off her paranoid thoughts. Eve blinked, both relieved and outraged he had taken Jane's side over hers. It wasn't like that, she insisted. The reporter misunderstood, and now the board is removing me as CEO. She cried, working herself up to a flood of pitiful tears. It isn't fair. I've worked so hard. Oh, give it up, Eve, Ethan snapped, cutting off her show of despair. You tried to throw J. Elise under the bus for your own crime. No one ever had to know what you'd done, but you made it public. It didn't escape Eve that he'd almost slipped up and said Jane. She realized with horror that he'd already figured out Elise's true identity, and he was still taking her side. You can't be upset when your own sabotage blew up in your face, he continued, pacing now. You're lucky you're only losing your job and not your freedom if any of the people who bought your fraudulent perfume decided to press charges. You'd be arrested. There wasn't anything fake about Eve's tears now. How could Ethan suggest such a thing? How could he allow such an injustice to happen? You wouldn't really let them arrest me, would you? She whimpered. You're guilty, Eve. Ethan reminded her coldly. Of course I would. How can you say that after everything we've been through together? Eve wailed. And what of your loyalty to me? Ethan thundered. You stole from the business I helped you start. You sold poison with my name backing you, then tried to ruin the reputation of a woman I care about, and don't pretend that isn't the reason. You've been jealous of Elise from day one? I'm sorry, Eve professed emptily. I didn't know what else to do. You make me crazy, Ethan. Sometimes my heart just runs away with my head. Please, forgive me? Ethan closed the distance between them, taking her chin between his thumb and forefinger, and turning her face up to his. Eve's breast filled with hope as she looked up into his eyes, but it died as quickly as it began when she saw his hard expression. I've gone easy on you all these years because of what you suffered at Jane's hands, Eve, he informed her. But my sympathy is running out. You are on very thin ice, one more foot out of line, and I won't be held accountable for my actions. Eve collapsed to the ground when he released her, and he stormed from the room. Eve was still lying there, sobbing, when Petra found her a while later. Darling, what happened? She inquired, overcome with worry. It's Jane, Eve whined. She's turning him against me a little more every day. You have to help me. You have to convince him to marry me before it's too late. I will, Petra promised, wiping away Eve's tears. Don't you worry about a thing. I'll talk to Ethan, and by this time tomorrow you'll be engaged. Jane, spinning to face Paisley, I find her sitting up in bed, her green eyes wide but still glazed with the remnants of sleep. This is the first time since the surgery that she seemed truly lucid, and I have to fight every protective instinct in my body to immediately begin interrogating her about who visited her before she went under. Hello, my love, I greet her, crossing the room to sit at the edge of her bed. How are you feeling? Funny, Paisley answers with a yawn. Why were you swearing, Mommy? Brushing her hair back from her face, I offer her a lopsided smile. I was just feeling a little out of sorts. I confess, but I shouldn't have said those things. Paisley leans forward, raising her hand to her mouth, and secretively whispering, Is heard Daddy say some of dose words too sometimes. She grins sheepishly, but he says they're bad words, and only bad daddies say dem in front of pups. And what do you think? I ask her, overjoyed that she's up and talking. She thinks for a moment before deciding, I think he's a good daddy. I think so too. I share, unable to stop myself from kissing her little hands. And I'm so glad you're all right, Paisley. You really scared me for a while there. How'd I do that? She asks, looking worried. It's not anything you did, little one, I assure her. I just get nervous about surgeries. You're such a brave girl. It's my last one, you know, Paisley tells me with excitement. I never have to have another. I know. I beam. And you know. That means my game of hide and seek with Daddy can end soon too. Really? She exclaims. You mean you can be my mommy? Shh, I remind her gently, holding a finger to my lips. It's not over yet, so we have to keep it secret. I promise, Paisley agrees, looking unusually somber for such a young pup. Now tell me, what's the first thing you want to do when you get out of the hospital? I ask, changing the subject before she can think about it too hard. I've long past given up on keeping her completely in the dark, but I can't tell her too much either. She still has weeks of physical therapy to get through before she'll be well enough to consider moving, and that's a very long time for a little girl to keep a secret. Paisley ponders, racking her brain. I know the moment she's decided on an answer, because her precious little face lights up like the sun itself. Get some ice cream. Well, why wait? I exclaim. We can get you ice cream right here. Really? She inquires eagerly, bouncing up and down in her bed. Really? I grin. Let's you and I take a field trip, Ethan. My mother is waiting in my room when I emerge from a long, hot shower. I feel only marginally better than I did when I got home. The steaming spray worked wonders on my tense muscles, but all my stress remains. I'm still overwhelmed by everything that happened at the hospital. I'm so relieved Paisley's surgery went well, but horrified about the murder attempt, confused beyond belief by Jane, and furious at Eve. In fact, the more I think about it, no one in the pack has caused more problems for me than the she-wolf dwelling under my own roof. Jane's words from earlier ring in my head. Whoever poisoned Paisley is someone you know. Someone with the motive to hurt you or get Paisley out of the way. Get Paisley out of the way. That thought had never occurred to me before. After all, Paisley isn't my heir. She'll never be Alpha, so the only reason someone could want her out of the way is if Paisley was somehow keeping us apart. Eve obviously wants to marry me, and Paisley despises her. If she's willing to torpedo her own business to get Jane out of the way, what would she do to neutralize the greatest obstacle dividing us? Ruffling my sodden hair with a fluffy towel, I watch my mother's reflection in the mirror. I suppose you've come to tell me what an ogre I'm being. No, she denies simply. I came to see if you're okay. I'm not, I admit bleakly. Things are pretty bad, Mom. I'm sorry, sweetheart, she consoles, raising her voice so I can hear her as I retreat into my closet to get changed. You know it might be easier to carry the weight of your responsibilities if you had someone to help you bear the load. Mother, if you're going to suggest I marry Eve again, I begin, only to get cut off. Well, why not? She exclaims. She's been like family to us for years now. She's lived here, helped raise Paisley, and she adores you. She would give anything to be your wife. Her words only reinforce my concerns. If she's willing to give anything, she might be willing to do anything too, including kill. I don't love her, I remind my mother, and I know how much you care about her, but I don't trust her. How can you say that? Mom cries. She saved my life, Ethan. She only wants the best for us. Part of me wants to tell my mother everything that Eve has done, but I don't want to take that step unless it's absolutely necessary. At this point, Eve is Mom's only friend, and if she knew what I'm beginning to suspect, well, let's just say it would crush her. Mom isn't as young as she used to be, and she barely survived losing my father. Her only joys left in life are me, Paisley, and Eve. I won't destroy a third of her happiness unless I don't have any other choice. If you love Eve, you should want the best for her, I remind Mom. We know I'm not her mate. It would be better for everyone if she tried to find him instead of pining after someone who can never love her. Jane wasn't your fated mate either, Mom argues, a bitter note entering her voice. You certainly loved her deeply enough. My mother almost never mentions Jane. She never got over my chosen mate's betrayal, and she never forgave me for not leaving her afterwards. In fact, it's so rare for her to bring up my former wife that I realize she must know what Paisley and I suspect. You know, don't you? About Elise? She clarifies, studying her fingernails as if they're absolutely fascinating. Who told you? I ask, wondering if Eve has figured out the truth as well. They didn't have to, she admits, meeting my gaze. I met her when she came here after you were injured. And, I prompt, she's a dead ringer for Jane, Mom concedes, no pun intended. Exhaling heavily, I level her with my gaze. I won't ask you to understand for my sake. I begin carefully, but I would ask you to consider what's best for Paisley. You haven't seen them together even as I say the words. The image of mother and pup curled in my lap flash into my mind's eye. If there's even a tiny chance I can give Paisley her mother back, I have to try. My mother is on her feet now, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Is there really nothing that woman can do wrong in your eyes? It wasn't enough to let me be attacked, or to attack Eve when she tried to help me. Now you're saying there's a chance she faked her death to get away from you? And still you'll take her back? How do you even know those pups are yours? I understand her outrage, but I also know she's biased. Her past with Jane makes her incapable of seeing any good in my chosen mate, and I know Eve doesn't help things. Pulling out my phone, I select my photo app and swipe to a shot of Ryder and Parker at the amusement park. Offering the device to my mother, I say, because unless you've been hiding a twin brother from me, they are mine. Her eyes go wide as saucers as she takes in the photo. My goddess. Her eyes crinkle with her smile. They look exactly like you. I know, I acknowledge, smothering my own grin. Now do you see why I have to do this? No, Mom answers stubbornly, softening as she hands the phone back. But I understand why you feel that way. Thank you. I sigh. Now, can you please put the idea of me marrying Eve to rest? She nods for now. Relieved to have the matter settled for the time being, I take a quick cat nap and inhale a sandwich on my way back out the door. I've only been gone an hour, but even that short time makes me anxious. When I get back, I realize it was for good reason. Paisley's room is empty. I search the entire floor, thinking they might have gone for a walk or taken Paisley for some tests, but I cannot find hide nor hair of them. Next, I ask the nurses and security guards where Paisley and Jane went, but they're as clueless as I am. Undiluted fear pulses through my veins as the reality sets in. They're gone. Ethan, agitation consumes me so quickly it steals my breath. Where could they have gone? I think manically. Paisley's not allowed off the ward, and Jane wouldn't ever risk taking her out of her doctor's reach this soon after surgery, would she? Did somebody get to them? Have they been taken? Surely Jane wouldn't have run off with Paisley. The idea is almost too terrible to bear, though she had pushed awfully hard to convince me to go home. My wolf is in an uproar, clawing at the surface, and begging to be let out so he can begin tracking my mate and pup. I'm on the verge of letting him, of tearing the hospital apart to find my she-wolves, when the elevator dings and their scents hit me. Charging out of the room, I watch the silver doors open and see Jane wheeling Paisley out in a wheelchair. Surprise coloring both of their faces when they realize I'm there. Of course, the difference is that where Paisley's face lights up, Jane's falls. All at once, my terror wanes, though my frustration remains. They scared the hell out of me. Daddy! Paisley cries, opening her arms to me. I scoop her up immediately, being as gentle as I can. Hello, Angel. I press half a dozen kisses to her soft cheek. Did you and Mommy go on an adventure? Jane pales when I call her Mommy, but Paisley simply nods and leans back to look me in the face. We got ice cream! So, I see. I chuckle, wiping a bit of chocolate from the corner of her mouth. You look like you're feeling better too. Uh-huh. She nods happily. Where were you? I went home to take a shower, so I wouldn't smell like a big stinky foot when you woke up, I tell her, earning a peal of delighted giggles in return. Paisley cuddles close and breathes in my scent. You smell good, Daddy, she confirms, then lowers her voice conspiratorially. But Mommy smells better. What? I cry, pretending to be offended. How can you say such a thing? It's true, Paisley insists. We'll just see about that, I grumble, reaching out and dragging Jane close. My mate yelps and objects, trying and failing to push me away as I bury my face in her neck. Purring with satisfaction, I drop a sneaky kiss to her delectable throat, before pulling away and giving Paisley a resigned sigh. You're right, she does smell better. Jane glares at me but grins at Paisley. One would think a wolf could figure that out without manhandling. Daddy's silly, Paisley agrees, beaming at us. And you, sweet girl, ought to be in bed, I order, carrying her back into her room. Daddy, do I have to? She complains as I tuck her in. Yes, you do, I answer, tender but stern. Despite her protests, the poor pup is sleeping again within minutes, and I take the opportunity to pull Jane into the hall, trying to keep my voice low so we won't wake Paisley. What were you thinking? I demand. How could you take her off the ward? She's not made of glass, Ethan, Jane answers. The doctor said she could eat whatever she wanted if she had an appetite. And I had no idea you'd be back so soon. I'm sorry if we scared you. It's not just about her health, I growl. I have security agents guarding the ward. They didn't know you'd left. Someone might have tried to attack you. Anyone who wanted to lay a hand on Paisley would have had to go through me first, Jane announces, all fire and maternal instinct. As much as I love seeing this side of her, I hate the idea of her being harmed just as much as I do Paisley. What? And that's somehow acceptable to you? That's supposed to make me feel better? I growl, pleased to see a shiver run down her spine. I don't want you hurt either, Jane. She pulls away from me as if she's been burned. You have to stop this, Ethan. You keep saying that. I counter. But you're still here. Well, I mean it this time, Jane states icily. Now that the perfume launch has basically been tanked, we can finally go our separate ways. Arching my brow, I prowl forward, making Jane back up to avoid letting me come too close. Who said anything about it being tanked? She blinks. Eve just publicly accused my company of fraud, Ethan, Jane declares, as if I could have forgotten. In my book, that's a deal breaker. Well, it's not in mine, I reply smoothly. Your contract didn't have an out, Jane. The launch will be moving forward as planned. Eve has been removed as CEO to avoid any further conflicts. Jane visibly pales. What? You hear me. She's so close I could easily reach out and touch her, but I rein in the impulse before it can take hold. Our deal is moving forward exactly as planned. My lawyers will find a way out, Jane asserts, looking unsure of herself. No, they won't, I smirk, because mine already made the deal unbreakable. If you walk away now, I'll sue you for breach of contract, and goddess knows how long a trial could drag out. You'd be stuck here in arbitration for years. Janice's eyes flash, and I suspect she wants to lash out at me. Instead, she holds herself back, and I watch the gears working in her sharp mind, almost as if she's mentally rereading the document even as she glowers up at me. After a moment, she begins gnawing on her lower lip, eventually conceding, though not without a condition of her own. If it's going to move forward, I want someone else assigned to the account. Who's the new CEO? They haven't been hired yet. I sigh, pretending to sound as though I regret the fact, but I assured the board I would be handling things personally to avoid any further upsets. Listen to me, Ethan, Jane orders, stomping her little foot just like Paisley does when she doesn't get her way. I demand another board member take over as my main contact. I might not be able to break the deal, but I draw the line at working with you for a single moment longer. Considering my mate, I wonder just how badly she wants to end our working relationship. Once Paisley is released from the hospital, Jane is facing the prospect of working with me all day, every day. And though she might have thought she could handle it originally, she's clearly having second thoughts now. Though I relish the opportunity to spend so much time with her, I also know that professional boundaries will make winning her over more difficult. It would be easier if we could simply date, but at present, she'd never agree to go out with me. Not without an incentive, that is. I'll tell you what, I offer, backing her into the wall. I'll make you a deal, little wolf. What deal? She questions suspiciously, shifting warily to avoid our bodies coming into contact with one another. Framing my hands against the plaster on either side of her head, I dip my head and speak low in her ear. I'll assign another board member to take over your account if you go out with me. Jane's head whips up. You're not serious? But I am, I assure her. If you go out with me, I'll agree to your terms. One date? She asks, still eyeing me like I'm a poisonous snake about to strike. A deep chuckle vibrates in my chest. Oh no, Janie. I mean, you have to go out with me until the launch. 3 dates a week minimum. You're out of your mind. She hisses, pushing at my chest. All right, then we'll stay business partners. All day, every day. I taunt, for the next 3 months. At least if we're colleagues, you can't get away with talking to me this way. She mutters mutinously, ducking under my arm and starting to return to Paisley's room. And who's going to stop me? I call after her. I'm the alpha, sweetheart. There isn't a higher law in the territory. Of course I'm bluffing. I would never speak to her like this in a work setting. But she doesn't need to know that. Besides, when it comes to mates, all bets are off. You bastard. She snaps, whirling around to face me. You're not playing fair. I never said I would. I reply. Come on, what's the worst that could happen? You've insisted you aren't interested in me that way. A strong, independent alpha, she-wolf like you is surely immune to my charms, right? I goad her further, knowing full well that she's not an alpha at all. My little Omega is turned on just being near me. Her scent betrays it, even if she won't. So what's the harm? I can see she wants to take the bait. It's dangling over her so tantalizingly. But she's even stronger than I realized. When she still doesn't agree, I give her one last push. Come on, Elise. What are you afraid of? Jane. I can't recall ever wanting to strangle anyone as much as I want to strangle Ethan right now. The truth is that I'm not sure I can make it 3 months working alongside him every day. But I'm equally afraid of the romantic schemes he might try to pull if I agree to date him. 3 dates a week is simply too many, and the word date is a minefield all on its own. Yet when he calls me that damn fake name and basically accuses me of being a chicken, I can't help but rise to the challenge. Define date? I huff. You and I spending quality time together in the evening or on weekends. He shrugs, eyes twinkling with mirth. Surely you've been on a date before? Rolling my eyes heavenward, I waver back and forth. 5 boring days a week for 3 months? Or a few heated hours? In the end, I feel much more confident in my ability to rebuff him for a short period than day in and day out. And I know the sly wolf will take every advantage he can, working or not. Finally, I suggest, 2 dates a week, no more than 2 hours long, and no funny business. His white teeth flash against his bronze skin. Don't worry, little wolf. I won't lay a hand on you until you ask me to. That is never going to happen. I grind out, giving him my best scowl. Then you have nothing to worry about, he informs me huskily, his lips mere centimeters from my own. Do you? No, I insist, stubbornly tilting my chin up. I don't. Then we have a deal. Ethan offers me a predatory grin, and the triumph in his eyes makes me wonder if I haven't made a terrible mistake. Seal it with a kiss? He suggests. You're unbelievable, I remark dryly, slipping out of his hold. Tomorrow, then? He says to my back, around noon. I'll pick you and the pups up from Linda's. The pups? I repeat in surprise. Why should they come? I thought we could take them on a picnic, Ethan explains, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. But a date implies I struggle to find the right words. I thought it would be just us. Oh, I'm sorry. I've never seen anyone who looks less sorry than my ex-husband in this moment. Would you prefer a more romantic outing? No, I mumble sulkily. I wouldn't. Then it's settled. Our first date will be a family picnic, Ethan proclaims. That way, Paisley and your pups can finally meet. As I stalk away down the hall, I have to amend my earlier thinking. If I wanted to strangle Ethan before, it's nothing compared to how I'm feeling now when I get home. My pups are clamoring at the door to greet me. Mommy, 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 mommy. Hello, my babies. I greet them enthusiastically, dropping kisses to their upturned faces and cuddling them each in turn. It always amazes me how much I miss the little darlings after only a few hours apart. It makes being separated from Paisley for so long seem nearly unfathomable. I missed you so much. What have you been up to? We made a fort, they announce in unison. Come see. 3 miniature paws guide me to our temporary room, and I'm delighted to find every last surface covered in blankets and pillows. We crawl inside together and lie down beneath the arched cotton ceiling, the boys cuddling up against my right side, and Riley on my left. Where have you been, Mommy? Parker asks curiously. Actually, I've been with the alpha, I answer honestly. His little girl just had surgery. Paisley? Ryder asks. How did you know her name? I question, struck nearly dumb by the sound of her name on her brother's lips. He told us. Riley shares quickly, though it doesn't escape me that Parker is currently elbowing his brother's side, as if in scolding. Is she okay? She's going to be just fine, I tell them, smiling when they all sigh with relief. It's just like my pups to care so much about a stranger's well-being. They might have gotten Ethan's knack for mischief, but I like to think they also got my heart. In fact, I continue, taking a deep breath, you might get to meet her very soon. Ethan wants to take us on a picnic tomorrow. Really? My pups exclaim. Can we go? Can we go? If you want to, I agree hesitantly. As much as I want to see all 4 of my pups together, the last thing I need is for Ethan to be there witnessing it. I'm going to have to do a better job of keeping him at bay moving forward. He's outsmarted me more than once today, and simply because I've been thrown so off balance by everything going wrong in our lives. We want to. They all chime. All right, all right? I laugh, cuddling their small, warm bodies close. We'll all go. A little while later, when the pups are in bed and Linda and I are sharing a bottle of wine, I'm finally free to share all my chaotic feelings. I think I'm in over my head, Linda, I admit. He knows it's me. No, Linda reminds me. He thinks he knows. He doesn't have any proof, but he's going to find it. I whisper, nervously. I know that's why he's suggested this deal. He's going to try to expose me. He thinks he can romance me into admitting the truth. So don't let him, my friend encourages. The day you left, you stopped letting Ethan control you. Don't change that now. Don't move backwards. Show him that you aren't the same weak Omega he took for granted. Show him he can't win that easily. How? I ask her, feeling truly defeated. The pups want to be with him. Paisley adores him. How am I ever supposed to compete? The pups might want to be with him, but they'd rather have you any day. I'm sure of it, Linda states firmly. Pups can survive without a father, but children need a mother. I don't know, I admit. Seeing him with them these last few days, they all need a male role model. I don't think I'm ever going to be enough for them on my own. Stop thinking that way right now, Jane, Linda orders. You're a wonderful mother. Thank you, I sigh, but knowing that isn't going to save me from Ethan. So, what will? She asks. I've got to find a way to keep him at a distance. I express. If he gets too close, I'll give in, and he knows it. What about that dark moon wolf that's been sniffing around you lately? She asks, referring to my friend Eric. I moved to the Dark Moon territory after leaving Ethan, and shortly after we arrived, I befriended Eris, an alpha who never once judged or questioned me despite being a single mother. He'd probably help if I asked, but I don't want to lead him on either. I confess. It's clear Eric isn't only interested in being my friend, and I've worked very hard to set boundaries between us. I'm not saying you should. Linda reasons. Be upfront with him. Tell him what's happening with Ethan and let him decide. But if he's willing to help, that's his call. Linda, we both know it's not that simple. I exclaim. What's more important, Jane? Linda asks sharply. Protecting yourself and the pups for Ethan? Or coddling this man's feelings? Well, when you put it that way. I reluctantly acknowledge, pulling out my phone and dialing Eric's number. The sharp dial tone rings in my ear, and before long, the line clicks open. Eric? I greet my friend. It's Elise. Elise, my love, how are you? My friend's deep voice sounds in my ear. Not so great, I admit. I'm in a little bit of trouble. I can practically feel Eric rising to my defense. He's everything I could ever ask for in a mate. Handsome, strong, intelligent, and full of integrity. Yet, for whatever reason, he's never affected me the way Ethan has. I don't lose my head when I'm around him. I don't forget my own name and lose track of my surroundings. But the more time that passes, the more I'm convinced this is a good thing. Tell me, he orders, already jumping to my rescue. It's the pup's father. I shared despondently. I'm back in the Night Fang territory because my youngest was having surgery, but everything's falling apart. I admit. Now Ethan's trying to win me over, and I don't think I can resist him much longer, Eric. Where are you? Eric asks, urgency filling his voice. The Cité de la Nuit, I answer, naming the Night Fang Pack's capital. If I had any doubts about who my true friends are, they're put to bed in that moment. Eric answers without hesitation, instantly promising to come to my aid. I'm on my way. Ethan, Paisley, slow down. I call, my hands itching to scoop her up off the ground. We're already at the park, and she's running ahead of me as usual. The only problem is that today isn't like any other. She's just been released from the hospital after major surgery, and someone clearly wants to harm her. I don't like letting her out of arm's length, let alone out of my sight. She pauses only long enough to turn around and exclaim, "But Daddy, I'm excited!" You just got out of the hospital, little one. Don't push yourself. I caution. Shifters might heal fast, but matters of the heart are always treated very seriously. The doctor said she could be up and about and play for short periods of time, but at this rate she's going to tire herself out before we ever get to playing. But, Daddy, she argues, pouting hard. Paisley, slow down, or I'll carry you the whole way like a baby. I threaten. Most of the time, Paisley actually loves being carried, but she's been cooped up in the hospital for so long that she's completely stir-crazy, not to mention she doesn't want to look silly in front of the other kids. She throws back her head with a dramatic huff, but continues forward at a slower pace, stomping her little feet every step of the way. Catching up to her, I cup her soft head in my palm. That's my girl, I praise, earning a toothy smile from my daughter despite her sulky mood. Suddenly in the distance, I can hear Jane's voice calling remarkably similar instructions to her triplets. Slow down, kid. You know the rules about staying where I can see you. Mommy, hurry up, one of the boys replies. At this age, their scents are so similar it's impossible to tell the two apart. Standing side by side, they'd be identical, if not for their clothing. It was a blessing Jane didn't follow so many parents' example and dress them to match. Paisley jumps up and down. That's Mommy! Before I can say another word, she's darting forward again. I catch sight of Jane and the pups just as Paisley rounds the bend and flies into Jane's open arms. The sight takes my breath away. Jane already looked so beautiful my heart skipped a beat. She was wearing a silky sundress in the same shade of green as her eyes, and smiling so widely she lit up the entire path. The other pups stood on either side of her, looking up at her hugging Paisley with expressions of happy curiosity. If I'd had the sense to pull out my phone, I would have taken a picture of them in that pose. But I can't look away. I'm completely spellbound just watching them. When Jane sets Paisley's feet back on the ground, the other pups huddle around her excitedly, their little voices floating over to me. "Hi, Paisley greets them cheerily. "Hi, Paisley." Ryder, Riley, and Parker cry. They greet each other almost as if they're old friends and immediately run off to play. I call after Paisley, reminding her to be careful, but I doubt she heard me. As I close the final distance to Jane, the corners of my mouth quirk with amusement as she raises a pair of sunglasses to her eyes, clearly hiding from me. "Hello, gorgeous." I smile warmly. "Ethan," she utters, as if she couldn't care less to be seeing me. "Shall we find a spot to lay out the picnic?" I press, earning only a non-committal shrug in reply. Nonetheless, she follows me into the grassy meadow alongside the playground and helps me lay out the blanket and food. Unpacking the basket one item at a time, she asks, "Did your chef prepare this?" "No, I did." I correct her lightly. Not that there was truly cooking involved. Wine, bread, cheese, sliced meat and fruit for Jane and I, plus sandwiches and juice boxes for the kids. Simple though it may be, I can see Jane eyeing the spread with obvious hunger and promptly pour her a plastic cup of Cabernet. "All right, let me have it," she invites, taking a sip of her drink. Taken aback, I ask, "What do you mean?" "I mean, let me have it," she repeats. "Lay it on me. Try whatever moves you've got hidden up your sleeve so we can get it over with." "No moves, Janie," I assure her. "Today is just about getting to know each other. I already know everything I wish to know about you." She snarks. "Well, with that attitude, these are going to be some very boring dates." I complain. Jane smothers a grin, and I can't help but feel delighted by her obvious pleasure at the idea of thwarting me. She really is too cute sometimes. Watching Jane carefully, I ask, "So where do you live most of the time?" The Dark Moon territory. Of course, I already know the answer to this question. I ran extensive background checks on Elise Carrington when we first ran into each other, but I am pleased to find she actually told me the truth. "You like it there?" I press. "Better than Sit de la Nuit?" Jane stops herself just in time. Of course, I wouldn't live there otherwise. I open my mouth to call her on her obvious lie when I hear the unmistakable sound of children taunting one another on the playground. Alongside a chorus of sing-song, mocking, and cruel laughs, one voice rises above the rest. "The alpha can't be your father. You're too scrawny. Do you even have a wolf?" The snide child wonders aloud. "Of course I have a wolf," Paisley defends. "Everyone does." "I dunno. A runt like you probably won't even be able to transform," the same child replies. "Year one to talk." One of the boys steps up in defense of Paisley. "You look more like a dirty mutt than a wolf. I bet you even have fleas." Of a sudden, a new chorus begins with the triplet chanting "Flea Boy" over and over again. The same way the others had been repeatedly calling my sweet Paisley a runt moments before. "I do not have fleas," the offended child shouts in protest. "Take it back. Take back what you said about Paisley," Riley demands. "Or what?" one of the little bully's friends challenges. Jane's pups exchange knowing glances, and all at once they lunge for Paisley's tormentors. Rolling around on the ground in a tangle of limbs, growling, clawing, and biting. Jane is halfway on her feet, but I move faster. Plucking the pups up by the scruffs of their necks, two in one hand and one in the other. Looking down at their foes, I find a quartet of 6-year-olds curled up into frightened little balls on the ground. Feeling a rush of pride, the youngsters took on the group of older pups. Outnumbered and all, I quickly remind myself that I can't show them how pleased I am by their strength and bravery. Glancing behind me, I see Paisley climbing into Jane's loving arms, her face red and shining with tears. The sight makes it infinitely harder to scold the triplets, because I myself want to trounce the little mongrels that put that look on my daughter's face. Still, as Jane kisses away Paisley's tears and gently rocks her, I turn to Parky, Ryder, and Riley, and do what I must. Jane, would one of you like to tell me what happened? Ethan questions sternly, holding my pups as if they're a bundle of rag dolls. His strength never ceases to impress me. Occasionally, I manage to carry 2 of the kids at once, but it gets harder and harder with every inch they grow, and I certainly couldn't juggle them as effortlessly as he does now. They started it. All 3 pups cry at once. That isn't what I asked, Ethan states calmly. They were calling Paisley names. Ryder pipes up, and making fun of her for being small. Riley adds indignantly, and do you think attacking them made things better? Ethan presses gently. It shut them up. Riley counters slyly. Riley, Ethan scolds, making the sassy little girl tuck her tail between her legs. Even so, she mutinously mutters, they deserved it. We don't solve our problems with violence, young lady. Ethan lectures evenly, not showing any of the humor I know he must feel at the pup's stubborn defiance. But alphas fight, Parker argues, leaping to his sister's defense. Alphas only fight when there's no other choice. Ethan corrects him. I've been alpha for years, and I solve hundreds more problems talking to people and listening than I do fighting. Fighting makes enemies, talking makes allies, and we all need as many allies as we can get in this life. He sets them on the ground and nudges them towards their cowering opponents. Now help them up and say you're sorry. Who is this man? And what did he do with the monster I married? I think in shock. Yet even as the words are echoing in my head, I know they aren't entirely fair. Ethan wasn't a monster in the beginning, or even the middle. It was only after I betrayed him. Remembering the way he handled our own conflicts darkens the cloud hovering over my head considerably. It's all good and well for him to lecture toddlers on conflict resolution, but when push comes to shove, he's no role model. Instead of talking and listening to me after Eve's scheming, I got 5 minutes of distraught questioning to explain. And when I couldn't, I was written off and had my freedom taken as punishment. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, so it's perfect timing when I see a familiar face in the distance. A tall, handsome wolf is crossing the meadow, heading straight towards us. His blue eyes glint even at this distance, and his dark hair looks more blue than black in the sunlight. I'd recognize him anywhere, Eric. 3RD person. Eric jogged the rest of the way up the hill and threw his arms around Jane, lifting her off the ground and spinning her around in circles. Jane laughed and hugged him back, but their reunion was punctuated by the unmistakable sound of jealous growls behind them. Hearing her former mate working himself up into a threatening lather, Jane whispered a warning in Ethan's ear. Careful, he's right there. Why do you think I'm holding you so tightly? He teased, rubbing his hand up and down her back for good measure. The truth is that he also wanted to hold her this way as much as possible, and was beyond grateful for the excuse to do so. Eric had been falling in love with Jane, little by little for months now, though he hadn't realized it at first. In fact, it wasn't until she departed for the Night Fang pack, and he felt as if his heart had disappeared with her, that he understood what was happening. Right on cue, 3 little voices cried, "Uncle Eric," and the dark moon wolf looked away from Jane for the first time. The pups were now running straight for their favorite uncle, but the wolf they left standing in the sandbox was one of the most intimidating men Eric had ever seen in real life. He was a few inches taller and every bit as broad as Eric himself, and Eric towered over most wolves. Ethan Blackwell was also handsome as a film star and moved with the lethal grace of an apex predator. But none of these things were what made him so intimidating. More than anything else, the raw power the Night Fang Alpha exuded with every breath he took was staggering. It was easy to see why Jane felt she needed to call in reinforcements. Over the course of their friendship, Eric had gathered that something went very wrong in Jane's marriage to the pup's father. Something that made her completely skittish of men, and especially alphas. It was obvious whatever Ethan had done had traumatized her. And knowing Jane is truly an Omega, it wasn't hard to guess how. The thought made Eric absolutely furious. As far as he was concerned, anyone who could mistreat a she-wolf and brilliant and beautiful as Jane deserved to be torn limb from limb. So when Ethan crossed to Jane and threw a possessive arm around her shoulders, practically scent marking her in front of the other man, Eric imagined doing just that. "Who's this then?" Ethan asked gruffly, eyes Eric up and down. "Ethan, this is my partner, Eric," Jane explains, gesturing back and forth between the two shifters. "Eric, this is Ethan. He's the Night Fang Alpha and my contact on the Atelier project." "Partner?" Ethan repeated, the word more of a snarl than anything else. "Like," he trailed off, clearly too livid to finish his sentence. "That's right," Jane confirmed defiantly, slipping out of Ethan's grasp and moving to stand beside Eric. Ethan looked about, ready to explode, but Eric was still greeting the pups, and had just noticed a fourth child hiding behind Ethan's legs. She was Riley's perfect twin, another miniature of Jane, but clearly lacking her sister's fearlessness. "Well, hello there," he greeted her softly. "You must be Paisley." Her big green eyes widened when she realized he knew her name, but she didn't emerge from behind her father. To his credit, Ethan reached down and cupped her round head in comfort. "She's feeling a little shy today." Eric could see the traces of tears on her cheeks, and he knew from speaking with Jane that the poor pup had been through a lot lately. "That's perfectly fine, Paisley. I get shy too sometimes." Her head peeked out just enough for Eric to see her offer him a sheepish smile, and he beamed back. There was a lot of Jane in Riley, Parker, and Ryder, but Eric suspected her three eldest had inherited more of Ethan's personality than hers. However, looking at Paisley, it was clear the youngest child was more Jane than anything else, or as he called her, more Elise than anything else. With introductions finished, Eric was free to continue tormenting Ethan. Unable to resist, he straightened and looped his arm around Jane's waist and pressed a kiss to her neck. "I missed you, baby." Ethan looked as though he might burst into flames then and there, his gaze locking onto Jane with laser focus. "Can I have a word, Elise?" He phrased it like a question, but it clearly wasn't. Jane was already moving to obey, but Eric held her tight. "Sweetheart, do you want to speak to the Alpha alone?" Rolling her eyes to show him how little the other man's posturing bothered her, Jane promised Eric she was fine. "Will you watch the kids for a second?" "Gladly," Eric agreed, kneeling back down to their level, but keeping one eye on Jane as Ethan led her away. "All right now, who can guess how many chocolates I have in my pocket?" "Jane." The pups are already shouting in excitement as Ethan pulls me away, and when I glance over my shoulder, I see Eric collapsing beneath all four of them as they eagerly search him for sweets. I'd laugh out loud if I didn't think it would completely set Ethan off. In hindsight, I should have arranged for this confrontation to occur when we weren't with the pups then again. Their presence might have kept things from escalating to violence. "What the hell is this?" Ethan snaps when we're out of hearing range. "What do you mean?" I ask innocently. "Since when do you have a boyfriend?" He grouses, pacing back and forth across the grass while I look on warily. "If you recall, you never asked if I was seeing anyone," I recount icily. You assumed I was free game, even though I refused you multiple times. You don't get to act affronted when your own hard-headedness backfires, Ethan. I'm not acting, he hisses, glowering at me. Why didn't you say something? Why? Because you would have respected his claim on me more than you respected my own wishes? I snipe. Typical alpha. It doesn't matter whether or not I want you, only whether some other man rubbed himself all over me first. Ethan's head jerks up, and I realize I spoke too freely. If you're together, why hasn't he marked you? When you and I met, I'd already been in town for quite some time. He hasn't claimed me officially because we are not mated. He has marked me, it just faded. I lie, a strike of inspiration lighting up my eyes. But have no fear. Now that we're together again, I'll make sure he doesn't waste any time doing it again. Over my dead body. The words are ripped from Ethan's chest as he surges forward, taking me by the shoulders. He can't have you, Jane. That's not your decision. I remind him harshly. It's mine. Ethan glares down at me, his strong fingers digging into my shoulders with unrestrained force. I'm not sure if he wants to kiss me or hit Eric, though. In truth, it's probably both. For the first time in a long time, I'm actually afraid of Ethan. Not haunted by our past, heartbroken from losing him, wary of his charm or wary of his tricks, but actually afraid. I'm starting to think I miscalculated very badly by bringing Eric here, because Ethan looks ready to kill. You need to calm down, I breathe, talking to myself as much as to him. The pups are watching. To my surprise, Ethan actually listens, gulping in a few deep breaths of air and counting to 10 under his breath. When he's finished, he releases me, still breathing as if he's just finished running a marathon, but at least looking less murderous now. You haven't mentioned having a man in your life, even once since you got here, nor has Linda or the pups. His eyes narrow, nor was there anything in your background to indicate a romantic relationship. You looked into my background? I snarl in outrage. Of course I did. He answers slyly, turning the matter right back onto me. Just as I'm sure you did when we went into business together. Unless, of course, you already knew everything there was to know about me. I don't search into people's pasts without their permission. I declare righteously. That's not how I choose to do business. Give me one good reason. He forges ahead as if I hadn't spoken. One, why I should believe this is real. Because I'm telling you it is, I answer firmly. Sidling closer and lowering my voice to the barest of whispers, I reply, I chose Eric. Not you, and you need to accept that. Why should I? Ethan demands fiercely. Because Alpha. Eric's voice suddenly sounds on our right. We're not just dating. We're engaged to be married. Jane. I'm almost as stunned as Ethan is that Eric just announced we're engaged. We never discussed telling such a lie, but I have to admit it was certainly effective. Ethan looks downright furious. Beyond furious, he looks apoplectic with rage. Excuse me? He snarls. You heard me, Eric answers smoothly. We're engaged. Ethan's dark eyes leap to my ring finger. I don't see a ring. He remarks shrewdly. I have terrible taste in jewelry, Eric explains. I thought Jane would prefer to pick out her own ring rather than wear whatever hideous design I chose. We were going to go shopping as soon as she got home, but I missed her too much to stay away. That's so sweet. I pretend to swoon. Maybe we can go shopping here. That's a great idea, Eric exclaims. Do you have any suggestions for jewelers, Alpha? He asks, his icy blue eyes sharp as daggers. You used to be married, right? Who did you use? No one you could afford. Ethan scowls. Actually, Eric is very successful. I chime in. He's probably as wealthy as you are, in fact. Oh, really? Ethan seethes. In any other circumstance, I would be annoyed beyond belief to have these two wolves fighting over me like I'm some kind of toy. But at the moment, I know it's necessary. Well, I don't like to brag. Eric shrugs modestly. But I've done quite well for myself. How nice for you, Ethan grumbles. Eric chooses that moment to lean over and kiss me, and the tight leash Ethan has on his temper snaps. The next thing I know, he's storming away with Paisley in his arms, the little girl waving at me in confusion as she's carted away. My own pups are still gathered around Eric, but I catch them exchanging worried looks. Sorry, kids. I guess the alpha had business to take care of. I apologize for their father, hating the way he let his jealousy blind him to the pups' needs. Doesn't he realize how confused they'll be? I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to Paisley, nor did my other kids. Mommy, he seemed grumpy. Riley informs me needlessly. Yes, he did, didn't he? I agree. I can't say I blame him. Eric rumbles in my ear. I'd be jealous too, in his shoes. Swatting at my friend's arm, I fret. Eric, are you sure that was a good idea? It's not like we actually have to get married. Eric reasons, engagements end all the time. It's not that. I share nervously. It's Ethan. He doesn't give up easily, and he already suspects my true identity. Elise, please don't worry about a thing. Eric encourages. You called me because you needed help, so let me help. Still agitated but truly appreciating his support, I nod and lean into his warm embrace. I truly don't know what I would do without him and Linda, but I'm also very worried about how messy that confrontation was. I never intended it to happen in front of my pups, and even though they've gone back to playing on the jungle gym, I can't help but worry about how much they understood. 3RD person. Jane was right to be worried about her perceptive pups. Riley, Ryder, and Parker had listened to every single word the grown-ups exchanged, and while they didn't understand all of them, they knew enough to recognize their plans for reuniting their parents were in trouble. The pups loved their Uncle Eric, but they knew perfectly well that their mommy wasn't planning on marrying him. Before Ethan came along, they'd actually dreamed of her doing just that. But now that they knew they had a father and a sister, all they wanted was for their family to be whole once more. What's more, Ethan taking off with Paisley so suddenly had prevented them from talking to Paisley about their plans. They hadn't gotten a chance to warn her that Eve tried to kill her in the hospital, or to inform her they were already working on a plan to get her out of danger. Across town, Eve was huddled under her car, choking on the heavy mechanical smells and squealing in squeamish disgust as she tried to identify her brake line. She held a pair of wire cutters in one hand and had covered herself in a protective tarp in anticipation of fluid spraying when she cut the rubber pipe. She had been planning all day every day for the better part of a week. After so many failed attempts to rid herself of her brat problem, she was determined not to let anything else get in the way of her plans. She couldn't help feeling like her luck was running short, so there was no room for errors this time. She decided to return to a strategy she knew and trusted one, that had worked all too well when she needed to turn Ethan against Jane. Play the martyr. No one ever gets angry at the selfless hero who's injured in the pursuit of doing good. She cackled, thoroughly pleased with herself when she finally identified the brake line and raised the shears to the cord. Cutting through it quickly, she pushed out from under the car and rushed inside to shower. Everything was already in place. Now all that was left was getting Paisley into the car with her, and how hard could that be? As it turned out, harder than she would have guessed. Paisley was in the kitchen baking with her grandmother when Eve entered, earning a warm welcome from Petra and a sullen glare from the pup. The little brat had never liked Eve. She was always getting in the way of Eve's plans for Ethan, and he always seemed to take the tiny mongrel's side. Not for much longer, Eve thought reassuringly to herself as she strode into the cozy room. "Hi, honey. How are you feeling?" she asked in a sickly sweet voice. Paisley merely blinked. Why'd you care? Paisley, Petra scolded, sounded aghast. Don't be that way. Eve loves you. That's right. Eve lied through a huge fake smile. I wanted to see if you'd like to go have some ice cream. That way your grandma can run some of her errands. No, I'll stay with Grandma. Paisley refused her simply. Sweetheart, you don't want to run errands with me. They're boring, Petra said gently. But Grandma, the little girl objected. Come on, Paisley, you love ice cream, Petra reminded her warmly. Please don't make me go with her. Paisley pouted, making Eve want to throw the brat out the window behind her. Honestly, you'd think she knew what Eve was planning. Stop being silly, Petra scolded. Go have fun with Eve, and when you get home this afternoon, I'll make you a sandwich with all this lovely bread we've just made. Fine, Paisley grumbled, letting the kind old woman lower her to the ground and stomping toward Eve. There now. This time, Eve's grin was completely genuine. Within 10 minutes' time, the little monster would be out of her hair for good. Eve took Paisley down to the car, guiding her towards the blue sedan and waving off Paisley's security guard. Take a break, Frank, I've got her. When Paisley pulled open the back door, but stopped when she realized there wasn't a car seat in the vehicle, Eve spoke up before she could question its absence. Hey, I have an idea. You're such a big girl. Why don't you sit up front with me? But I has to sit in the car seat, the child argued. Those are for babies, Eve exclaimed. You're not a baby, are you? No, Paisley frowned, but Daddy says. I don't care what your daddy says, Eve snapped, losing her patience. Now get in the damn car. Paisley climbed into the passenger seat, confused and unhappy. She began pulling on the seatbelt, but the nylon strap wouldn't come free. As Eve climbed into the driver's side and buckled her own seatbelt, Paisley tried to ask her for help. My seatbelt is broke. Oh my, Eve said worriedly, considering the implement for a long moment before giving up and shrugging. Oh, well. Her foot slammed onto the accelerator, sending the car veering out of the driveway so quickly Paisley was thrown against the door. Ow, she whined, rubbing her elbow. Oh, stop fussing, Eve ordered scathingly, tearing down the street. The next thing Paisley knew, the car was speeding through an intersection at high speed, careening through a red light without so much as slowing down. What are you doing? She cried in fright. I'm taking you to get ice cream. Eve forced the words out through clenched teeth, secretly furious that they hadn't managed to hit anyone in the first intersection. Where was all the traffic? Now shut up and let me concentrate on driving. The second intersection offered Eve the reprieve she'd been seeking, and a truck came barreling towards their out-of-control vehicle. At the last moment, Eve spun the steering wheel to the left, turning the car so that the truck would collide with the passenger side where Paisley sat. Happiness swelled inside her as the big vehicle's grille drew closer and closer. This was it. Ethan would be child-free in 3, 2, 1. Though Eve's plans didn't always turn out as she'd intended, she was certain they were well thought out. It was people that messed things up. With Petra, she'd always intended the elder she-wolf to survive. She needed her as an ally after Ethan divorced Jane. She needed Petra to love her unconditionally so she would help convince her son to marry Eve. The problem then was that Ethan turned out to be even more irrational than Eve could have dreamed. Instead of leaving Jane then and there, he simply punished her. All of her previous attempts on Paisley's life had also been thoroughly researched and planned. The first time Jane's other little brats turned up out of nowhere and ruined her scheme. And the second it simply turned out that the doctors were more competent than she gave them credit for. This time, however, there was no way she could fail. She couldn't stop the car. Paisley was perfectly aligned with the oncoming truck and completely unprotected, without her seatbelt. The crash was happening, and the brat would be squished like a cockroach under a boot. Yet, despite Eve's certainty, it seemed she failed to consider one simple variable in her plan: which was the pup's own instincts and quick thinking. As the truck charged toward her, Paisley dove out of the passenger seat and into the back of the car, curling into a tiny ball on the floor behind the driver's seat. Eve shrieked in indignant fury, but a second later a huge crash jolted the vehicle and sent it spinning, the sound of screeching tires, breaking glass and crumpling metal filling the air. It was the loudest thing Paisley had ever heard in her young life, especially with Eve screaming bloody murder throughout the terrifying situation. The car spun like a top, bouncing back and forth between other vehicles and sending glass raining down on the little girl's head. Still, Paisley stayed curled up like a little armadillo, shielding her face and head with her hands. When the car finally skidded to a stop, Paisley's heart was beating a mile a minute, and it was truly a testament to her renewed health and her surgeon's skill that the organ was able to withstand the strain of such a terrifying event. The pup could hear Eve crying in the distance, forcing her car door open and stumbling out onto the pavement. Onlookers rushed to the car, helping Eve escape the crumpled remains of her sedan, and asking if she was all right. Eve waved them all off, rushing for the back door and looking down at Paisley with a look of pure hatred that she quickly disguised as relief. "Oh, Paisley," she cried, reaching down and extracting the pup from the floor. "Oh, thank the goddess you're all right." Paisley tried to push the cloying she-wolf away, but Eve was in the middle of a dramatic performance and wasn't about to let the people surround them, seeing how much she despised holding the child. "I've never been so afraid in my life. You're such a smart girl, getting on the floor that way." Sirens sounded in the distance, and the truck driver was now out of his car and approaching Eve. "Are you crazy? Running a red light like that? I don't know what happened." Eve wails. "I tried to slam on the brakes over and over again, but they wouldn't work. I think they went out." "Why didn't you use the emergency brake?" the truck driver demanded, "and why the hell was the pup in the front?" "She wasn't," Eve insisted instantly. "You must be confused. Everything happened so fast." "That's why I didn't think of the emergency brake. I was just panicking." "Is that the alpha's daughter?" one of the witnesses asked suddenly, when Paisley had finally managed to wriggle free enough to poke her head over Eve's shoulder. "It is," someone else exclaimed. "Oh, you poor thing. Are you all right?" Paisley squirmed her way free of Eve, looking up at the concerned shifters surrounding her. Eve was already furious the little brat survived, but now she was stealing the sympathy Eve had counted on for herself, too. Was there no end to the injustice? To make things worse, Paisley then threw her head back and began to cry. "I want my daddy!" Deflating all at once, Eve slumped onto the curb and watched while the crowd began to comfort the pup. Fuck, Ethan. I've had a horrible tangle of dread sitting in the pit of my stomach like a huge rock all afternoon. This is my first day back at work after Paisley's surgery, and I keep telling myself it's just my anxiety over being away from my pup, as well as anger and hurt over Jane's supposed engagement. Still, nothing I do can unwind the knots twisting my insides, and a little after noon, I get up from my desk and decide to go home for lunch, just to check on things. I hear sirens in the distance as soon as I reach the parking lot, and I don't know how I know that they have something to do with Paisley, but I do. I point the car in the direction of the penthouse and hammer my foot onto the accelerator. As I drive, I imagine all sorts of calamities, her heart failing again, an intruder at the house, a kidnapping. I keep waiting for my phone to ring, but then I realize I left it in my office in my haste to leave. The sirens are only a few blocks from the penthouse, and following my instincts, I head straight towards them rather than continuing home. When I arrive at the intersection teeming with red and blue lights, I know my fears were well-founded. I can smell both Paisley and Eve, though I cannot see them. All I do see is Eve's car in the middle of the road at least. It used to be Eve's car. Now it looks more like a jumble of metal put through a trash compactor. Jumping out of my car, the crowd instantly parts to make a path for me, and I charge towards the sound of my crying daughter, Paisley. Then she's there in front of me, her clothes covered in glass, a few scratches marring her tan skin, and her face crimson and tear-stained, but otherwise unharmed. She runs toward me immediately, and I drop to my knees in front of her, love coursing through my veins as she throws herself into my arms. I'm vaguely aware of the sound of cameras clicking around us, complete with a few flashes. But the only thing that matters is Paisley. Are you all right? What happened? Ethan, I'm so sorry. Eve is standing over us then, her eyes wide and bloodshot. We were going to get some ice cream, but the brakes on my car wouldn't work. She sniffles. She too is a little bruised and scratched up, but for the most part she looks unharmed. Paisley was so brave, she jumped out of the back seat and curled up onto the floor. I think it saved her life. You should have seen her, sir, one of the witnesses shared. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought it was her own daughter there. She was so worried. She wouldn't let us take her away from the wreck until she knew Paisley was safe. Eve's lower lip is quivering dangerously, and my alpha instincts have me extending an arm to her as well. It doesn't matter that she gets on my nerves 9 times out of 10. She was almost killed, and she needs comforting. Eve collapses into my arms, and as both she-wolves cry, I turn to one of the law enforcement agents standing nearby. I need you to call someone for me. While the man calls Jane, and his colleagues clear the witnesses from the area, I focus on comforting Paisley and Eve. It's only later, after I've spoken with the truck driver who insists Paisley was in the front seat, and not the back, and the authorities have examined the car, and confirmed the passenger side seatbelt, and brakes were both disabled, that my suspicions about Eve return. Why wasn't there a car seat in the vehicle? Why would somebody target her car when she never takes Paisley anywhere? Why not target my own car? As the MPs take care of Paisley, Eve, and the truck driver, I pull the accident investigator aside. I need another favor. Can you pull the traffic cameras between here and my penthouse? I want to see what was happening in the car before the crash. The man nods. I'm already on it, sir. But you should know more than one witness said the child was in the front seat. It's not only the truck driver. But that seatbelt was disabled. I confirm. He nods gravely. If they're right, your friend put the pup in the car without a belt. If Jane hadn't chosen that precise moment to arrive, I might have turned on Eve and interrogated her right then and there. But my breath catches when I turn around and see Jane's rushing towards the Pollock barricade, terror coming off her in waves. She sprints up to me, wringing her hands. What happened? Jane. I don't think I can handle any more emergency phone calls notifying me that my pup is in grave danger. This is the second time it's happened in a single week, and I already feel like my nerves are completely raw. I'm becoming afraid of hearing the phone ring. Just one shrill chime is enough to send me jumping out of my skin. When I arrive at the scene of the accident, it takes me a moment to find Paisley. I see Ethan first, talking with a law enforcement officer and looking very grave indeed. I run up to him, asking, what happened? But almost as soon as the words are out of my mouth, I finally catch sight of Paisley. She's sitting in the back of an ambulance, looking shaken but mostly unharmed as an EMT picked shards of glass from her clothing. I start to change directions, but Ethan catches me first. Eve was taking her for ice cream, and she says the brakes went out on her car, he explains swiftly. Eve? I repeat, righteous indignation swelling in my chest. You trusted Eve with your pup? I left Paisley with my mother. Ethan clarifies. She trusted Eve to take her, but I guarantee it won't happen again. He sidles closer, but unlike in the past when he's used his proximity to unsettle me, now I can tell he's doing it to prevent us from being overheard. Listen, Eve says. Paisley was in the back seat, but the truck that hit them says Paisley was in the front. And the passenger seatbelt was disabled. The officer on our left adds. What? I gasp, horror freezing me in place. I know. Ethan sighs. It's hard to believe anyone could intentionally harm such a young pup, but we need to find out the truth. Every time I go near Paisley, Eve turns up and I think it's to prevent us from talking. I'm going to work with the officers to get traffic camera footage. Can you talk to Paisley? Of course. I promise. Already heading her way. However, before I can get 2 steps away, Ethan stops me again. Jane. Wait. To my immense surprise, Ethan wraps his big body around me, enveloping me in a hug so warm that I feel my body heat up at least 3 degrees. I sink into his arms instinctively, taking comfort in his solid strength, while his lips graze my ear. I'm sorry. You know I would never forgive myself if anything happened to her. It's only too tempting to let him hold me this way, until my heart stops hammering in my chest, and my pulse ceases to race. But I know how dangerous it would be to give in. I slip out of his hold as soon as I find the willpower, trying and failing to shrug off his words. I don't know why you're apologizing to me. She's your pup. The words are like acid on my tongue, bitter and corrosive. I hate myself for saying them, but I can't help it. All my past experience with this man has taught me to protect myself at all costs. And until the day comes that I can take Paisley away from here, that includes denying her importance to me. Ethan's handsome face shuts off, his expression transforming from open and sincere to closed and foreboding. You know, this is getting really old, Janie. What's getting old is you insisting I'm someone I'm not. I counter coolly. You don't want to push me, sweetheart. Ethan growls, crossing his muscular arms over his chest. My patience only extends so far. Memories flash through my mind's eye. Images of those terrible days after my graduation trip, when my loving marriage changed into something unspeakable. Hardening myself against Ethan, I reply, Believe me, I know exactly what you're capable of, Alpha. His dark eyes flash, and I wonder if he knows precisely what I'm thinking. But I don't give him the chance to respond. I turn on my heel and stalk away, heading straight for my pup. Paisley's eyes light up when she sees me, and she starts fighting the EMT trying to clean her up. The young male wolf attempts to hold her still, but Paisley whines and struggles, trying desperately to get to me. Speeding up, I call to the EMT. It's okay. I've got her. Come here, Angel. I scoop her up into my arms, squeezing her tightly before pulling back to look her over for injuries. Are you all right? Tell Mommy what hurts. I say the words without thinking, going into autopilot just as I would with any of my other pups. Paisley's lip quivers dangerously. Everything. She sniffles. It was really scary, Mommy. I'm so sorry, my love. I profess, but you're safe now. I'm not going to let anything happen to you, okay? I promise, as long as I'm here, nothing and no one will hurt you again. I know that Parker, Ryder, and Riley didn't understand why they were coming back to the hospital, but I couldn't bear to have them out of my sight when someone clearly has it out for my family. When Linda brought them to meet Ethan and I, we both hugged them tightly and gently explained about the accident, before taking them inside to see Paisley. We watched as Paisley recounted her story for her siblings, and I felt a rush of comfort seeing how happy their visit was making her. She'd been so shaken after everything that happened, especially after I made her relive every detail. I felt terrible doing it, but we needed to know exactly what happened. When she finished her story, Riley, Ryder, and Parker crawled into bed with their sister and curled up in a puppy pile, whispering words of comfort and snuggling close. Ethan, Linda, and I slipped outside to talk, staying where we could see the pups, but trying to speak quietly enough so my clever rascals wouldn't overhear us. I told them exactly what Paisley described to me, which certainly made it sound as if Eve had forced her into the trip and the precarious front seat. After a few minutes, I noticed Linda glancing into the room, then feel her furtively nudging me with her elbow, nodding in the direction of the bed. I gasp, clamping my hand over her mouth at the sight of all 4 of my pups fast asleep in each other's arms. I've seen thousands of cuddle piles between Ryder, Parker, and Riley over the years. But to see Paisley included as well was something I've only experienced in her dreams. Ethan follows my gaze, and his stoic expression completely melts. "Look at them," he murmurs, his hand twitching as if he wants to reach for me. "I've never seen anything so sweet." "I know," I breathe, clearing my throat. They certainly made fast friends. Ethan rolls his eyes, but his attention lingers on the scene in the room as we continue our conversation. If anything, the idyllic image made the macabre nature of our discussion all the more disturbing. The traffic cameras confirmed what Paisley told you. She was in the front, and Eve didn't look the least bit frightened about the brakes. She actually looked annoyed it took them so long to be hit. "What are we going to do?" I ask nervously. "Do you have enough to arrest her?" "For the car accident, yes. But we don't have any proof about the poison yet," he admits, dragging a hand through his thick hair. "I think it's best if she thinks she's gotten away with it. That way, we can catch her red-handed." "You can't be serious," I quip. "You're suggesting she be allowed to go free to make another attempt on Paisley, so we can catch her in the act?" "Jane, if you have her arrested for the car accident, she'll go to trial and put on a show for the jury every bit as convincing as the one she put on for the crowds today, and they'll let her off." Linda reasons. "If you want to put her away for good, you need more evidence. You need something that can't be written off as an accident. Something she can't pretend to be a victim of." Linda's right. Ethan agrees. "I know it sounds horrible, but we have to play this smart. Trust me, I'm not going to leave Paisley alone with her ever again. But this is for the best." "If you're sure," I finally concede, eyeing Ethan suspiciously. "You promise you won't let her out of your sight?" "Of course," Ethan retorts, his sharp gaze zeroing in on me. "She is my pup, after all." We were still standing there bickering when the TV over the nurse's station flipped on, and the sound of the nightly news filled their ears. At once, all 3 of us turned toward the screen, shocked and appalled by the images dominating the monitor. Footage from the immediate aftermath of the crash was playing on a steady loop, the reporters oohing and ahhing over the image of Ethan, Paisley, and Eve huddled in each other's arms on the street. At the bottom of the screen, a single line of scrolling text sent Jane's heart sinking into her stomach. "Saint Eve, people's choice for Nightfang's next Luna. Ethan." However, nothing is as alarming as seeing Eve touted as my future Luna on every channel for 24 hours straight. Now that I know who she truly is and what she's done to my daughter, the idea of even being in the same room with her makes me sick to my stomach. After Paisley was discharged from the hospital, I took her to our country cabin to recuperate, not wanting her in the penthouse with reporters camped outside the front door, waiting for a glimpse of us. At first I thought I'd let the story run its course and die down on its own, but then the calls started coming in. Everyone wanted my comment on whether I truly was planning to marry Eve, and when I began to do some investigating of my own, I discovered that all these stories had been paid for by a mysterious benefactor. Someone had bribed the news stations to cover the car accident and promote Eve this way. And I have a fairly strong idea that I know the person who's responsible. Eve's deception has thrown a lot of things into question as of late, not the least of which is Jane. The more time that passes, the more I think back on the attack Eve and my mother faced all those years ago. It's the only time in her entire life I've known Jane to possess even an ounce of cruelty. And the only time Eve has shown an ounce of selflessness. Is it possible it was all another one of the conniving she-wolf's schemes? I'm not proud of the way I treated Jane afterwards, but she didn't give me any other choice. If she tried even once to explain why she'd done what she did, I could have shown her some leniency. But to do so when she made no effort would have made me appear weak in the eyes of the pack, and no pack can flourish if the people don't have a leader they can believe in. Pushing aside my brooding thoughts of the past, I call a press conference with every news station in the territory. Eve can scheme all she wants, but not even she can override the word of the Alpha. I'm going to make sure every shifter in the Nightfang pack knows that Eve will never be their Luna, before this entire situation gets further out of hand. A few hours later, when I'm standing in front of the entire Nightfang press corps, I cut right to the chase, not allowing any questions before I begin. Many rumors have been circulating since the accident that so nearly cost my daughter's precious life earlier this week, I announce, working hard to keep the emotion from my voice. I'm pleased to say that Paisley's quick thinking saved her life, and she's recovering well. And I'm touched by all the concerned citizens who have reached out to check on her. As many of you know, this incident came at the tail end of Paisley's successful fight against heart disease. And I am beyond thrilled to report that she is no longer in need of continued medical care. I can't stop the smile from spreading across my features. Every day since Paisley was born has been marred by fear for her health. And it doesn't feel real that we can finally put all that behind us. My daughter may have been born with a weak heart, but she was also blessed with a warrior's spirit. And I look forward to watching her grow into a woman every bit as special as her mother. I continue. This brings me to the recent reports indicating I may be looking for a new Luna. The entire room seems to be holding its breath now, but they're going to be disappointed. However, there will only ever be one Luna for me. Jane Blackwell was and always will be the love of my life. She is the only she-wolf who I will ever call mate, and I have no intention of taking anyone else for a wife now or in the future. A series of low mutters move through the crowd, and I can see a number of curious faces gearing up to ask me a bunch of invasive questions. I will not be taking any questions on this matter, as it is not up for debate and requires no further explanation. If anyone has said otherwise, I would caution you to examine their motives before accepting their word. Trust me when I say this is the best thing for me and my family. Now I thank you for your time and attention, but I must be getting back to my daughter. The room is heavy with silence as I depart. Dozens of curious eyes following me as I stalk from the room with my head held high. I have always enjoyed killing two birds with one stone, and if I'm right, that little conference will have both put Eve in her place and put Jane on notice. She can lie, hide, and pretend all she wants, but the hunt is just beginning. She will be my Luna again, and now the pack might even help me win her back. Jane, is there a reason you're glaring at the TV like you want to murder it? Eric's familiar voice sounds behind me, and I feel him approach at my shoulder. The TV screen is dark now, but moments ago it was filled with Ethan's rugged face as he announced to the world that I was the only Luna he would ever take. Of course, on one hand, I'm glad to see he refuted Eve's shameless self-promotion. I don't know why it hurt so much to see all the news outlets singing her praises, but there was no denying the jealousy I felt when they suggested he might take her as his mate. I suppose it dug up all the pain of the past. I can tell myself I'm over Ethan until I'm blue in the face, but the betrayal of their affair still stings, even after all this time. Jane? Eric prods, giving me a little nudge. Coming back to the present, I slam my finger onto the remote's power button again. Bring the screen back to life. Ethan's press conference seems to be over now, but the reporters sitting at the news desk are still discussing the event in absurd detail. Honestly, you'd think he announced we were going to war, not that he intended to stay single. I gripe. Eric says simply, and that's why you're upset? Because he isn't going to take a child murderer as a mate? No, I grumble sulkily. It was the part about me. He's sending me a message. I can see that. My friend replies. So how are you going to answer him? Blinking up at the tall alpha in confusion, I inquire, "What do you mean?" "Well, he sent you a message. The polite thing to do would be to send him one in return," Eric reasons. "I've already given him my message about a dozen times," I remind him, but he doesn't seem to understand the meaning of "go to hell." Eric laughs warmly, squeezing my shoulders and beginning to massage the knots from my aching muscles. Oh, goddess, I didn't even realize how stressed I was about all this until he started doing that. That feels incredible. "Poor thing," Eric croons. "You've been through a lot these past few weeks. You have no idea." I moan, letting my head loll back to give him more access. "Well, I think it might be time for a different kind of message," Eric suggests, moving his thumbs in concentric circles around my shoulder blades. I feel instantly relaxed, safe even. But I can't help thinking that if Ethan were the one touching me like this, I'd be a puddle in his arms. "And what kind of message is that?" I prompt him, slipping out of his reach and turning to face him. I'm not sure if I'm imagining it or not, but I think I see a flash of disappointment cross his features. However, if it was there, it's gone as quickly as it appeared. One he can't ignore. Eric answers simply, "After all, you did just get engaged, and a big famous perfume designer like you getting married? That sounds like front-page news to me." I think it over for a few moments, rolling the idea around in my mind. He has a point. Ethan is the one who made this fight public. It would be very fitting if I were to respond to his challenge in kind. What's more, Eric is right. If we want our lie to be believable, we have to act like we're actually engaged. And it would be major news. Every fashion magazine on the continent would want an invite to cover the ceremony. That's just the nature of my job. Well, that would certainly cut him off at the ankles. I acknowledge with admiration. And the best part of all? Ethan adds with a wide smile. He'll be absolutely furious. Let's do it. 3RD person. After almost a full month sharing a bedroom in Linda's apartment, Jane was finally able to move herself and the pups into their own apartment. Of course, she had no idea that making this change would open the door for her children to hatch a new scheme with their sister. Little did any of the adults know that on their last visit to the hospital, they'd exchanged walkie-talkies so they could stay in contact with one another. Of course, Linda's apartment was much too far away from the Alpha's penthouse for the devices to connect to one another. But Jane's new apartment was only a block away. It hadn't been her first choice, but it was the best she could get on such short notice. It took a few days of trying since Ethan initially took Paisley to his country house to avoid the media circus, but on the 5th day of trying to reach their long-lost sister, Ryder, Parker, and Riley finally made contact. "Paisley, come in, over," Parker said into the speaker, holding down the talk button while his siblings huddled with him under the blankets on his bed. "Copy," a familiar voice sounded after a moment. "I've been waiting ages to hear from you guys." "Are you okay?" Riley asked urgently. "Has Eve tried anything else?" "No. Daddy's pretty mad at her," Paisley answered promptly. "I haven't seen her since day accident." "Good," Parker sighed. "She's evil." The other pups nodded in agreement. Riley hadn't met her yet, but she'd heard enough from the others to understand how terrible the she-wolf was. Besides, she overheard her mommy talking to Auntie Linda about Eve the other day, and it was very clear that she was not a fan. "Listen, we have a plan," Ryder explained to Paisley. "We're going to ask Mommy for a play date, and Day, next time we see each other, you and Riley are going to switch places." "Really?" Paisley exclaimed in excitement. "You mean I could come live with you and Mommy for a little while?" "That's right, and I'll get to spend some time with Daddy," Riley chirped happily. "It'll only be for a little while, but eventually we'll all be together forever." "So what do you think?" Parker questioned eagerly. "I'm in," Paisley cried. "But what did we do once we switch?" Just then, Jane knocked on the bedroom door and pushed it open. "You three don't sound like you're sleeping," she scolded good-naturedly, flipping on the lights and eyeing the 3 lumps beneath the blankets on Parker's bed. Quickly turning down the volume on the radio, all 3 chorused. "Sorry, Mommy. If you want to sleep together, that's fine." Jane chuckled, pulling down the covers to reveal the sheepish faces and tousled hair of her pups. "But you have to actually sleep." "Yes, Mommy," the kid said obediently. Jane straightened up and narrowed her eyes, the corner of her mouth twitching upward. "Why are you being so good? Are you up to something?" 3 sets of wide eyes looked up at her innocently. "Course not." Riley lied without batting an eye. Jane didn't appear convinced. "You better not be." She leaned down and dropped a kiss on each of their heads. "Good night, my little rascals. Sweet dreams. I don't want to hear any more noise from you tonight. Got it? Good night, Mommy." 3 days later, Jane was reluctantly meeting Ethan for another so-called date, again with her pups in tow. When the kids requested a playdate with Paisley, she knew she couldn't resist the chance to see her youngest daughter again, and anyway, she would take any excuse to make these outings as unromantic as possible. Of course, Ethan was fuming when they arrived. Jane's engagement announcement had just been published that morning, and though it wasn't front-page news, it had certainly caught Ethan's attention without any problem. He had a filter set up on his computer's search engine for any news featuring her name as well as her alias, Elise Carrington, so he'd spent his entire day out of sorts after waking up to the breaking story. Luckily for the pups, both adults were so excited to see their estranged children that they were able to put off their argument until after the kids had run off to play. Not to mention their preoccupation with each other meant it was going to be much easier to pull off their planned switch. So after exchanging hugs and hellos with their parents, the pups scampered off, leaving the former mates alone together. "I saw your press release," Ethan announced by way of greeting, towering over Jane. She shrugged, offering him a smug smile. "Is that your way of saying congratulations?" "You know it isn't," Ethan rumbled. "You're really going to keep up this act with Eric?" "It's not an act," Jane lied effortlessly. "We're in love. You know what that's like, don't you? After all, your own press conference made it sound like you understood completely." To Jane's surprise, Ethan laughed out loud. "You always were too clever for your own good. You haven't known me long enough for me to always be anything." Jane sniffed, keeping one eye on her kids as they dove into a ball pit. They'd chosen a children's-themed restaurant with an attached arcade, just about the least sexy place imaginable, thank goodness. "Come on now, I won't deny I used the opportunity to my advantage, but you know I had to make a public statement. Eve was paying every news outlet in town to name her my future bride," Ethan explained. "Well, I'm glad you've finally gotten wise to her." Jane couldn't keep the bitterness from her voice. I mean, it would be impossible not to after everything with Paisley. But it certainly took you long enough. Now who's talking about time spans we're not supposed to share? The alpha asked cryptically. "Finally is subjective," Jane replied, realizing her mistake. "As far as we're concerned, it means these past few weeks." She could feel his eyes on her like a brand, boring into her skin with relentless heat. Jane determinedly kept her attention forward, seeking out the pups and breathing again when she sighted them near a bouncy house. "Are you sure Paisley is well enough for this? It's a lot of physical activity." Ethan wasn't listening. "What happened back then, Jane?" Jane wanted to ignore him. She wanted to deny any knowledge of what he was referring to, but she was also curious. If she tried now, so many years later, would she still be inexplicably tongue-tied, or could she finally defend herself? She'd wanted to explain what happened for so long. The idea of finally being able to do so was too inviting to deny. However, when she opened her mouth to speak, the words got caught in her throat. It was exactly as it had been in the immediate aftermath of the attack, like some magical force had hold of her vocal cords and was squeezing them too tightly for her to make a sound. In all the time that had passed, she had never been able to speak about the events of that day with anyone. She didn't know what Eve did to her, but clearly it was powerful enough to hold her prisoner, no matter how much time passed. Clearing her throat, she repeated, "I'm worried about Paisley. Are you sure she's up to this?" Only concern for his daughter could distract the alpha from his line of questioning. He'd felt, at long last, like he was on the verge of understanding something which had eluded him for years, only to have it yanked out of reach at the last moment. Nonetheless, Ethan followed Jane's line of sight, watching the pups race through the indoor playground with unrestrained glee. Despite Jane's fears, he couldn't recall seeing Paisley ever looking so healthy, and he nodded happily. "Look at her. She's glowing." Jane smiled, realizing Ethan was exactly right. Paisley did look better than she'd ever seen her, despite everything she'd been through these last few weeks. All the pups looked happier than she could recall seeing them in quite some time. Of course, what Ethan and Jane did not know was that Riley and Paisley had switched places at the very first opportunity available to them, trading out clothes in the ball pit while the grown-ups were distracted. The sisters seamlessly took up each other's identity in preparation for their scheme to bring down Eve. Riley, Ryder, and Parker had planned every last step of their plot, right down to the tiniest detail their young minds could contemplate. It wasn't a foolproof plan by any means, but Eve was so arrogant and condescending towards children that they were confident she would never see their attack coming. If they were right, she would be exposed within the week, and their family would be one step closer to being reunited. Paisley was acting strangely. There was no other word for it. Ethan had been present for almost every day of her life, but he'd never before seen her willingly eat broccoli, insist on taking a bath by herself because she was a big girl, or call him daddy quite so frequently and reverently as she had in the last 48 hours. The changes weren't major, but there were enough small oddities that he was beginning to worry spending so much time with Jane was beginning to confuse her. The alpha was increasingly afraid that his former mate's refusal to admit her identity was going to hurt the little girl. And now her suddenly altered behavior had him wondering if it was some sort of stress response. Sure, Jane let Paisley call her mommy, but she also insisted she wasn't Ethan's ex, and he knew Paisley had overheard at least some of those conversations. It couldn't be good for her. So when he left for work on Friday morning, knowing he would be out of the house all day with few opportunities to check in with her, he sat her down for a serious chat. "Are you sure you're okay with me leaving?" he asked somberly. "Grandma and Mr. Frank will be here, but you can come to the office with me if you want." In truth, he was also worried that Eve would take the opportunity to try to convince Petra to help her pursue him, or, God forbid, make another attempt on the little girl's life. That's part of why he'd ordered Frank not to take his eyes off the child for a single second. Unfortunately, his mother was no help. Petra refused to believe any of his accusations against Eve, insisting the woman was a saint, and he had to be mistaken about her intentions for Paisley. He was still trying to pretend everything was fine so that Eve would slip up and show her hand, but having her in the house was getting harder and harder. There were simply too many opportunities for her to do harm. The only blessing was that she'd have to be truly desperate to try something under their own roof. He simply had to hope she hadn't reached that point yet. "Daddy, I'm fine." Paisley, at least. The child he believed to be Paisley insisted with a little giggle. "Go on." "All right, princess," he agreed with a sigh. "Be good for Grandma and Frank, okay? Best behavior." "Yes, Daddy," she agreed, reaching up with both arms so he could hug her goodbye. The moment the door was closed behind Ethan, Riley shook her head in exasperation. Paisley never told her that their daddy was such a worrywart. She needed all the grown-ups, but Eve out of the house for their plan to work. or at least some alone time with the malicious she-wolf. In the 2 short days she'd spent living with Ethan, Riley had decided she loved her daddy completely, and Eve was the worst shifter alive. She never passed up any opportunity to insult the little girl or sidle up to Ethan, and she was so two-faced Riley was amazed her features didn't actually morph back and forth with her personality. About an hour after Ethan left, Frank stepped into the bathroom, and Riley made her move, darting down the hallway to Eve's bedroom. Paisley had filled her in with as much information as she could possibly remember, including that Eve always slept in until about noon, even when she'd still been a CEO. Silently cracking open the she-wolf's door, Riley scampered quietly inside and crept over to the bedside table. She snatched the cell phone charging beside the sleeping woman and very carefully lifted Eve's thumb to the Touch ID button at the bottom of the screen to unlock the device. Sneaking back out to the living room, Riley swiftly changed the phone password so she could get back in without Eve's thumbprint, then waited for the cruel woman to come looking for her phone. It was a little after 1 when Eve finally emerged, looking very disgruntled indeed. Frank was in the kitchen making Riley lunch, and the pup was sitting on the floor doing an ocean-themed puzzle when the she-wolf entered. Eve immediately narrowed her eyes on the child. Little did she know that Riley had already hit record on the device's voice memo feature. "Good morning, mongrel. I don't suppose you've seen my phone, have you?" Riley didn't have to fake her surprise. No one had ever spoken to her so callously. It made her furious for what her sister had suffered while she and the boys lived so happily with Jane. "Why are you so mean to me?" she sniffled, trying to will tears into her eyes. "Because you're a dirty little mutt who has done nothing but make my life miserable," Eve snarled in reply. "Your horrid mother kept me from Ethan when she was here, and she didn't even have the decency to take you with her when she left. I suppose she wanted you to live, but goddess knows why you are an ugly, worthless little brat." The need to defend her mother was so strong, Riley almost forgot her mission. "I didn't do it on purpose," she whimpered. "Oh, don't give me those crocodile tears," Eve scoffed. "If you'd just done what you were supposed to and died before your surgery, this could all be over. It's your fault if I have to keep coming after you. You're making me do this. Paisley, you know that?" Riley was truly afraid now. The she-wolf was moving towards her, her wolf glowing in her eyes. It was a clear sign she was losing control, which could be as much a danger as it was an advantage. Unluckily for Eve, young Riley had the sense of invincibility all toddlers do, and continued to push. "So that's why you tried to hurt me all those times? 'Cause I was keeping you from Daddy? What is this, 20 questions?" Eve spat. "I don't owe you answers, little girl. If anything, you owe me reparations for all the years you've stolen from me. If you weren't here, I could have married Ethan ages ago. Don't you see that's why you have to disappear? Don't you see how much better off we'll all be without you?" The she-wolf kneeled down in front of the child, taking her hands in hers and speaking so sincerely she might be mistaken for kind if her words weren't so foul. "You're keeping your daddy from being happy. Do you think he wants to spend all his time carting you back and forth to play dates and doctor's appointments? He's still a young man. He's a powerful alpha, and he'd been reduced to playing nursemaid because you were born too weak to survive on your own, but didn't have the grace to just die like the goddess intended. But I want Daddy to be happy." Riley hiccuped, having a hard time remembering this was just an act, because while it might not be real for her, she was only too aware that this was her sister's reality. She, Parker, and Ryder had known things were bad, but they didn't realize they were this twisted. Now more than ever, she knew they had to expose this woman for the monster she was. "Well, you're keeping him from being happy, dollface," Eve answered snidely. "I want you to think about that. I want you to remember that the next time you ask him for a pretty dress or some silly toy, every minute you spend together is making his life worse. It's making him a weaker alpha." "But what can I do?" Riley asked helplessly. You can disappear, Eve instructed her coldly. Run away, Paisley. Run away and never come back. Your daddy will be so much better off without you. We all will. Truly crying now, Riley nodded. Okay. As Eve retreated, searching the apartment for her phone and cackling to herself, over crushing a small child's feelings, Riley couldn't help but think she and her brothers couldn't have planned this better if they'd tried. Riley wasn't as talented with technology as Ryder, but she knew how to send a text message easily enough. Quickly copying every contact in Eve's address book, she sent the voice memo off with a rush of triumph. The next part of the plan took on new meaning with Eve's parting advice. Riley had always planned on returning home once her task was complete. She, Paisley, and the boys would get to enjoy some quality time together and could relax knowing they were all safe. However, once her conversation with Eve was received by Ethan, Jane, Petra, and all the various contacts Eve used to leverage her position in the pack, when Ethan came home to find Paisley missing, he'd naturally assumed the little girl had run away at Eve's instruction. If they played this right, they wouldn't even get in trouble with their parents for spiriting Paisley away, because Eve would take all the blame. As she ran down the block to their new apartment, eager to share her success with her siblings, Riley could only think one thing. It was perfect. Ethan. Foxglove, sir, the lead investigator says grimly. There the flowers digitalis comes from, and Eve has a whole plot of them in her greenhouse. We're sitting in my office about halfway through the workday, when the stress of everything I've let fall by the wayside in the midst of my constant family emergencies is slowly piling on top of me. But I still can't give priority to anything else. You're certain? I question, wondering how it's possible that my judgment could possibly be so poor. If this is all true, if Eve has been behind these murder attempts, then I've trusted a monster for years, even over my own mate. Some alpha you are, I think sourly, fooled by a damsel batting her eyelashes. You don't deserve to lead anyone. Easy, Alpha. The investigator cautions. I can see where you're headed, and I'm telling you now it won't help anything. This is about more than instinct or judgment. If she's responsible, she's got more than cunning on her side. He sighs heavily, as if he feels silly for suggesting his next words, but can't ignore their validity. These poisons are not known to common men. This reeks of witchcraft. Witchcraft? I scoff. What is this, a fairy story? I'm simply telling you that the blame does not belong solely on your shoulders, sir. The investigator amends. It does, whether there is some magical component to this or not. I'm the one who missed the warning signs. I'm the one who let it happen. I correct him. Before he can respond, my phone buzzes, and I look down to see a voice memo from Eve. At first, I ignore it, certain it's just another cloying attempt to win me over. But after a few minutes pass, more than a dozen people have sent me the same message, and I let my curiosity take hold. Baffled, I press play and the sound of Eve's voice floats up to my ears. Only this time, it's not the saccharine tone she normally uses to try and seduce me. It's unvarnished, unmasked, and completely horrid, and it's clear she's talking to my daughter. Little by little, the investigator and I lean forward in our chairs, listening with rapt attention and growing disgust, as the woman I once considered a friend tells my 4-year-old to disappear, rather than continuing to ruin my life. Where did you get this? The investigator asks. She sent it to me herself, and then a dozen others did too. I explain, completely nonplussed. I don't think so, he answered. I have a feeling your pup had a hand in this, but she's only a little girl. I argue. She wouldn't know how to do something like this. Well, it makes more sense than Eve outing herself publicly, the investigator counters. Suddenly, I realize he's exactly right. And as soon as Eve realizes what Paisley has done, my daughter will be in even greater danger than before. I have to get home now. Jane, There's an old shifter saying, "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned." However, as I listen to the recording of Eve abusing my youngest child, I decide that generations of my ancestors have gotten it wrong. As a woman, I would have been infuriated to hear such horrible things. But as a mother, let's just say hell hath no fury like a mother scorned. I rush to Ethan's penthouse the moment I get done listening to the message, only to find Ethan already there, shouting at Eve in a fury like I've never seen before. She's cowering on the ground at his feet, tears streaming from her eyes while Petra looks on in horror. "You will never, never set foot in this house again," he thunders. "How dare you speak to my daughter that way? How dare you say those horrible things? Please, Ethan. She tricked me. She was trying to make it seem like I'm the bad guy, but she's 4 years old." Ethan explodes. "If she can trick a fully grown adult into saying things they don't mean, then you're an absolute imbecile." His hands are shaking, and for one delirious moment, I think he might strike her. And I can't imagine any trick she could possibly play to justify such wretched things, even if she did outsmart you. She didn't do anything but ask you why you were so cruel, and you treated her like she was vermin. How long have you been speaking to her that way? How many other abominable ideas have you put in her head? Part of me loves seeing Ethan lay into Eve this way, but part of me is also afraid of what he might do when he's lost his temper so completely. Personally, I wouldn't mind ripping Eve limb from limb, but I know if Ethan truly loses control and harms her, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. He may be ruthless, but he also has a very strict code of honor. Stepping up behind him, I latch onto his arm, leaning my body against him so he can feel my warmth. "Easy, Ethan," I breathe. "Don't let her get the best of you." His powerful hand covers mine, clutching my slender fingers so tightly I fear they might break. His ragged, shallow breaths slow slightly, and he leans into my touch. Every place our bodies touch, I feel like I'm on fire, but there's no denying it's what's right. I feel him coming back down to earth a little more with every moment that passes. Very gently squeezing his hand, I murmur, "You're hurting me, Ethan." "Not so tight." He instantly softens his hold, and I feel some of the balance return to the room, until of course Eve looks up at me with undiluted rage blazing in her eyes. She jabs an accusatory finger in my direction, keening, "This is you! This is all your fault. You bitch! You leave her out of this," Ethan roars, tucking me under his arm. "She's never done a single thing to that child. Except abandon her," Eve reminds him fiercely, her crazed expression making her seem truly insane. "She threw her out the second she saw she was a runt, like a baby with the bath water." "How dare you?" Now it isn't Ethan's temper we have to worry about. It's mine. I'm lunging towards Eve, claws and fangs extended, when Ethan catches me around the waist and pulls me back. "Wha there," he soothes, wrestling my struggling limbs into submission by locking my arms to my sides and holding me tight. "Remember your own advice, Janie. Let me bite her," I demand, thrashing violently against his hold. "Let me scratch her despicable little eyes out." Ethan purrs, the low vibrations in his chest sending shivers down my spine. "All in good time, baby," he promises. "But we need information from her first." "What kind of information?" I hiss, still struggling even though it's useless. Deep down inside of me, my omega is positively quivering with the pleasure of being overpowered by him, and suddenly I feel very twisted. What kind of mother gets distracted from defending her child by a few muscles and a deep voice? How can so much heat be pooling in my core when we're in the middle of such dire straits? I swear, no other alpha has ever had this effect on me. If I didn't know any better, I'd think we were fated mates, not chosen spouses with a very grim history. Instead of an answer, silence greets my ears, and a feeling of dread ties my insides into knot. For the first time, I realize I cannot hear my pup. I cannot smell her either. Her smell is here, but only a trace, not the strong scent of a wolf who was present in the same moment. I was so taken aback by the dramatic scene when I arrived that I failed to realize the first thing that should have happened was my daughter running to greet me. "Ethan?" I breathed shakily. "Where's Paisley?" "It serves you right, you dumb bitch." Eve cackles. "I hope she gets kidnapped." "I hope. Shut your fucking mouth before I shut it for you," Ethan commands, turning me gently towards him. I know then, when I see the pained expression on his face, complete with red eyes and a jaw clenched so tightly it's twitching. All my worst fears are being realized in that very moment. Still, I try to cling onto my anger. It was so much more preferable to this fear. "Please don't," I beg, knowing he's about to tell me something even worse than the horrible recording that brought me to his doorstep. "Please don't say it." "I'm so sorry, Janie," Ethan professes, pulling me into the protective sphere of his arms. "Paisley is missing," he admits, sounding more broken than I've ever heard him. "Eve told her to disappear, so she did." Jane. It takes a moment for Ethan's words to sink in, especially with him holding me so tenderly. I want to surrender to the comforting warmth. However, when his announcement does sink in, I quickly untangle myself from his embrace and look up at him in horror. "Missing? But you said," I stutter helplessly, searching for any kind of logic in this madness. "You said Frank wouldn't take his eyes off her." Ethan frowns deeply, gesturing for the guard in question to remove Eve from the room. As the mewling woman is dragged out, my ex explains, he was making her lunch. The cameras in the lobby show her running out on her own. The room is positively spinning. I can't even begin to process this after everything we've already been through lately. My mind whirs, trying to sort out a plan of action. I need to find Paisley as soon as possible. I need to make sure she's safe. But my anger is getting the better of me. More than all my fear and despair, I'm completely outraged that this happened right under Ethan's nose. How could you? She was supposed to be safe with you. He reaches for me again, looking as if he thinks I can simply be cuddled into submission. "Janie, please." "No, don't touch me," I snap, jerking away from him. "Don't talk to me, just leave me alone." Pushing him away, I spin for the door and storm out, deciding to search for my pup without the alpha's help. What Eve did was unforgivable, but as usual, Ethan seems to have a blind spot where she's concerned. The idea that he could suspect her of attempting to murder our child, but chose to allow her to roam free while law enforcement built a case, rather than simply locking her up before she could hurt anyone else, is preposterous. Sure, it might not be legal per se, but I'd rather keep Paisley safe and have that bitch cash in some of her bad karma than risk something like this happening. Steam billows from my ears as I wait for the penthouse elevator, but unfortunately it's too slow. Ethan catches up to me before the silver car arrives, then halts me before I can make a break for the staircase. "Hold on a second," he growls, catching my arm. "Don't you dare stand there and I act like I'm not devastated by this. Paisley has been my entire world for the last 4 years. His ferocious tone draws my gaze up, and the pain on his countenance staggers me. I'm the one who's been there every day, watching her grow. I'm the one who's rocked her to sleep and kissed her boo-boos and agonized through every last medical procedure. As if I haven't been suffering wishing I was there to do all those things, I think bitterly. As if I haven't sacrificed. If it wasn't for Ethan, I wouldn't have been forced to separate my family. I wouldn't have missed my daughter's first words, first steps, and everything that came before and after. His pain may be real, but so is mine. And you're the one who left her with that psychopath and a clearly negligent bodyguard? I accuse fiercely. Has it occurred to you that the recording we heard is one soundbite from what has probably been years of abuse? Hot tears flood my eyes. That has been happening right under your nose, Ethan. The responsibility is sure as hell on Eve's shoulders, but it's also on yours. You think I don't know that? Ethan explodes, his voice breaking. Do you think I will ever forgive myself for not seeing it? Good. I nod coldly, stepping into the elevator when it finally arrives, because you deserve to carry that with you, Ethan. That and everything else you've done or let happen because of that snake. For your sake and Paisley's, I only hope she's too young for this to have done too much damage. The doors close before Ethan can answer, but I don't think I'll even forget the anguished expression on his face. He looked as if he'd been kicked in the stomach at least a dozen times, breathless, ill, and aching all at once. I don't regret a word. All of my instincts are urging me to begin searching for Paisley immediately. But some unknown force tells me to stop at home first. My apartment is so close by that it won't cost me any time. And I think it will help me to see my other pups. I've become so paranoid with all the attempts against Paisley that even though I have no reason to fear for her siblings, the mother in me simply can't help it. I pause outside the door to try and get myself under control, but all hope for composure disappears when I hear 4 little voices inside instead of 3. I rush into the apartment, surprised and confused when I see all 4 of my children together. My babysitter is standing in the kitchen, looking very confused, and before the kids realize I'm there, I sidle over to her. All the rage and fear that had been pulsing through my veins a moment ago has disappeared completely, leaving me feeling somewhat dizzy. Sadie, what on earth is going on? I ask the college-aged nanny. Well, about a half hour ago, Riley turned up at the front door, saying that she was sorry she'd left. But she was back now, Sadie answers shakily. At the time the boys were in their room, so I assumed she snuck out. But then I went to take them a snack, and she gestures helplessly at the kids, as if the sight of them was explanation enough. Riley turned up? I clarify. Or Paisley? No, it was definitely Riley. Sadie confirms, taking a deep breath. Jane, I think they switched places. Suddenly I realized that Riley had seemed awfully tame the last couple of days. Not so altered that I would have suspected she was her sister instead, but certainly more mellow than usual. Stumbling into the living room where my pups are playfully wrestling, making the most adorable little growling noises as they roll around together, I say, "Kids?" 4 little heads pop up in surprise, followed quickly by 4 sets of feet pitter-pattering across the floor. Mommy, Ryder, Parker, and Riley fall into my arms in their usual pattern, my little girl sandwiched between her brothers. Only Paisley hangs back, looking unsure of herself. Before I can invite her into the embrace, Riley reaches blindly behind herself, latching onto her sister's arm and dragging her in. Kissing them each in turn, I study their guilty faces. Okay, who wants to tell me what's going on? Ryder and Parker start to back away as if they plan on letting their sisters explain their scheme. But I stop them with a single stern look. You two stay. Though Riley and the boys look abashed but unafraid. Sweet Paisley is glancing up at me with wide eyes, clearly unsure what to expect on her first occasion getting in trouble with me. Are you mad? I'm extremely glad you're all right, I tell her, offering an extra snuggle. But you all scared the alpha and I half to death. And I expect you to be honest with me about what's happened here over the last few days. Paisley and I switched places at Day Arcade, Riley tells me, tucking her proverbial tail between her legs and staring at the floor. We were afraid Eve would try to do something to her. You mean to tell me it's you on that recording, Riley? I ask, horrified that my children considered switching one child for another as being somehow safer, especially when Riley's more outgoing personality might have provoked Eve into doing something rash. She nods, confessing, we knew she was bad, but sneaky. Ryder adds, we had to catch her. Okay, I breathe, trying to wrap my brain around this dilemma. This is what's going to happen. We are all going to take Paisley home to her father, and we're going to do it together because we need to have a little chat about safety, honesty, and communication. I have to go back to live with Eve? Paisley asks me, sadly. No, Angel, I promise, petting her soft cheek. Trust me, Even isn't going to be living there anymore after today. The way she treated you was absolutely unacceptable, and no one ever deserves to be bullied like that. It is absolutely not your fault, and it never should have happened. I need all of you to promise me that if anyone ever talks to you that way, or tries to hurt you, you will tell me or another grown-up you trust. If you're worried you're in danger, you have to tell an adult. Please, don't try to handle it on your own. I think some of my words sink in, and I'm sure after Ethan and I drill them into their little heads 6 more times, they'll stick. However, at the moment, the pups are exchanging meaningful glances and making zero effort to move towards the door. What? I ask. Is there something else you need to tell me? The quadruplets seem to silently nominate Parker, who looks me dead in the eye and announces, "Mommy, we should all live together. We know Paisley's our sister, and we know Ethan's our daddy. Jane, I think I'm having a stroke. My kids really are too smart for their own goods. Not only did they figure out my deepest, darkest secret, but they've clearly been scheming behind my back. I'm used to Ryder and Parker trying to switch places on me, but I never dreamed it would happen before I ever told the girls they were related. Honestly, most 4-year-olds are still just trying to master tying their shoes. Mine are masterminding intricate plots and fooling fully grown adults along the way. My heart is beating so quickly and so loudly that I can't even hear myself think. What? I utter inanely, needing Parker to repeat his words just to make sure I didn't imagine it. When he does, I sink onto the couch in defeat, staring at their hopeful faces in complete shock. How long have you known? Since the restaurant. Riley answers happily. I squeak helplessly. I don't know what to say. Why didn't you tell us about Paisley? Ryder asks, and though there's not an ounce of accusation in his voice, to me, it feels like an interrogation. And why did you leave me with Daddy? Paisley asks, her green eyes wide and vulnerable. Didn't you want me? Of course I wanted you, I exclaim, snatching her into my lap and squeezing her so tightly she yelps. Softening my grip, I amend. I'm sorry, Angel. Leaving you was the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my entire life. You can't possibly understand now, but one day when you have pups of your own, you'll see. If I'd had any other choice, I never would have let you out of my sight. You were so sick that I couldn't afford to keep you, but your daddy could. If I hadn't left you with him, you would have died. The other pups climb onto the sofa on either side of us, their young faces full of questions. But why did you leave Daddy at all? Parker asks. Why didn't he know about us? Unraveling my arms from Paisley only long enough to wrap them around the others, I try to find the words to explain. Listen, your daddy is an amazing father. Except for leaving my baby with a crazy woman, I think bitterly. He loves Paisley more than anything, and I'm sure he would love you too. But our relationship wasn't good. I know you get tired of hearing that you'll understand when you're older, but adult relationships are very complicated. We'd already divorced when I found out I was carrying you, and I was very unhappy when we were together. I thought if he knew about you, he'd force me to stay. But didn't you love each other? Riley questions with a frown. Yes, baby. I sigh, but love doesn't solve everything. And sometimes the people we hurt the worst are the ones we love the most. It can make you do crazy things. Your daddy and I were happy when we were younger. But then something bad happened, and well, things were just never the same. But if you love each other, you can get that thing, Paisley tells me dreamily. I want to be with you and Daddy together. So do we? The others agree in unison. I'm so sorry, kids. That just isn't going to happen, I announce firmly. All 4 pups seem to deflate, and the next thing I know, they're scrambling off of my lap, stealing their warmth and sweet smells, and lining up in front of me. They link their little arms, forming a united front against me and scrunching their adorable faces into identical glares. Well, we don't want to be separated, Riley declares. That's right, Ryder agrees. We're staying together. The worst part of this entire ordeal is that I don't want them to be separated any more than they do. I've been planning to take Paisley back from Ethan from the moment I gave her up, but I haven't figured out how to do it yet, especially now that I know how attached they are. It's truly tempting to think about simply not taking her back, fleeing with her here and now, and never looking back. After all, this is the opportunity I've been waiting for, and I'm angry enough with Ethan that I'm tempted to keep Paisley with me both out of spite and for her safety. But I also remember the look on his face. Okay, kids, just give Mommy a minute. Closing myself into my bedroom, I head out onto the terrace and hurriedly dial Linda. She answers after only a few rings. Hey, lady. Hey, I breathe, trying to catch my breath. I have a problem. What's up? Linda asks, immediately on alert. So I gulp, trying to figure out how to relate this strange turn of events. The kids figured out Paisley is their sister. She and Riley switched places. Then Riley tricked Eve into bullying her on tape and ran away. Basically, Ethan thinks Paisley is missing, but she's actually sitting in my living room with the others, and they're begging me not to take her back. A pregnant pause meets my ears. Are you serious? Linda finally replies, her question clearly rhetorical. I swear, Janie, I'm beginning to think your kids are mischief prodigies. What am I going to do? I ask her desperately. They're refusing to be separated, and I don't want to take her back either. I'm still furious with Ethan for endangering her, and she belongs with me anyway. I mean, is it completely crazy to consider taking her now? There's another big pause, as if Linda is trying to decide whether or not I'm serious. But when I don't say more, she cries. Yes, it's completely crazy, she exclaims. Jane, that would be actual kidnapping. As far as the law is concerned, Jane Blackwell died years ago, and Ethan has a DNA test attesting that she isn't your daughter. You can't admit she's yours without also admitting the crimes you committed to stay in hiding all this time. If they caught you, and trust me, Ethan would never stop searching for her, and you would be caught. You'd be arrested and lose all 4 of the pups. Her words dashed my hope to pieces. You're right. I agree morosely. I know you're right. It's just you should see them all together. This is everything I've been dreaming of for 4 years. I know, honey, but you have to take her back, she tells me gently. It was different before he knew you were still alive. Now that he's figured it out, the only way you're going to be able to get her back is if you fight him head on. How am I supposed to do that when you just said that I'll be arrested? I moan. If you kidnap her, if you take him to court, you can make a case that you left out of fear for your own safety, and the children belong with you. Linda reasons. No court is going to take an alpha's children from him, no matter how valid my argument. I'll be seen as a liar from the start and be deemed completely unreliable. I remind her. Then you're going to have to convince him to let her go on his own, Linda suggests, unless, of course, you're willing to give him another chance. That's why I've been pushing you to reconsider being with him all this time, Jane. I know, I admit. This is all so much more complicated than it was supposed to be. I shouldn't ever have come here. Don't say that, Linda scolds. You saved lives by exposing Eve. You got to meet Paisley. You being here might have saved her life. Yes, things are more complicated now, but you'll figure it out. You always do. Thank you, I murmur, making my decision. Okay. I'll take her home, and starting tomorrow, I'll begin working on how to get her back for good. I just hope the pups understand. Linda laughs in my ear. Sweetie, they're 4. Of course they're not going to understand. Yeah. I huff, emitting a begrudging laugh. Have fun with the quadruple tantrum, she says in a sing-song voice. Bye, Linda, I state pointedly, hanging up the phone. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, I'm carting a wailing Paisley out the door, while her siblings throw themselves on the ground, crying and beating the floor with their fists and feet while the babysitter looks on helplessly. I'm sorry, I tell her sheepishly. I promise I'll give you a big tip when I come home. Thankfully, Sadie only smiles and shrugs. Don't worry about it. Some of the kids I nanny do this at least once a day. Yours really are very good. It's hard to believe her when the sound of their fits follow me all the way down the stairs. But by the time we reach the street, Paisley has stopped fighting and is simply crying pitifully into my neck, tugging at my heartstrings painfully. I'm so sorry, my love. I promise we'll be together one day. It just can't happen yet. She only hiccups and continues to sob. All I can do is rub her back, kiss her hair, and prepare myself to face Ethan. This isn't going to be fun. Ethan, please. Eve wails, still huddled on the floor and sobbing like an actress in a soap opera. If I'd been angry before, my fight with Jane had pushed me completely over the edge. Her words cut me incredibly deep, mostly because I know they were true. This was all my fault. Yes. Eve is clearly an unforgivably cruel, borderline heartless woman. But I'm the one who let her stick around even after I knew what she was. The law enforcement officers had agreed it was for the best. But now I can see only too clearly that what was best for their case and what was best for my child were two very different things. Stop your sniveling this instant, I command, my booming voice echoing around the room. I want you out of my house within the half hour. Anything that's still here after that is going to be thrown out on the street. No, she keens. You can't. You don't understand. I don't have anywhere else to go. Then you should have thought of that before you abused my pup. I bark. I didn't. I never touched her, Eve exclaims, and she provoked me into saying those things. She's a toddler, I snap. If she can trick you, then you deserve to be tricked. And no amount of provocation could ever forgive saying such horrible, horrible things. You might not have physically harmed her, but I swear to the goddess, Eve, if you do not get out of this house, I will have you charged with emotional abuse. Please, she begs again. I'll do anything to make it up to you. Just say the word. Clenching my jaw, I squat down to her level, letting my wolf glow through my eyes and relishing her tremble of fear. Do you have any idea where she might have gone? She sniffles hesitantly. If I tell you, will you let me stay? A savage snarl bursts from my chest, and it actually takes serious effort not to let my wolf take over completely. I'll tell you what, if you know something and you don't tell me, it won't matter whether or not you have a place to live or not, because you will no longer be breathing. She flinches, rolling onto her back to expose her belly despite being in human form, and clenching her eyes shut as if in pain. I don't. She sobs. I swear I don't know anything. Then get out of my sight, I thunder, taking true relish in watching her scramble to get away from me. Rising to my feet again, I begin to pace, trying and failing to catch my breath. I catch sight of my mother out of the corner of my eye. Her arms are wrapped around her body, and she's frowning deeply. Do you have a problem with the way that was handled? I question, more roughly than I intended. No, she whispers, looking truly devastated. I still can't believe this happened. I always thought Eve loved Paisley. Yes, well, she's a very good actress. I grouse, turning my attention to Frank. The bodyguard is standing by the door with his hat in his hand, the normally stoic man looking very grave indeed. If you want to fire me, sir, I'll understand. If we don't find her, you will be, I rumble, barely able to stand the idea of Paisley never coming home. She's so small and still so fragile. Anything could happen to her in a city of this size. Law enforcement is already scouring the streets, trying to find her, and they advised me to stay at the house in case there was any news like Paisley coming home or, goddess forbid, a ransom call. I can't stand just waiting here, I admit, scrubbing a hand over my face. Think, where would she go? She's too little to get anywhere on her own. My mother laments. I mean, even if she wanted to go somewhere specific, it's not like she can call a cab or buy a Metro card. The more I think about it, the clearer it becomes that there may not be one place she would try to find. But there's certainly one person she would seek out. She'll be looking for Jane, I murmur, trying to put myself in my daughter's shoes. She'd only ever met Jane out in the city. She wouldn't know how to get to Linda's apartment, or even Jane's new one. She might try to get to one of the places where they've met, the hospital or the park. I reason. I'll go to the hospital, and Frank can go to the park or anywhere else she's seen her. My mother offers. You should still stay here, though. I open my mouth to object, but she raises her hands defensively. You need to make sure Eve actually leaves, and somebody does need to be here if she comes back. Fine. I force the words out through clenched teeth. Eve leaves shortly after Mom and Frank depart, slinking out the door with a suitcase and her tail tucked between her legs. As soon as she's gone, I pace into Eve's room, realizing there is one advantage to staying behind. With the house to myself, I'm finally free to vent my rage the way I so desperately need. Roaring like a wounded animal, I throw my arms out and swipe everything from her dresser, then move on to tearing down bookshelves and overturning the room's heavy furniture until the entire space is in complete disarray. With my office laid completely to waste, I feel slightly better, but no amount of destruction can heal the gaping hole in my heart. Just as I'm exiting the room and beginning to contemplate tearing my office apart too, I hear a knock on the door. Scenting the air, I immediately recognize Jane's scent, and with her Paisley? What happened? I ask Jane a little while later, after Paisley and I have both stopped crying, and my pup is now napping safely in her bed. How did you find her? That isn't important. She evades smoothly, just that she's safely home. I thought she might be looking for you. I admit. Did she find you? Ethan, just let it go, Jane encourages, brushing off my questions and moving towards the door. Why won't you tell me? I ask, following her. What are you trying to hide? I'm not trying to hide anything, Jane replies stiffly. I simply don't have any interest in staying here and talking to you. Jane, I'm sorry about what happened. I sigh, the honest words wrenching my insides. I thought I was doing the right thing. She turns back, eyeing me narrowly. For who? For all of us. I grind out. I had no idea this was happening. I never would have let Eve stay here if I had. Meaning you were so wrapped up in yourself that you didn't notice someone hurting your child. You never taught her how she should expect to be treated, or to tell you when someone crossed a line. I'm sorry I'm not a perfect parent, like you, I remark, clenching my hands into fists. I'm trying to figure all this out as I go. I didn't even know I was a father until she was placed in my arms. That's no excuse, Jane mutters. All parents are just figuring it out, but they don't all make mistakes like this. And that has nothing to do with perfection. Well, forgive me if being a single father to a pup with as many medical problems as Paisley has distracted me from other dangers. If you'd ever been here in the past, you might understand what that's like. Jane looks like she's biting back a sharp retort. I'm not sure what she wanted to say originally, but she settles on, why on earth would I have ever been here in the past? You know why, I growl. Her fair skin is becoming flushed with color, whether in anger or discomfort, I'm not sure. You wouldn't be this upset if Paisley was just another pup? Tell me, are you attacking me this way because you actually blame me for what happened? Or because you feel guilty about leaving her in the first place? I'm not, she begins angrily, undoubtedly preparing to offer up another lie. Just admit it, Jane. I explode, advancing on her. My wolf is clawing to get out again, but this time for very different reasons than with Eve. Stop lying. Stop all the games. Just admit that you're her mother. Admit that you were my wife. Fine, she bursts, her voice louder than I can ever remember her raising it in the past. It's me. There is no Elise Carrington. I intercepted your DNA test and switched out the samples so you'd get a false negative. Paisley's mine and I was your wife, but I'm not anymore, and I never will be again. Jane, I agree. Ethan answers promptly, completely stunning me. She does belong with you, and you should have custody. What? I ask uncertainly, not believing my ears. I will gladly give you custody, Ethan vows, prowling closer. If you come home where you belong. Realizing he wants me to come back and live with him again, I ball my hands into fists. I don't belong with you. You do, he proclaims. You and the other pups. I don't want our family to be divided. No, I counter instantly. I want Paisley. I want to take her back to the Dark Moon Pack so I can finally move forward with my life. It's been on hold for too long as it is. You want to take her from me? Ethan demands, understanding clicking in his mind. From the only home she's ever known? My life is in the Dark Moon territory. I answer with a shrug, watching me closely, his dark eyes widen. This was your plan from the beginning, wasn't it? You didn't really think I'd give her up for good, did you? I scoff, glaring at the horrified wolf. Leaving her with you was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, 10 times harder than actually birthing her. Why did you leave her that way? He questions. If it was that difficult, if you're so determined for her to be with you, why did you walk away? Because she would have died without your money and influence, Ethan. I snarl. I didn't have a choice. You had a choice, he bites back. You could have stayed. You didn't have to leave her without a mother when she needed one most. Yes, I did, I exclaim, feeling tears burn in my eyes. I couldn't become your slave again, Ethan, and that's exactly what would have happened. I couldn't be a mother to any of them if I was locked away in your bedroom, servicing you like you're the bloody king of the hill. How can you think that? I would never do such a thing to the mother of my children, Ethan claims, making me want to positively scream. He still doesn't seem to think there's anything wrong with what he did to me, as if becoming a slave was somehow better than going to jail. He still doesn't seem to understand how deeply he hurt me. And in this moment, I want nothing more than to make him feel even a fraction of the pain he caused me. You're wrong about 2 things, I announce coldly. First, you would have, because if you can do it once, you can do it again. And second, they aren't your children. He blinks. What are you talking about? The pups aren't yours, I declare, rolling with my lie now that it's out there. His face twists up in utter disbelief. Jane, the boys look exactly like me. You're seeing what you want to sure they have your coloring, but so do a lot of people. My mind scrambles, trying to keep up with my mouth and come up with a rational explanation for how the kids could belong to anyone else. You gave birth only 7 months after we divorced. Ethan presses, clearly not believing me. Multiples are never carried to term, I state simply. That's why Paisley was so small. Ethan crosses his arms over his chest. All right, let's say that I believe you, he suggests skeptically. If they're not mine, then whose are they? Eric's, I throw out, hoping that I can convince my friend to go along with the story. Luckily, the 2 men do have the same general coloring. In fact, other than Eric's blue eyes, he really could pass as the pup's father. He's even been mistaken as their father a few times in the Dark Moon territory. You didn't even meet Eric until after you moved away. Ethan reminds me. That's where you're wrong, I argue, feeling a bit dizzy now. The more lies I spin, the more I feel as though I'm unraveling. 1 or 2 untruths are manageable. But if I continue this way, I'm quickly going to weave a web too complex to ever keep up with. He does business here occasionally. We met towards the end of our marriage, and it just happened. I believed you were having an affair, so I had one too. The kids call him Uncle, Ethan rumbles, making my frustration grow. This would be a lot easier if he wasn't so quick-witted. It was only a one-night stand at the time, I state, wrapping my arms around myself protectively as Ethan moves closer still. I called him when I found out I was pregnant, but he agreed he'd only be as involved as I wanted. I refused to tie myself to another man ever again, so we decided together that I would have sole custody. We didn't reconnect until after they were born. I would have known if you cheated on me, Jane, Ethan informs me gruffly. Whether you believe me or not, and regardless of the mistakes I may have made, you were the most important thing in the world to me. I would have known you'd been with someone else. It was one time, I repeat, digging in my heels. You might think you're too smart or attentive to notice, but you also thought I wasn't fucking miserable being your slave. You're not infallible, no matter how highly you think of yourself. That's not the only reason why your story doesn't hold up, little wolf, he reasons, pacing back and forth in front of me. Despite his words, my story is clearly getting to him. No alpha would agree to give up his children that easily, let alone allow one to be raised by another man. Not every alpha is as controlling as you are, I accuse, and at least this much is true. Eric might be dominant and bossy like most alpha wolves, but he doesn't hold a candle to Ethan. Of course, he doesn't have a pack to lead either. Some men are capable of actually respecting a woman's wishes. He didn't need to claim me or the pups to feel powerful. He was happy to simply be in our lives at all. And Paisley? Ethan presses. He wasn't bothered to let me keep her. He didn't have any more choice in the matter than I did, I explain. He wasn't as wealthy then as he is now, and he still doesn't have your connections. If you don't want to tie yourself to anyone again, why are you marrying him? Ethan questions then, towering over me. Shivering reflexively, I try to catch up with his train of thought. Does this mean he believes me about the pups? Is he just trying to throw me off? Studying him closely, I realize it's neither. The possessive jerk just doesn't like knowing I'm with anyone else. He still thinks of me as his property, even after all this time. That's how I felt at the time. I amend. Not anymore. It has taken the better part of 4 years to build enough trust between us to reach this place. It wasn't easy for him to undo the damage you did, but over time I've come to feel safe enough with him to take this step. Of all the lies I've told this evening, this one is the biggest. The damage Ethan inflicted on my heart is still very much in place, and I don't think it will ever be repaired. No, I don't believe you. Ethan shakes his head. I don't believe they're his. That's your problem, I insist stubbornly. It's the truth, and I'm not going to stay here and keep arguing about it. You need to accept the fact that you don't have any claim on Paisley or the others. As reckless as it had been to tell Ethan any of this, suddenly I'm realizing it might be the one way to keep us out of court. If I can make him believe he doesn't have a legal claim on the kids, he might agree to keep everything between us. Ethan is staring at me as if he doesn't recognize me, and I try my best to remain calm under his scrutiny. My heart is pounding so hard in my chest I feel certain he can hear it. After weeks of stress, it feels like everything that's happened since I returned to this damn city has come down to this moment. Despite my worst fears, I survived Ethan finding out I'm alive. I survived him learning about the other pups, and we got Paisley through her surgery. The only thing between me and the future I've been dreaming about since I first learned I was pregnant is the man in front of me. and I can barely breathe waiting to find out if I've convinced him. After a few long moments of contemplation, his deep voice lands like a hammer, and my heart stops completely. I want a paternity test. Ethan, I don't care what Jane says. I know the pups are mine. She can lie until she's blue in the face, but she won't convince me that she cheated on me with Eric. I know my ex-wife better than anyone else in the world, and no matter how miserable she may have been, she wouldn't have broken her vows. Fine, Jane snaps, not even pausing to think about my request. Shocked, I narrow my eyes at her. She sounds completely confident and unconcerned at the prospect of having a paternity test conducted. In fact, she seems actually eager to get it done. When do you want to do it? For the first time, a seed of doubt settles in my stomach, making my insides churn and roil with unease. You'll do it? I ask dumbly. Yes? Jane confirms simply. I'll gladly give you a paternity test, and when it comes back negative, I'm taking my daughter. Two things occur to me at once. First, that she's already forged one DNA test, so she might simply be bluffing and assuming she can pull the same trick here. However, the second is that if she really is telling the truth, or if she somehow succeeds in faking a second test, she really will take Paisley from me. The idea of losing my daughter doesn't just make me feel nauseous. It stills the breath right out of my lungs. Whether or not she's my blood, I've raised her from the day she was born. She is my daughter in every way that matters, and she's Jane's own creation, a living embodiment of the woman I love. Biology aside, Paisley is my everything. You can't take Paisley, I say in a voice like gravel. I'm the only parent she's ever known, and she is the only reason I survived losing you. You lost me long before I faked my death, Ethan. Jane professes somberly. You lost me the day you chose Eve over me. I did no such thing. I object ferociously. Of course you did, she exclaims. You believed her lies. You let her schemes convince you I was a monster. I can't stop myself from reaching out and taking hold of Jane's shoulders. This is the first time I've heard her suggest things might have happened differently than I've always been told. Until I heard her say this, I never realized how badly I wanted another explanation. I never wanted to believe Jane had done what Mom and Eve said, but she never gave me any other choice. Are you saying you didn't attack her? She sort of deflates, staring at the ground even as I duck my head to try and hold her gaze. No, Jane murmurs after a moment. I did. It happened exactly the way she always said. Then how was it a scheme, baby? I prompt. What did you mean when you said that? Jane looks back up at me with wide eyes, exactly the same way she'd looked at me that horrible day when I ordered her to tell me why she'd wanted to hurt Mom and Eve. It had been nearly impossible to hold on to my anger then, and now her helplessness tugs at my heartstrings more than ever. I can't. She finally bursts out. I can't talk about it. Why not? I urge. I just can't. She sighs, burying her face in her hands. It's like I'm wearing an invisible gag, tying my tongue into knots every time I try to explain. I never defended myself because I couldn't. Okay, I murmur, pulling her into my arms and feeling shocked when she actually lets me. It's okay. Rubbing her back, I explain. I never understood that attack, not why the rogues went after Mom, but not you and Eve, or why you tried to stop Eve from helping her. Now that we know what Eve is capable of, it seems much likelier that she planned the whole thing to break us up. Do you think she found some way to spellbind you? Jane nods softly, melting further into my embrace and sending a tidal wave of guilt washing over me. The realization that I punished Jane so ruthlessly for a crime she didn't commit slams into me like a speeding train, and suddenly, I can't really blame her for hating me so much. Jane mutters something against my chest, and when I pull away, there are tears in her eyes. Whether or not I could speak, I deserved the benefit of the doubt, Ethan. I was your wife. You betrayed me. You betrayed our vows by believing I was capable of such a thing. I'm sorry, I tell her honestly. Truly, Jane, but please, don't punish me by taking Paisley. It's not a punishment, she responds, swiping at her cheeks. It's simply the way things are meant to be. She isn't yours, and while I appreciate everything you've done for her, I meant what I said. I won't have her be raised by someone who thought enslaving her mother was an appropriate punishment. Even if I was guilty, what you did was unforgivable. Jane, I made a mistake. I begin, knowing my actions were indefensible but unable to take them back. No, you made a million mistakes. Jane responds. You didn't just do it once. You made the decision to treat me that way every single day for more than a year. And you never even seemed to notice what it was doing to me. You were actually surprised when I finally left you. I thought you had accepted the punishment because you felt guilty for your actions. I share, feeling my leash on my temper slip away a little more with every word. If you were that unhappy, why did you stay as long as you did? I didn't know I could leave, Jane hisses. I didn't know it was legal for an Omega to request a divorce until Linda was in law school and found the law in one of her textbooks. Breathing heavily, I rack my brain for some way to convince Jane not to do this. If there really is a chance that Paisley isn't mine, it's becoming painfully obvious that Jane won't hesitate to take her away. When this conversation began, I thought she was angry with me. Certainly she was furious about what happened between Paisley and Eve, but I assumed the same emotion was motivating everything. I assumed she was angry about the past and taking it out on me. Now I'm beginning to suspect a very different feeling is actually driving her. You're afraid of me, I say, speaking the words even as I realize the truth. Of course I'm afraid of you, Ethan, Jane replies, staring at me as if I'm the biggest fool on the planet. You broke my heart. You stole my freedom. As strange as it seems, hearing her confirm this actually gives me a fraction of hope. After all, she wouldn't be so afraid unless I still had the power to hurt her. A few minutes ago, she was coming to pieces in my arms, and if I hadn't stopped kissing her to ask why she left, we'd probably be in bed right now. This wasn't even the first time she slipped up. Jane is clearly still attracted to me, even though she's engaged to another man. In fact, the more time we spend together, the more she softens. When we first ran into each other, she wasn't even willing to let Paisley get near her. But in a matter of weeks, she's come full circle and admitted she's her mother. Just as I'm thinking it may have been a mistake to trade working with her for a few dates, a new idea strikes me. One that would give me plenty of chances to break down the walls Jane has built around herself. Maybe the solution to our custody problem isn't a paternity test or any legal battle, but simply more time. I'm sorry, Jane. That's never what I wanted, but I know that doesn't make it okay. I can see how wrong I've been, so I'll make you another deal, I offer, taking her hand and trying to look contrite. I'll let you take Paisley with you when you leave after the fragrance launch. Her eyes widen almost imperceptibly, and I can feel her pulse racing beneath my fingertips. But I think we need to give Paisley time to adjust before we turn her life completely upside down. Okay, she says, nervously licking her lips. Move in with me, you and the other pups, I suggest. Live here with us so Paisley can get used to her new way of life. Let her get to know her siblings and come to terms with the idea of leaving, so there can be a smooth transition for all of us. Jane stares at me, her lips still swollen from our kisses and parted in surprise. Of course, I have no intention of letting Paisley go at the end of the agreement. If a few stolen moments are enough to get Jane to forget herself enough to nearly sleep with me, a few months should be plenty of time to win her back. Well, what do you say? 3RD person. Jane couldn't believe what she was hearing. She never imagined that Ethan would concede defeat at all, let alone without a lengthy battle. Now he was offering to just give her Paisley. But the idea of living with Ethan again was too overwhelming to contemplate if she could even trust that he would keep his word. "Why should I believe you'd actually let her go?" Jane asked, suspiciously. "Because I want what's best for her," he stated gently, "and I'm man enough to admit when I've made a mistake." Jane eyed him skeptically. Ethan had changed course so suddenly she felt as if she had emotional whiplash. This day had been a complete roller coaster from start to finish, and she didn't know how to deal with the alpha's sudden about-face. At the same time, she'd never dreamed he would apologize for what happened between them. He actually looked truly remorseful, as if he was finally realizing just how badly he hurt her. It didn't excuse his actions in any way, shape, or form, but she did believe it would bother him. He had loved her once, after all. At least, she thought he had. When they were young, Ethan had been sweet and attentive, everything she had ever wanted in a man. Of course, that was a very long time ago. "I don't believe you," she said, not wanting him to see how conflicted she felt. "Jane, listen," Ethan sighed heavily, searching his ex-wife's face. "Did becoming a parent change you?" "Of course it did," she agreed easily. Becoming a parent had been like being reborn herself. Life started over completely the moment she first held her pups in her arms, and it would never be the same again. "Well, it changed me too," Ethan professed. "I would do anything for Paisley, and if anyone did to her what I did to you..." He trailed off, looking pained. "I think maybe you're right. I shouldn't be the one to raise her." "All right," Jane murmured hesitantly. He looked so sincere that she actually felt tempted to trust him. This was so unlike the Ethan she knew, and it was completely throwing her off. She needed to get away from him and clear her head. She couldn't think straight with his damnable scent filling her head, or the feeling of his dark eyes piercing straight through her. "I'll think about it." "You will?" Ethan repeated, squeezing her shoulders. If Jane qualified, shaking him off. "You put it in writing." "Of course I will," Ethan vowed. As he led Jane to the door, he tried not to let his excitement show. He knew if he pushed too hard, she'd never agree, and she had to agree. If his plan worked, it wouldn't even matter whether their deal was on paper or not. Jane would be his long before the deadline arrived. When Jane got home, she called Eric and Linda for an emergency debrief. The Kinds were still sulking after their collective meltdown, and though she checked on them after sending Sadie home, they weren't ready to talk yet. It was for the best. As much as she adored her pups, her current problems couldn't be solved with kisses and cuddles. She needed advice in a big way. "Hello, gorgeous," Eric greeted her a little while later, kissing her on the cheek as he swept into the apartment. Linda had already arrived and was currently pouring a bottle of wine into 3 very large glasses. "Hey," Jane greeted the handsome alpha. "Thanks for coming." "Sure thing," he replied, brushing off her needless gratitude. "What's up?" "Well," Jane dragged the word out nervously, wringing her hands. "I sort of did something a little crazy, and I'm hoping you won't hate me." "I could never hate you," Eric assured her. "Yeah?" Jane confirmed with a small smile. "How do you feel about having 4 kids? Eric glanced curiously at Linda, who offered him a confused look. "I'm not following you," he admitted, looking back to Jane. "I kind of told Ethan my pups are yours," Jane confessed, blushing scarlet. "I accidentally admitted that Paisley is my daughter, and that I made up the Elise Carrington identity, so, to make up for it, I said the kids weren't his. That you and I met and had a one-night stand before Ethan and I got divorced, and that it's taken us until now to get engaged because I have trust issues." Eric couldn't help but grin. "So not all a lie, then?" "No, I guess not." Jane grinned sheepishly. "Well," he said brightly, "we were already faking an engagement, so this isn't that much crazier." Jane groaned. "Oh, goddess, you're right." This is crazy, isn't it? That's not how I meant it, honey, Eric promised, patting her back and letting his big hand linger on her shoulder. He's right, Linda contributed, joining them in the living room and offering them each a glass of wine. This entire situation has been wild from the beginning. Don't think of it as you being crazy, just think of it as making the best of a crazy situation. Well, speaking of crazy, Jane continued, that's not all that happened. I told Ethan I wanted custody of Paisley, and he figured out that Eve tricked him about the attack, and apparently felt so guilt about it that he actually offered to let me have her if the pups and I move in with him to help her acclimate. Holy crap, Linda gasped, taking a big gulp of wine. That's out of the question. Ethan's response was so sudden and visceral, both women were taken aback. He wouldn't truly give her up that easily, no matter how guilty he feels. It's got to be a trick. I don't know, Jane thought aloud. I had the same instinct, but he seemed really sincere. Maybe he was sincerely guilty, but that doesn't mean his offer was genuine, Eric cautioned. Trust me. I know how alpha males think, and I saw the way he was looking at you the other day. This is probably just a ruse to win you back somehow. At the same time, it probably would be good for Paisley, Linda added, unable to look Eric in the eye. She hated to disagree with him, but she also couldn't help but think Ethan had a point. You're talking about uprooting her from everything she's ever known, and she absolutely worships Ethan. Living with you and getting to know her siblings before she loses him isn't a bad idea. That's not the question, Eric argues harshly, making Linda flinch. The question is whether or not he actually intends to give you Paisley. He's right, Jane agrees, looking back and forth between her friends as if wishing one of them could simply make the decision for her. What am I going to do? Little did she know that her pups were on the other side of their bedroom door, asking themselves the very same question. Did you hear that? Riley whispered with excitement. We might get to go live with Daddy and Paisley. Yeah, but Mommy doesn't seem too sure. Parker frowned. We can Swede her, Ryder suggested. We just have to think of a way to make her want to move in. But how? Parker pondered, listening at the keyhole for another long stretch of the grown-ups' conversation. Uncle Eric seems grumpy. He likes Mommy, Riley informed the boys confidently. Of course he's not going to want her to go. What was that word Mommy used about Paisley? Ryder asked. Custody? Something like that, Parker confirmed. But I don't know what it means. It doesn't sound good either way, Riley decided. Otherwise, she wouldn't be talking about taking Paisley. She can't take her. We're supposed to all be together. Parker objected. I know, Riley confirmed. So, how can we make it happen? Maybe Mommy would want to move if the new apartment was really icky. Ryder brainstormed, like so icky it couldn't be cleaned. That's an idea. Parker nodded. You know Mommy hates messes. But what kind of mess is big enough to make her want to leave completely? Riley asked her brothers. It'd have to be really bad. The three pups put their little heads together and thought hard, their young faces scrunching up in thought, while the adults continued to talk in the living room. After a few minutes of thinking, Riley's face lit up with excitement. I know something that would make Mommy want to get out of here real fast. What? Her brothers asked eagerly, bouncing up and down beside her. Parker, the little girl prompted slyly. Do you still know where Mommy keeps the emergency credit card? He confirmed. But what are we going to use it for? Well, yeah, I know that time we were in the Twain station, and Mommy saw a rat? The pup asked. She screamed really loud. Ryder giggled. Remember the scene very clearly. I bet we can order some pet ones online, Parker exclaimed. If Mommy saw a rat in the house, she'd freak out. Exactly, Riley grinned deviously. Ryder nodded firmly. I'll get the computer. You get the credit card. Jane. I don't know what I'm going to do about Ethan. The idea of finally having my family together is incredible, but the idea of living with him again is only too daunting. Eric is completely against the idea, and spent most of the night trying to talk me out of it. However, Linda seemed unusually supportive of the scheme. Of course, there are 3 opinions I don't need to bother asking. I know my pups would be beyond thrilled to live as one big family with Paisley and Ethan. That's actually what worries me most. I can easily see the logic in helping Paisley adjust to the change in circumstances. But what happens when my other pups become attached to Ethan? How are they going to handle losing their father after only just finding him? I don't even know if his offer is real. I want to believe he really feels guilty for the terrible wrongs he committed in the past. But would that remorse be enough to make him let go of his only daughter? What if he's having a paternity test conducted at this very moment? My friend at the lab is on the lookout for any samples from Ethan and Paisley, but that's no guarantee. All my lies are coming back to haunt me, and I'm beginning to worry I won't be able to keep up much longer. When my phone rings the morning after Ethan and I had our reckoning, I'm not surprised to see his name flashing across the screen. I answer with slight hesitation. Hello? Good morning, Janie. His warm voice sends a shiver down my spine as I remember the way he touched me last night, and how easily I unraveled in his arms. Hello, Ethan. I greet him, making my voice as even as possible. Assuming he's reaching out about his proposal, I offer, I haven't made a decision about moving in yet. I need more time. That's not why I'm calling, Ethan answers, surprising me. I wanted to touch base about our next date. What? I reply blankly, not processing his words. Our next date? Are you free tonight? He presses. That's still happening? I utter in surprise. You didn't think our deal would change just because you came clean, did you, little wolf? He purrs, sounding every bit the predator. I guess I didn't think about it. I answer, honestly. Well, the deal is still on sweetheart, he informs me. So are you free? Yes. I admit, too taken aback to come up with an excuse at the moment. But I don't have a sitter lined up. I do. Why don't you bring the kids here and leave them with my sitter? It seems silly for us to have 2 anyway, and this way Paisley can start getting to know her siblings better. Ethan proposes. Okay. I agree, once again finding myself tongue-tied. Great. Come round about 5 o'clock, and then we'll be off. He instructs, sounding much too pleased with himself. When we hang up, I lower my face into my hands and try to figure out what on earth is happening in my brain. No sooner have I emitted a drawn-out moan of frustration that a small voice sounds near my hip. Mommy, what's wrong? Raising myself off the counter, I look down to find Ryder standing beside me, looking concerned. Kneeling down to his level, I pull the sweet pup into my arms and squeeze him tightly. Nothing a hug from my Ryder can't solve, I tell him honestly. Having the little bundle of love in my arms makes all my stress fade away for the moment at least. Mommy, are you being honest? He asks in the same tone I often use on my mischievous pack, when I'm certain they've been up to something naughty. Yes, my darling. I laugh softly. Where are Parker and Riley? Still napping, he answers with a yawn, cuddling closer. Lifting him into my arms, I emit a dramatic groan. Oh my goodness, you're getting too big for this. Settling on the couch, we wait until the others are awake, enjoying some rare one-on-one time together. When his siblings finally emerge, bleary-eyed and stretching their limbs, they happily clamber onto the sofa with us. I've always felt a slight pang sharing affection with them when Paisley is so far away. But for the first time in a long time, that pang is smaller and less severe. Maybe because the day when our family will finally be whole again is in sight at last. Guess what, you 3? You get to see Paisley tonight. I tell them, chuckling when they all cheer. The alpha is taking me out, so you 4 will get to hang out with the babysitter. Their excitement is temporarily put on hold as curiosity takes over. "Where's he taking you, Mommy?" Riley asks. Sighing nervously, I admit, "I have no idea." "You've got to be kidding me," I gripe, climbing out of the back of Ethan's chauffeured town car. He closes the door behind me, guiding me forward with an arm around my waist. "What do you think?" Is it safe?" I ask, eyeing the huge red aircraft in front of us. In truth, I'm excited beyond belief. I've always dreamed of going on a hot air balloon, but it's also much too romantic for me to feel comfortable being alone with Ethan. The oversized wicker basket was already stocked with a bottle of champagne and picnic basket full of goodies, and the inflated nylon envelope looked ready to take off at any moment. "Of course," he grins. "I checked the weather 3 times. We've got clear skies ahead, and all signs point to a beautiful sunset." A sunset hot air balloon ride, I whisper softly. "If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were trying to seduce me, Alpha." The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them, far more flirtatious than I intended them to sound. He chuckles darkly. "Then it's a good thing you know better," he teases, pulling me forward. "After all, it would be much harder to succeed if you saw it coming." "Ha ha," I jibe, letting him lift me into the basket. "I'll remind you one of our rules about these dates was no funny businesses." Ethan vaults into the basket behind me, sidling up and offering me a glass of champagne. As he cuts away the heavy ballast and the basket begins to leave the ground, he moves so close that my shoulder blades brush against the muscular contours of his chest, making me feel grounded even as the earth grows farther and farther away below us. Giving in to the urge to lean back against him, his arms come around my body, and his lips brush the shell of my ear. I always did love breaking rules. Heat pools low in my belly, and I take a sip of wine, needing to fortify myself. The sun is just beginning to set over the mountains in the distance, painting a tapestry of pink and orange light across the sky. We're far from the city now, and being out in the fresh air like this makes me want to shift into my wolf and run through the forest. I haven't gone for a run in ages. I've let my busy life get the better of me. Too caught up with work and kids to do anything for myself, even something as simple as letting my wolf out to play. Do you think I begin trailing off when I realize my question might encourage Ethan? "What is it, sweetheart?" he prompts, trailing his fingers across my waist and making a kaleidoscope of butterflies burst to life in my belly. "Do you think we could go for a night run next time?" I ask, throwing caution to the wind. "For our next date, I mean." His lips graze my throat, mere inches from his mark. "We can do anything you like, Janie." "It doesn't mean anything," I tell him coolly, straightening up and leaning away from the flaming heat of his mouth. "It's just that I'd rather do something I enjoy if I'm already going to be losing the time." "Don't worry, little wolf," he teases. "I'm not going to go and start thinking you actually enjoy my company." Reaching up, he adds a bit more propane to the balloon, carrying us higher into the stratosphere. Extending my hand, my fingers whisk through a fluffy white cloud on our right. Ethan's grip on my waist tightens protectively, but he doesn't try to stop me. Soon, I'm beaming like a pup in a candy shop. This is incredible. I revel, not wanting to praise Ethan, but unable to contain my amazement either. "Do you recognize that?" Ethan murmurs in reply, nodding towards a nearby ridge. Following the direction of his gaze, my eyes soon land on a gleaming stone circle overlooking the valley below. It's the only corner of the mountain not totally covered by dense alpine forest, and it's a place I remember only too well. "Of course I do," I whisper, feeling suddenly as though I'm falling, rather than flying. "It's the temple where we got married." "Jane." It looks exactly the same as it had that night, and if I close my eyes, I can almost imagine that I'm 18 again, full of love and hope. My biggest worry in the entire world being that I wouldn't be accepted as Ethan's chosen mate. I was so foolish, so naive. Our honeymoon didn't even last a day. When we returned to the city the next morning, we were expecting a blowout fight with Ethan's parents. But it turned out that the best night of our lives was followed by one of the hardest days we'd ever experienced. Ethan's father had died of a sudden heart attack in the night, and suddenly my 18-year-old husband was forced to defend his right to become alpha. He fought and defeated more than a dozen wolves before he could bury his father or announce our marriage. However, when the dust finally did settle, there was no one left to object to his choice of mate. Ethan Blackwell was alpha once and for all, and we had been married before the goddess. We made history in more ways than one. Ethan became the youngest alpha the Nightfang pack had ever known, and I became the first Omega Luna. A few months later, we had a second, more formal wedding with half the pack in attendance. But from that day on, I had a target on my back, even though I didn't know it yet. "You promised I wouldn't regret marrying you," I state softly. "You lied." "I know," Ethan admits, his voice full of regret. "I broke a lot of promises we made that day." "Why did you bring me here?" I ask, feeling my eyes burn with the threat of tears. "I thought you'd like it," he answers simply. "No matter what happened afterwards, I'd like to think that night is still a good memory for you." "It's a painful memory." I lie. I've returned to that night far too many times to count in my dreams, and though I wouldn't change having my pups for anything, part of me still wishes we could go back to such a simple time. I think you wanted to confuse me with the past or guilt me for leaving you. Fat gray clouds are swirling in the distance, reflecting my sullen mood. If confusing me was his intention, it absolutely worked, especially since the bastard is still touching me and making my body feel too many things it shouldn't. I try to shake him off, but there's nowhere to run in this damn balloon. "Actually, I planned this before you came clean," Ethan says, surprising me. "I was going to use it to try to make you admit your true identity, but I went ahead with it after you confessed because it's a special place for us both." Not for the first time, I wonder at how calmly he's behaved about everything I did to get away from him, as if he thinks this is all some big game. "Why don't you care?" I ask suddenly, unable to contain my curiosity. "Care about what?" he replies, throwing up my hands. Some of the champagne sloshes out of my glass, and I turn on Ethan. "That I had an affair? That I left you and faked my death?" "I do care," he answers evenly, lifting my hand to his lips and licking the spilled drink from my skin. The feeling of his tongue lapped at the sparkling droplet erases all thought from my brain for a moment, particularly as I remember how talented his tongue is elsewhere. Regaining my senses, I focus on his words with considerable effort. "It doesn't seem like it," I grumble, shortly followed by, "Would you stop that?" Sucking my finger into his mouth and giving it one last, luxurious lick. He grins at my flushed expression. "Trust me, Janie, I care," he assures me, releasing me only long enough to pour a bit more wine. "I'm just more relieved that you're alive than I am angry about your trick. And don't get me started about your supposed affair," he adds wryly. "So what? You're just going to let your anger go?" I scoff, not understanding how this could be the same man who reacted so brutally to my attack on Eve. I used to think that being alpha must have corrupted him. How else could the loving man I married be so cruel? Now I'm beginning to wonder if he's not simply an incredible actor. Maybe this is what he does when he isn't in control. He pretends to be affectionate and caring in order to get what he wants, then shows his true colors when the time is right. Ethan arches a brow. "Would you rather I punish you?" My hackles instantly raise. "Of course not. I've had enough of your punishment for a lifetime." I snap. "And that's why," he announces cryptically, a flash of some undecipherable emotion darting across his too handsome features. "Why you're letting it go," I clarify, not quite believing my ears. Consider it time served, he remarks absently, staring past me with a furrowed brow. That's strange, he says, more to himself than to me. You're what's strange, I mutter under my breath. 1 minute you're coming on to me so strongly, I have to practically jump out of the balloon to escape. The next you're actually being reasonable, and then you go all moody, not even paying attention to our... Jane, Ethan interrupts my grumbling, and for the first time I catch a note of worry in his voice. He's no longer holding his champagne glass. Instead, he's fiddling with the balloon's rigging, his movements swift and purposeful. Cocking my head as I watch him work, I belatedly realize that it's gotten oddly dark out. A few moments ago, the sunset was still blazing around us, but this seems much too quick for it to already be over. Turning around with a sense of rising dread, I can only blink in shock and horror at the huge black clouds barreling towards us, blocking out the stunning sunset and moving so fast that the wind must be gusting. I thought you said you checked the weather. I did, Ethan answers through gritted teeth. There weren't any storms in the forecast. It was completely clear, right? I utter simply, licking my lips. What do we do? My voice sounds strange to my own ears, and I flinch as lightning flashes violently in the approaching maelstrom. We try to land before it hits us, he explains, lowering the flame suspended beneath the red envelope. Is that going to be possible? I squeak, already feeling the icy gusts of wind pelting my skin. We're sure as hell going to try, Ethan pronounces, raising his voice so he can be heard over the approaching thunder. What should I do? Can I help? I question, my pulse beginning to race. The best thing you can do is just hunker down and wait it out, baby, he instructs, guiding me to one corner of the basket and helping me lower myself into a crouch. I'll get us out of this. In 9 out of 10 dangerous situations, I would insist on helping, on not standing by, and letting a big, strong man save me. However, right now I'm completely out of my league, and I don't have the first clue what to do. Even Ethan, who knows how to fly this damn contraption, is powerless to a certain degree. All he can do is get us to the ground as fast as possible, but the little I know about balloons tells me that the colder the air is around us, the harder it will be for us to land. When the storm finally collides with us, the balloon is instantly sent spinning, and I cry out with fear, clutching the sides of the basket. To see Ethan standing up, still battling with the controls in the middle of such a gale, makes me feel sick. A clap of thunder louder than any gunshot releases a torrent of rain. It pelts us at such a slant it seems almost horizontal, instantly soaking us both. I want to shout for Ethan to sit down, but I don't think he can. I keep imagining one good burst of wind knocking him over the side of the basket, but all I can do is wrap my arms around my knees and pray to the goddess that we'll be all right. I have to make it home, I think desperately. I can't leave my pups on their own. They're too little. They need me. The only other time I've known fear this strong was the night of Paisley's surgery. But this is fear of a different kind. This is the fear of knowing my own life could end at any moment, and Ethan's as well. It's bad enough to imagine leaving the kids without one parent, but to lose both is too terrible to contemplate. That's the only reason I'm so afraid for him, I tell myself. I wouldn't care if it wasn't for the kids. The basket is spinning and shaking, the flame completely gone out as we hurtle through the air. Then, just as another thunder clap draws a scream from my lips, I hear a vicious tearing sound as the nylon balloon rips wide open. Ethan, Jane is huddled in one corner of the basket as we plummet towards the ground, her eyes clamped tightly shut as she holds on for dear life. At a certain point, I had to cut the propane off completely. The storm arrived too fast, and a gradual fall was too risky. Now we're being batted around like a ping-pong ball trapped in some macabre game played by the gods of thunder and lightning. And it's only getting worse. When the nylon balloon tears, true fear slices through me for the first time. Up until then, I was worried but optimistic. As long as the balloon was intact, and we stayed in the basket, eventually we'd have to land. However, one of those factors just got shredded, and the other was about to go right out the window with it. Still, I had to take the risk for Jane's sake, if not my own. Wrapping one of the dangling ballast ropes around my wrist, I begin climbing onto the edge of the basket, edging around to the side of the balloon that tore. Just then, a terrified but familiar voice reaches my ears. "Ethan, what are you doing?" "I have to fix the tier," I shout back. "It's too dangerous," Jane screams, crawling out of her corner and trying to cross over to me, as if she wants to pull me back inside. "I have to," I call back, holding out a hand to stop her frantic movement. "Just stay there and let me do this." There's no other way. To my immense relief, she obeys, watching me with eyes as wide as dinner plates. Climbing up the rigging, it takes nearly all my strength to hold on as we careen through the air, but eventually I manage to reach the tier. Grasping one side of the nylon with one hand, I take a deep breath and let go of the ropes long enough to reach out and grab the other side of the ripped envelope. Bringing the two sides together, I quickly tie the shredded ends and loop my arms and legs through the ropes crisscrossing over the balloon, stabilizing myself as I prepare to ride out the rest of this disastrous flight. The base is more secure now, but I'm going to have to hold the sides of the tier to prevent it from ripping further at the top. Luckily, these mountains are high enough that we aren't far from the ground now, but we still have a crash landing to survive. Regret and fear for Jane pulses through me as I watch the mountains draw nearer, occasionally illuminated by blinding flashes of lightning. The last thing I wanted was for her to be harmed. She has to survive this, and not only because she means the world to me, but because if it comes down to one of us, the pups need her far more than they need me, assuming they're mine at all. Those minutes handing on the side of an out-of-control hot air balloon were among the longest of my life. But eventually, we hit the ground like a ton of bricks, and I throw myself free of the balloon a second before the envelope hits the rocks. The basket is on its side, but I can see Jane still huddled inside. Rushing to Jane, I pull her out of the basket and onto her feet. "Come here. Let me look at you," I murmur, checking over her small body. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" But Jane isn't responding. The moment I touched her, she latched onto me like a little blonde strip of Velcro, throwing her arms around my middle and sobbing into my chest. Sighing with relief and just a little bit of pride that she's seeking me for comfort, I return her hug and bury my head in her sweet-smelling hair. "Open your eyes, Janie," I encourage her gently. "It's over. We made it." She shakes her head against my rain-drenched shirt, and I cuddle her closer. "It's over, little wolf. You're safe." Her lashes gradually part, revealing tear-stained, red-rimmed eyes as green as the forest around us. Looking hesitantly around, she slowly turns her attention back to me. Pushing away from my embrace, she slashes her hand towards my bicep, and I catch it reflexively, not allowing her swat to land. "What is wrong with you? How could you take me up in that thing?" she shouts furiously. "Are you crazy? We have kids." "I'm sorry," I profess sincerely, pulling her back into my arms. "I'm so sorry. I never would have done it if I thought there was a chance of a storm." Jane's face is buried in my chest, and she grumbles something indecipherable. I'm sure it was an accusation of insult of some sort, but as long as she's hugging me, I don't care what names she wants to call me. I could gladly do this all day. However, when I finally push her away, deciding we'd better try to find some shelter, she's not insulting me at all. "A and Y, you climbed A out of the B basket, and I thought you were G going to die." And she sobs, staring at me with a look of abject betrayal. "What?" Nothing. You should be, she sniffled, wiping her nose with the back of her hand. A red smear appears on her cheek then, and I catch her hand as carefully as I can. Angry red gashes dot her palms, and I spy a few shards of glass embedded in her skin. The champagne glasses must have broken. Skiing softly, I look around us for a suitable spot to wait out the storm and treat her wounds. To my surprise, I recognize the spot where we stand. We're not far from the temple, I announce, glancing back at Jane. Are you up for a little walk? I don't think we're going to find better shelter. Fine, she informs me grumpily. But I'm not doing any reminiscing, mister. Agreed. I chuckle softly, leading her away into the trees. Ow! Jane yelps, trying and failing to jerk her hand away from me. Ow, ow, ow! Hush now, I croon, using my extended claws like a pair of pincers to pull the glass from her ravaged palms. I'm almost done. We're seated in an abandoned cave near the stone circle, shivering as rain continues to pour outside, but slowly drying out beside the fire I built. The temple's priestesses live in the wilds around the altar, and I suspect the cave we currently inhabit might have housed one of the goddess's mysterious servants once. It's far too clean to be home to bears or other wildlife. Jane continues to fuss as I tend her wounds, I suspect more out of feeling sullen than actual pain. Didn't you birth quadruplets? I tease after a moment. This can't be that bad. Actually, this is worse. Jane sniffs with a pout. I had drugs for that. Oh, I see, I murmur sympathetically, wrapping her hand in a strip of damp fabric I tore from my shirt and kissing her palm before moving on to the other. I let my lips linger on her second hand a few moments too long, testing just how vulnerable she's feeling. Jane lets me press a few lingering kisses to her wrist, then more as I make my way up her arm. Realizing she must have been very shaken if she was letting me take advantage this way, I pull back, feeling a sliver of guilt settle in my chest. I wouldn't mind taking advantage further, but I feel badly for scaring her so much. Okay, sweetheart. I think we should shift and try to get some sleep. Is it my imagination, or does she look disappointed? It's awfully cold, she observes with a shiver. Even with a fur coat, I have to smother my smile, suddenly remembering how sneaky Jane used to be when we were dating. The pups definitely got their alpha personalities from their father. Whether it's me or Eric remains to be seen, but all their deviousness came directly from the little she-wolf in front of me. When Jane wants something, she almost never comes out and asks for it. Instead, she schemes her way into making others offer it. I'd be willing to bet that my chosen mate wants a cuddle right now, but feels too proud or shy to ask for it. Then I suppose we'll have to snuggle for warmth, I suggest with a sigh. I know my suspicions were correct when I see a spark of triumph in her beautiful eyes. Fine, Jane mutters sulkily, but don't even think about trying anything. You have my word, I vow, stripping off my clothes and shifting into my wolf. Curling up by the fire, I watch as Jane removes her soaked clothing one piece at a time, making absolutely no attempt to hide herself from my view. With the near-death experience we just survived, I'm not surprised she's feeling the need to reaffirm her vitality with physical affection. But I know from experience that giving in now would be a mistake. I'm sure Jane would gladly let me make love to her in this moment. But in the morning, she would call it a mistake. Much better to keep her wanting, to leave her hot and bothered and hungry for more. So when she finally shifts and the sweet little blonde wolf curls up against me, I simply wrap my big body around her and purr until she's fast asleep. As disastrous as this date turned out to be, this round undoubtedly goes to me. Jane. As my lashes flutter open, I struggle to place my surroundings. I'm lying on the cold, hard ground, but my body is cushioned on all sides by warm, soft fur. Ethan's scent envelops me like a security blanket. Familiar, irresistible, and only too cozy. He purrs as I stir, his powerful muscles constricting around me as if trying to hold me closer. My mind grapples for memories of last night, trying to figure out how we ended up here. After a moment, everything comes rushing back to me, and I'm instantly glad I'm in wolf form, or I would be blushing scarlet. I can't believe I let Ethan get the better of me that way. I can't believe how shamelessly I flirted with him, my goddess. I practically did a striptease. What on earth was I thinking? My wolf is practically glowing with happiness to be wrapped up in his proverbial arms. But all this incident has shown me is how weak my will is. Even after all this time, there is no way I can possibly move in with him if I lose this much control over a little balloon accident. What's going to happen when I have one too many glasses of wine, or when I feel a little bit too lonely late at night? Hesitantly rousing myself, I manage to shake off Ethan's big limbs and shift back into my human form. The next thing I know, the warm fur at my back disappears, and a pair of muscular arms circle my body. "Good morning, beautiful," Ethan murmurs in my ear, kissing my shoulder. "Oh, no, you don't." I snap over my shoulder, pushing him off, and searching for my discarded clothes. There's not going to be any of that. "You can't blame me for trying." He chuckles. "Oh yes, I absolutely can." I grumble, glancing at my ex-husband and instantly regretting it. He's standing behind me completely naked, every inch of his bronze skin on display, muscles rippling as he stretches and yawns. Unable to stop myself, I let my eyes wander down below his waist. And now I really am bright red. Though I will never admit it, I fantasized about having Ethan back in my bed many times over the years. Whatever happened between us, there's no denying how talented he is in the bedroom. Still, I thought my memory was tricking me into imagining his let's say skills were more prodigious than they truly were in reality. However, the evidence is currently staring me in the face, and if anything, I think my memory undersold him. "You like what you see?" Ethan's deep voice reaches my ears, and if it's possible, I feel my flesh spread. "No," I lie stubbornly, turning away and pulling on my panties. "You've really let yourself go, Ethan." "Mom." He chuckles, prowling forward until he's standing so close behind me that I can feel the heat pouring off his body in waves. "Is that why I can smell your art?" "Hey!" I object, clutching my shirt over my bare breasts and pivoting to poke him in the chest. Gentlemen do not point out that kind of thing. Then it's a good thing I'm not a gentleman. He grins. "You've got that right," I mutter, pulling on my top without pausing to don my bra. Every moment I spend naked with this man is like a ticking time bomb. "How are we going to get home?" I ask, looking around. "The last time we came here, we drove. We'll have to hike down to the road and hope someone will give us a ride," he reasons. "Great," I remark dryly. "First you take a balloon into a hurricane, now you want to hitchhike. You know, near-death experiences aren't usually considered ideal date activities." "Oh, so this is still part of the date?" Ethan quips, arching one of his dark brows. "Does that mean you'll let me hold your hand?" "Not in this lifetime, Romeo," I answer, swatting the hand he has extended towards me as we set out of the cave. "Do you think the pups are okay?" I fret. They must be really freaked out that we never came home. Ethan sighs. "I know, but there's not anything we can do about it. We just have to get home as fast as we can." He squeezes my arm. "They're tough pups, they'll pull through." "I hope you're right." At that moment, Ryder, Parker, Paisley, and Riley were eagerly putting their heads together, trying to speak softly enough that their babysitter wouldn't overhear. "So you put rats in the apartment?" Paisley asked, barely containing a giggle. "We leased them 2 days ago," Riley confirmed. Paisley couldn't help herself. She laughed out loud, and her siblings couldn't resist joining in. "How many?" 12, Ryder chortled, His young face lit up with glee. Mommy hasn't noticed yet, but she will. Then she'll be sure to move us. Parker concluded. Mommy hates messes, and rats are super messy. I can't wait, Paisley exclaims. I've always wanted a big family. We can all live together forever. Parker agreed. And our plan might already be working. Riley added happily, if they didn't come home last night, they must be having a really good time. I bet they're kissing, Ryder suggested, clasping his hands over his mouth, tickled by his own joke. The others chuckled along happily, completely unaware there was any act more intimate than this. Why'd they split up in the first place? Paisley asked the others, voicing a question that had been bothering her for some time. I asked Daddy, and all he said was they're playing hide and seek. I dunno. Riley frowned. Mommy's never been talked about Daddy before, but she always seems really sad when we asks. Daddy seemed sad too. Paisley nodded. He's been a gazillion times happier ever since she came back. Mommy seemed happier too. Parker shared. Auntie Linda says she's flicked or something like that. I think it means confused, but she keeps humming and smiling for no reason. She never used to do that. Riley shook her head in annoyance. Grown-ups can be so silly. It's right in front of their faces and they don't even see it. A few hours later, when Jane and Ethan came through the door, apologies raining from their lips, the pups looked up at them in confusion. Why are you sorry? Ryder asked, thinking his parents were very odd indeed. We've been having so much fun. We should stay here all the time, Mommy. Parker beamed. Jane sent a meaningful glance in Ethan's direction, just barely missing him cover up his smile. You weren't worried when we didn't come home last night? Course not. Riley laughed. We knew you were safe with Da Alpha. Now Jane did catch Ethan grinning, as he made no effort to hide it. Instead, he put his arm around her shoulders and beamed at the children. That's right, kids, he proclaimed. Your mommy is safe as long as she's with me. And on that note, we really should be going, Jane announced, to the sound of 4 dramatic groans. Come on now. You've had lots of time together. I don't want to hear any complaints. As the pups gathered their things, Ethan pulled Jane to the side. Have you thought any more about my proposal? Jane glanced at the kids nervously. Hey, careful. If the kids hear that word, they might think you mean something very different. Ethan didn't look the least bit dissuaded. Is that a yes? I don't think it's a good idea, Jane confessed. There's too much history and it's just too complicated. I don't want things to be harder for Paisley, but I also don't want to get the others' hopes up about. About me? Ethan guessed when she trailed off. Why would that be a concern when Eric is in the picture? Well, that's the other thing, Jane relayed honestly. Eric isn't wild about the idea of his fiancée moving in with her ex. Fine, Ethan grumbled. We'll leave the matter open for now. No, Jane argued. This is my decision. You only thought about it for a couple of days, and one of those was under some pretty stressful circumstances. Ethan reasoned. Do us both a favor and give it some more time. You're right, Jane conceded. I might have agreed if it hadn't been for the date. Anger flashed in Ethan's eyes, but he didn't argue. He knew better than to push Jane when she was already digging in her heels. Jane left with Ryder, Parker, and Riley, feeling a sense of calm to finally be returning home and to have things semi-settled with Ethan. She didn't know if he'd still let her take Paisley when her time in the city was up, but she knew she might never get out of the Night Fang territory if she took that risk with Ethan. Of course, her light mood only lasted as long as it took them to make the short walk home. As soon as she opened the door, she smelled the rats, and when she flicked the light switch, she saw their scurrying bodies. Oh my goddess, she exclaimed, putting a hand out to stop the children from going inside. There were droppings everywhere, and she could see from here that the electrical wires on more than one of her appliances had been chewed through. How on earth? She exclaimed, dropping her head back in exasperation. I don't believe this. Taking a deep breath, Jane pulled out her phone and dialed Ethan's number. He picked up almost instantly. Hello, gorgeous. You miss me already? No, she growled, but I have sort of a situation here. Jane sighed, staring around her house in reluctant defeat. I think we will be moving in with you after all immediately. Jane couldn't believe this was happening. If it were anything else, she would simply grit her teeth and bear the inconvenience. But rats are magnets for disease, and there were so many visible that she couldn't even imagine how many were hiding out of sight. So much for the fancy new apartment, she thought, already planning some very choice words for her leasing agent. Ethan's voice hardened on the other end of the line. Is everything okay? Are you in trouble? Down, boy, Jane answered simply. There's no danger unless you count the danger of me puking in disgust. We appear to have a rat infestation, and a big one at that. Peeking into the apartment, she shuddered when she saw a handful of long, hairless tails slipping away beneath her expensive furnishings. Jane could almost feel Ethan relax through the phone, and she was certain she heard the start of a smile in his voice. The babysitter is still here. I'll be over in a sec to help you. Ethan. She stopped him, feeling suddenly very overwhelmed. This is the only reason I'm agreeing. If I had another choice, I'd take it. If Ethan's thoughts followed the same train as Jane's, which told her she had 1,000 other choices ranging from going back to Linda's, to getting a hotel or simply leaving the city early, he had the sense not to voice them. Of course, Janie. After she hung up, she looked down at the curious faces of her babies. Well, Munchkins, you got your wish. We're going to go stay with Ethan and Paisley. Jane dragged an exhausted hand through her long hair. And I'm starting to think I have a seriously self-destructive streak. What's a self-destructive streak? Riley asked promptly, even while she and the boys dance around in celebration. Something grown-ups have that makes them do things they know they shouldn't, Jane explained with a frown. You mean like when I want a cookie, but you tell me to wait till after dinner, so I sneak it out of the jar behind you? The little girl asked, without even a hint of shame. Something like that, Jane agreed with a wry smile. Is okay, Mommy. Parker straightened up to join the conversation. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. The next day, Eric arrived bright and early to help Jane move all of their things out of the condo and into Ethan's penthouse, to the Alpha's extreme displeasure. Luckily, they'd only just moved into the apartment, so lots of their boxes hadn't yet been unpacked. It was merely a matter of moving things from one place to another. Jane had asked for Eric's assistance, worried that Ethan was already getting the wrong idea about her presence in his home. However, if she was being honest with herself, her real fear was that she liked being back there far too much. Their first night in the apartment had been one of the most surreal and wonderful nights of her life. After everything that had happened with Eve, Petra had checked herself into a spa for a full week to try and recover, unable to wrap her mind around the terrible turn of events, so the young family had the penthouse all to themselves. Ethan cooked dinner with his own 2 hands, and Jane got to have a meal with her entire family together for the very first time. Afterwards, they gave the pups baths and put them to bed, all piling onto Paisley's bed for a fairy story, before being tucked in with hugs and kisses from both their parents for the first time in their lives. Once they were settled, Ethan poured Jane a glass of wine and cleaned up while she took a bubble bath, before they settled on the couch to watch a movie. Jane fell asleep cuddled up against Ethan, and didn't even wake when he carried her to her bed a little while later. When she woke up in the morning, Jane called Linda before the sun was even up, letting her old friend talk her down from a panic attack before reaching out to Eric. He promised to come to her aid without hesitation. And when he arrived after breakfast, Jane didn't have to fake her joy at seeing him. She threw her arms around his neck and let him lift her feet straight off the ground, before kissing her soundly. Ethan and the pups looked on with disappointment, but they were too far away to hear Jane's whispers of thanks to her fake fiancé. "I'm in so far over my head," she admitted as they packed clothes into suitcases a little while later. "Honestly, Eric, what am I going to do?" "Listen, it's a step in the right direction," Eric assured her, taking her by shoulders and speaking in a low, comforting tone. "You can do this, Jane. It's a few months and then you get to bring Paisley home once and for all." "I know," Jane moaned, feeling completely beside herself. The previous night hadn't been as close a call as their time together after the balloon crash, but it had tempted her horribly. "But Ethan, he knows all my weaknesses. He knows how to get to me like no one else." "Do you want me to talk to him?" Eric offered, a harsh note in his voice that wasn't there a moment ago. "And say what?" Jane questioned. "Stay away from my woman?" She joked. "Why not? If you want him to believe this thing between us is real, I can't just paw you all over in front of him. Not that I mind," he added, flashing a wolfish grin. "I have to act the way he'd expect a true contender to act, and that means confronting him when he pushes you too hard." "But what good will that do?" Jane countered, "other than riling him up? It will make him take our engagement seriously," Eric reasoned. "Fine," Jane sighed. "Just promise me you'll keep it civil." "That won't be a problem," he assured her. He had every intention of doing whatever was necessary to protect his future with Jane, and nothing was a bigger threat to that than Ethan. After a very long morning of moving boxes, suitcases, and bags between the two apartments, Jane took the pups out to lunch, promising to bring takeout back to Ethan and Eric, and hoping their conversation went smoothly. Inside, she knew the chances of this were very small indeed. She'd heard Ethan growling every time Eric touched her, and she genuinely thought he might attack the other man when he saw him playing with Paisley. As soon as Jane and the pups were out the door, Eric turned on the powerful Nightfang Alpha. "Let me guess." Ethan smirked, eyeing his opponent up and down. "You're going to set me straight about pursuing Jane when you've already staked your claim." "This isn't about my claim, it's about her wishes." "She left you for a reason, Blackwell," Eric replied stiffly. "She doesn't want you. If that was true, she wouldn't need you here to do her bidding," Ethan combated. "If she didn't want me, she wouldn't be so worried about giving in to me." "I've got news for you. If you have to make a woman give in to you, you're a predator," Eric stated fiercely. "Of course I'm a predator," Ethan growled. "All true alphas are. And like it or not, Jane is an omega. It's in her nature to run, even when she wants to be caught." "You make me sick," Eric announced. "Goddess knows how an amazing she-wolf like Jane ever fell for you in the first place. But it's a blessing she finally came to her senses. You don't have the first clue about what happened between us, do you?" Ethan asked, offering him a lethal grin. "It doesn't sound like there's much trust in your relationship if she hasn't even shared her past with you. I know you must have mistreated that incredible woman horribly for her to be as skittish as she is." Eric growled. "If there's not trust between us, it's because you traumatized her." "You don't give Jane enough credit," Ethan informed him coldly. "She's one of the strongest women I've ever met. Maybe she's only as strong as she is because she had to survive you," Eric argued back. "I made plenty of mistakes in our marriage, but Jane was a force of nature long before I fucked things up," Ethan declared. "Well, at least you have that much sense," Eric hissed, "but the bottom line remains. You don't deserve Jane, and I certainly don't want you anywhere near our pups." That was the last straw. Eric's wolf was ready and waiting to burst free the moment Ethan attacked. And he knew only too well this taunt would provoke him into doing just that. With a thundering snarl, Ethan launched himself at the other man. He shifted in midair, transforming into a huge black wolf moments before he collided with the other man. Jane. When I left the house, I hadn't been too confident that it would still be standing when I got home. But to my relief, the apartment building looks intact when the kids and I return from lunch. Unfortunately, that was where the good news ended. When the pups and I reached the top floor and the elevator doors dinged open, I instantly heard the sounds of snarls and smashing glass. "Kids, stay here," I caution, herding them out into the hallway. "Promise me, okay?" "We promise." 4 little voices chime in unison. Rushing to the front door, I barely step out of the way in time before 2 huge, furry bodies crash through the wooden panel. I yelp and jump back, struggling to make sense of what I'm seeing. The 2 wolves are a blur of movement, almost too fast to make out, but I can see that Eric is injured. Blood seeps through his gray fur as Ethan's jaws lock around his neck. "Ethan, don't," I shout, surprising both men. They look up as one, but while Ethan seemed to sober when he realized I was there, Eric saw an opening and lunged for the other wolf's throat. My ex-husband jerked away just in time, growling fiercely and re-entering the fray. The wolves rolled back into the apartment like a pair of bulls in a china shop, rebounding back and forth between the walls and furniture and destroying everything in their path. Stumbling in after them, I try to figure out some way to break up the fight. Seeing a single unbroken vase left on the table, I snatch it up and pour the water over the writhing furballs, groaning in frustration when they don't even blink. "Mommy?" Whipping around, horror washes over me when I see Paisley standing in the doorway, already on the verge of tears. I'm not the only one who heard her sweet voice. Again, Ethan looks up, freezing in place even as Eric digs his razor-sharp claws into his stomach. Running to Paisley, I scoop her up into my arms without bothering to watch what happens next in the fight. "Sweetie, I told you to stay back," I remind her, my voice harsher than I intended. The pup shimpers, and I immediately apologize. "I'm sorry. I'm not mad. You just scared me, little one. You have to stay here." "But I'm scared," she sniffles. "I know, baby," I profess, stroking her soft hair. "Let your brothers and sister help you. They're scared, too." The other pups nod and close in around Paisley, bundling together in a 4-way hug. I was angry before, but now those 2 idiots had gone and endangered my pup. I didn't intend to shift when I went back storming into the penthouse, but I blinked and suddenly I was on all 4s. Charging inside, I jumped straight into the melee, forcing myself between the 2 men. They instantly stopped, though Eric managed to get a bite into my thigh before he realized it was me and not Ethan. I whine as his teeth sink into my flesh, jolting backwards and accidentally smacking my head into the floor. The next thing I know, both men are hovering over me in human form, their worried faces blurring in and out of my vision. "Janie? Baby, are you okay?" Ethan questions urgently. Eric looks overwhelmed with guilt. "I'm so sorry, Jane." "I didn't," I thought. "Get away from her." Ethan thunders fiercely. Slowly shifting back, I eye the deep gouges in my leg and push myself up onto my hands. "You 2 are in the doghouse," I hiss. "My pups are right outside that door. You're going to help me up, put some fucking clothes on, and clean this place up. And then you can explain to them why 2 fully grown adults who were lecturing them about using their words not 2 weeks ago." I might add, I remind Ethan, "We're brawling like a pair of pups still in need of training leads." "You need to let us look at that first, little wolf," Ethan says sternly, nodding toward my thigh and reaching for my head. "How hard did you hit your head?" "I don't want to be touched by either of you right now," I growl, pushing him off. "Mommy?" 4 dark heads are poking around the edge of the doorframe. 4 sets of tear-stained eyes. 4 runny noses. Looking over Ethan and Eric, the former glistening with sweat and breathing heavily, already sporting a black eye and a few good gashes, while the latter looks as if he's been dragged through a meat grinder, both completely naked and hovering over my own nude, bleeding body. I can only imagine the nightmares my children will be having tonight. Don't let them see I'm hurt, I whisper, looking around for anything to hide the damage from view. Hold on 1 second, kids, Ethan orders, jumping up to run get a bathrobe. A few moments later, I'm covered up and having a resistance band tied around my leg like a tourniquet, and all 4 of my pups are cradled in my arms while the men start righting furniture and sweeping up glass. It's okay. Everyone's okay, I murmur, kissing each of their sweet-smelling heads. Mommy's sorry, the big grumpy wolves tore down the house, but everything's all right now. Ethan has been hovering close, clearly overwrought by the sounds of the pups' tears. Eric, on the other hand, tries to go about his task, but he's not much better at hiding his concern than Ethan. Glaring at both of them over the children's heads, I mouth, "You did this." Paisley pulls away from me first, turning to look for Ethan with a hiccup and a pitiful cry for her daddy. Ethan scoops her up without a second thought, snuggling her against his chest and rocking her back and forth. "It's okay, Angel. I'm here, okay?" I say when my leg starts to go numb. I think everybody could use a nap. It isn't easy to get the pups to go down. They're all so upset that they don't want to let us out of their sight. Still, they're also exhausted from all the excitement. When they're finally conked out and breathing the deep, even pattern of sleep, I turn on the men. "What the hell is wrong with you two?" I demand hotly, standing in front of them with my arms crossed over my chest. "I'm so sorry," Eric professes, looking truly guilt-stricken. I hold up my palm, cutting him off. What happened to Civil Eric? "Things got out of hand. I wasn't thinking," he mutters. That much is clear. I snark. "And Ethan, did you think that destroying the house was the best way to welcome us to it? I ask you, how is this throwing my hands out on either side of me?" I gesticulate to our ravaged surroundings, better than the rat-infested hole I just left. "You know that's not what I planned," he remarks, stalking towards me. "But while we're on the topic, what were you thinking?" Ethan questions, glaring right back at me. "Why in the goddess's name would you jump into the middle of 2 alphas fighting? Because my daughter almost walked into the line of fire. Because you scared her half to death." I snarl. "All 4 of my pups were in danger, because you two had to go and act approximately 1/10 of your ages. And for what? What did we learn here, boys? Did you answer whatever question you were trying to figure out?" Swaying slightly on my feet, I level a foreboding glare when they try to approach me. "Baby, I really wish you'd let us look at your leg." Ethan presses. "Don't baby me," I snap, feeling oddly lightheaded. "The only babies in this room are you two dummies." "I'm sorry," Ethan states grimly. "You have no idea how terrible I feel. I never would do anything to risk the pups. Please know that." "Who started it?" I inquire, already knowing the answer. "Which one of you took the first bite?" "I did," Ethan confesses, "but in my defense, there's no defending this. I cut him off, but I can imagine why you did it," I utter, scowling at Eric until he's squirming beneath the weight of my gaze. "I provoked him," Eric admits. "He pissed me off, and I don't want to hear it. I know it's not very fair of me to keep asking them questions and then not let them answer, but I swear every time they open their mouths, I want to scream. I can't recall ever being this angry before, and it doesn't help that the room is spinning this way." Bracing my hand on the back of the sofa, I continue. "You 4 owe unfathomably large apologies to the kids." The men exchange a meaningful glance. "You 4. Yes, all 4 of you big, infuriating, impossible. Unbelievable." I trail off, pressing my hand to my temple and clamping my eyes shut. A strange, rising warmth works through my body as the blood whirs in my ears. I don't feel so good. A moment later, the floor is rushing up towards my face, and the world goes black.